It looks bad for you.
Chief.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
everybody, happy Saturday. Welcome QP and Yerozy and any lurkers out there. It's great to have you. Today we are starting a new game. A game that has been selected by you, community, in the final poll that was concluded yesterday after we finished Pillars of Eternity, which is Tyranny. And Tyranny is a short game. It is going to take possibly 40 hours tops. I don't know. Hey Proc, this game's so legit, too bad it's missing a sequel. Yeah, there is the DLC. Well, we are going to talk about it. At least we have some DLC. Welcome Proc, how are you today? I hope you are doing well. I hope everyone is doing well and having a nice lazy Saturday. So as I was saying, Tyranny is a short game. Like, the main story is supposed to take around 20 hours if you explore all the side content, maybe upwards of 50 hours, but nowhere near Pillars or any of the other recent games that I played. So I went out and started the next poll, since the game might just end next week, basically, and we may not have much time. So from what it looks like, Dragon Age has been kicked off top 4, and Revenant and Might and Magic 7 has taken its place. Hey Parrot, welcome. Great to see you as well. And Might and Magic and Revenants are the new additions to the top 4 for this poll, for this round of polls. Nox and KOTOR have kept their top 4 places, and the poll right now is in favor of Might and Magic 7, which is the oldest game in the list right now, the game that has been nominated earliest. All the other games, in fact, Might and Magic 7 is, as I was explaining yesterday, is part of the first few games that I myself nominated when I was initiating the critical hit system. Before the community started to take part, I had nominated a few games, and Might and Magic 7 was one of them, the first pack of games. 26th of December 2021. It is the only one remaining from that pack. So I will be, for that reason alone, I will be very happy to play Might and Magic 7 if it gets selected. Obviously, this is not a call for you to vote on it by any means. I want you to vote on what you want. But Might and Magic 7 has been there for quite a while, and it has the most amount of votes right now. It can very quickly change, obviously, as we have seen time and time again. But right now it is winning. Your estimates, yes, like New Vegas, this game has a lot to offer on different paths, yes. Your estimates yesterday weren't very great, they were not. They've been better if you had an inkling about Langrath. Oh, you know the fight then? I was going to take a extra care not to spoil it for you, but you do know about Langrath. Maybe you saw it? Yeah, I guess no one knew about it or forgot about it. It was not in anyone's estimations, and then the rest of the game also didn't take less than 2 hours. It took 3 hours. So in hindsight, it would have been better to leave the final 4 hours for today for another Pillar stream rather than pushing to 10 hours yesterday. But it's done. I don't regret it. I'm happy that the game is finished, and I did it yesterday. I really truly enjoyed it. The fight was very underwhelming. All the fights were very underwhelming. Langrath and Langrath fights was easy compared to how it looked, and the final Theos fight was a joke. Basically, it was a joke. And so fight-wise, combat-wise, it was really underwhelming and somewhat disappointing. But the story, the dialogue, and the writing, the conclusions, epilogue, etc., all of them, they were so good. They were so good. I loved the ending. Yeah, I am considering replaying and choosing different endings at some points, probably soon. I love the game. I'm so happy that I got to play it finally. You've been slowly progressing through Pillars 2 replay, and there is your comfort. Yeah, I'm hoping to play Pillars 2 as well. Since I have started playing Pillars of Eternity, Pillars 2 has been getting some love and some attention here. It's slowly rising, but it is up against some really strong candidates who are getting more consistently boosted. However, if and when it gets to the top and gets selected, I will very happily play Pillars 2 again, because I have actually finished that one. When did you choose in the end? What did you choose? I've chosen what I said I would. I have sent the spirits back to the Hollowborn children. That is what I chose. And most of the stuff I chose in early in the game, they turned out
New
to
critical
be
hits boost.
very bad
Yargi just boosted the Elder
results
Scrolls
for
3.
especially
Morrowind.
Gilded Vale. What happened to Gilded Vale? I'm shocked that my choices led to that. Obviously, I could have never seen that coming, but without spoiling anything, if you want, you can check the WOD. And you can check the WOD if you want. I'm not going to spoil it right now, but the epilogue was really surprising what happened in the epilogue. Anyway, it's Pillars, that's done. Today we are starting Tyranny, our game number 21. Since we have 20 games under our... By the way, thank you for the boost, Yerozy. I appreciate it. Since we have 20 games under our belts, I have gone ahead and added top 10 critical hits games with the shortest on-stream playtime statistics lists. We already had the longest, that was 10 games, and now the shortest 10 games, they won't be overlapping. I had been waiting to have 20 games completed to add this one so that there was no overlap. So the shortest is Diablo right now, and I don't think any game can be shorter than that. It will be very hard. It will be very hard for a game to take less than 7 hours and 17 minutes, according to, you know, among the games that we play here. The second shortest is Diablo 2, so the Diablos are at the bottom with 7 hours and 17 hours. And it all goes upwards to 48 hours. Then starts from the shortest of the top 10 longest games from Planescape Torment. But Tyranny is going to take somewhere between... It can take, I think, anywhere between 25 to 50 hours. I don't know. But I think it can kick Arcanum out of its 10th spot very easily. Anyway, just something I do for fun, you know, these stats, I love them. So we have another one, if you're interested. And yeah, so new game, as always, we are going to start by looking at the materials at Wikipedia and Moby Games, which there is very little of. We also don't have a manual, so the reading of the material for this game is going to take not long at all. We are going to take a quick look at the game in Moby Games and then look at the developments and post-developments information on Wikipedia, and that's it, just 2 paragraphs or something. You boosted Diablo to 78 times for 17 hours of gameplay. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's kind of a problem, but also not a problem. I don't know. It's just the nature of the game. Just nature of the game. I think that's why people do not really go for ARPGs. People maybe somehow, maybe unconsciously or even consciously go for longer games. You say got scammed, QP, but you keep boosting Nox and Revenants. They are not very long either, are they? I don't think either of them are very long. So, yeah, without further ado, and without wasting any more time, let's take a quick look at these materials. We are going to start with Moby Games. Unsub unfollow reports. Aww. Tyranny, released November 10th, 2016. By Paradox Interactive and developed by Obsidian Entertainment. So, in context, Pillars of Eternity was developed by Obsidian and published by Paradox in 2015, and the Definitive Edition, which is the edition that we played with all the DLCs, was released in 2017. And Tyranny is the same developer and publisher in 2016, so that's 1 year after Pillars of Eternity, and the games are very, very similar. Not the character progression part, but the gameplay wise and how it looks. Even the menus, they are pretty much the menus are pretty much identical, at least the main menu. So this is going to be a very similar
Dracarys.
Oh, Daenerys, okay, that's very cool. After the mountain, we got Daenerys Targaryen. Alright, Petwise, I'll see you after the readings then. But there's not much, so be around if you don't want to miss the game. This is very similar. This is going to be a very similar experience to Pillars of Eternity, and we won't be alien foreign to this game at all if you have been playing or watching the Pillars streams lately, and that goes for me also. This is going to be somewhat like an extension to the Pillars. Not quite, obviously, because the stories are very, very different, but gameplay-wise. So, Tyranny is a party-based role-playing game presented in a classic isometric view, created largely with the technology used for development of Pillars of Eternity, set in an entirely new universe. The story begins as Kairos the Overlord prepares to conquer the last part of the known world that yet remains free of his rule. The player assumes the role of a Fatebinder, one of many representatives of Kairos' law, but who serve both as the judge and executioners. His initial role is to settle a dispute between the leaders of the two Overlords' armies who share the honor of conquering the tiers. One of the unique features in Tyranny is the Conquest, which is an extension of character creation process. The Conquest is a series of events that take place over 3 years prior to the beginning of the story. Every such an event allows players to make a decision which will affect the world player will find himself into during actual gameplay. Conquest decisions affect a great number of things, including players' relations with factions and most notable characters, which NPCs are alive and which are dead, and even what a major region in the game is called. Players can never visit all the regions within a single conquest. It is impossible to take part in every event in a visited region. So, this is why the game deserves replaying. Like, there can be big decisions you make that can lock you out of huge portions of the game. So only by making a different choice in a new game can you actually see that content. And even when you see a piece of content, it gets modified according to your choices. Like, even if a battle, a fight can be and feel very different compared according to your choices. So every game, well, maybe it would be an exaggeration to say that every game is a new experience, but kind of every game can be a new experience if you try to make different choices consciously. And it takes, I think, at the very least 4 or 5, I'm not sure, to see every kind of main ending, every kind of main outcome of the end of the game. So this is a very highly replayable game, more so than most other isometric tactical CRPGs. Gameplay is presented with nearly classical isometric view, even though the camera is placed significantly lower than in titles such as Baldur's Gate or Pillars of Eternity. The game may be played almost entirely with a mouse, however keyboard shortcuts are available as well. The story is quest-driven as player always has an active goal to pursue. Tyranny offers a total of 4 main branches of the story, however these branches deeply intertwine with each other, and the player may even make different decisions in the course of the same path. As player roams the tiers, he may recruit up to 6 preset party members, each of them offering their own personality, story and ability trees. From these 6 characters, the player may have up to 3 traveling with him in a party, so this is a smaller party. Not a party of 6, but a party of 4. We don't, down from the 11 possible companions in Pillars of Eternity, we actually have 6 possible party members. And it is, for me at least, it is a nice change. Different companions is the only thing I do not explore in these kind of games. Even if I'm going for 100%, I usually skip the content for the companions that I do not have in my party, and I feel bad about it, but I do not do it regardless. So if I'm given less choices, that will be less heartache for me, I'd say. Progression in Tyranny is similar to that of the Elder Scrolls game series, which means the player enhances his skills as he uses them. E.g., landing successful strikes and dealing damage with one-handed sword increases the one-handed weapon skill, and picking locks builds up subterfuge skill. Increasing a skill grants skill experience. One's character gains enough skill experience or regular experience gained from quests and exploration as well, he gains a new level. Each level grants an attribute point. Attributes are base character statistics which contribute to overall effectiveness, such as bonus to damage, bonus to duration of effects or ability cooldowns, and a talent point. Talents form a total of 6 talent trees, and each tree offers a different specialization, such as melee combat, range combat, or defense. Tyranny is not class-based, so the player is not restricted anyhow and may develop his character freely. So this is a very interesting new approach to this kind of isometric tactical RPGs. We can see this kind of approach in several other games. Like as is mentioned here, Elder Scrolls is somewhat like this, right? Apart from the talents, it has the hone your skills to upgrade them aspect to it, which I love. It is my preferred system. So it is in some of the games that I enjoy the most, such as Betrayal at Krondor, Ultima Online, and Elder Scrolls, and some other games that we have played. So it is in this one also. And we don't choose a class. We can make our choices during the game by actually playing in that style, which is very cool. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun indeed. So that is all. We can take a look at some of the promo pictures. As you see, it looks very similar to the trees are as beautiful, Yerozi, if you are still here. You see that the trees are as beautiful as Pillars of Eternity. So this is the nice tree game number 2 for all intents and purposes. The game looks very beautiful. The animations and effects are very nice, just like Pillars of Eternity. It is one of the most beautiful aspects of the game. Looks very nice indeed. Okay, that's enough. That's enough Moby games. Josh Sawyer said that he had the ideas about CRPGs that he felt he couldn't implement in Pillars because he felt beholden to the Kickstarter backers who wanted a Baldur's Gate style game. He wondered if any of those ideas were expressed in Tyranny. It is likely that since this was a more independent, I don't know if this was kickstarted. I'm not sure if it was. It could be. What is, especially if it was not. I don't think it is. Especially if it is not, I think they would have felt more independent to make their own choices and try something new and be more experimental, which probably would not and did not help with the game sales. But it's still good that they went for it if they did. Yeah, this was their own thing plus Paradox. That's what I think as also. So we are going to find out now. Development. The key concepts of Tyranny started with ideas in Obsidian Entertainment for a role-playing game called Fury that they attempted to pitch in 2006. According to Obsidian CEO Fergus Urquhart, Fury would have featured a land ravaged by a magical apocalypse. Obsidian refined this idea for a new game, Defiance, that they started pitching in 2009, which now featured a land where evil had already won. Several ideas from Defiance were used to craft a new concept for Stormlands, a game the studio successfully pitched to Microsoft as a potential launch title for the Xbox One in 2012. Urquhart noted that Stormlands bore more resemblance to Fury than Defiance at this point. However, due to uncertainty in the video game market at that time, the game was cancelled, and Obsidian was forced to release 30 of its employees and put the studio at serious financial instability. However, the studio held onto the rights for Stormlands. Obsidian was able to recover financially through the Kickstarter-backed role-playing game Pillars of Eternity, which allowed them to return to the concepts from Fury, Defiance, and Stormlands and build out a new title, Tyranny. Urquhart stated that with Tyranny, they refined the Defiance idea more to make sure that the player was clearly aware that evil has won and having their character being part of that conquest. Game director Brian Hines said that he wanted to avoid the mustache-twiddling type of villainy in the game's concept, instead to allow the player to find a way for a villainous character to still become the hero of their own story. The developers also desired to make decisions made by the player to have important ramifications, such as if the player opted to play as a good character acting against Kairos, that they would find they would quickly make a lot of enemies by those decisions. So the evil has won. You are an important agent of said evil overlord. That much is already explained. Hey Board Game Ellen, hello. It's great to see you. How are you doing today? Enjoying your weekend, I hope. It is the information that we are given prior to starting the game. But we can still try to act in a good way, or act just at least. We can even go against the evil overlord Kairos, apparently. So it's going to be interesting to find out what we can do. I mean, we don't have to, kill everyone, just act in cliche evil way. That's not how this game works. It's actually can be pretty deep. Tyranny uses a modified version of the Unity engine as used as a basis of Pillars of Eternity. Hines said that since most of the technical issues of graphics and rendering were also solved with Pillars, they were free to flesh out a different type of role-playing game. Tyranny uses a skill-based growth system rather than a class-based one, as with Pillars. Hines said that they wanted to allow players to find ways to play a character they wanted instead of forced into a defined class. They also wanted to make sure the players could work to revamp characters midway through the game without penalty. That is nice, avoiding the situation where a player may have built out a character that is difficult to use to progress into the late game. Veteran designer Chris Avallone, who left Obsidian in June 2015, had worked on the early development of Tyranny, according to Hines. Hines noted that some of the concepts of this intellectual property were constructed by Chris. Some of the characters have the same names he gave them and the same ideas. Much of the game involves making human non-player characters suffer under the Fatebinder's orders, according to the director Brian Hines. The team was prepared to handle the type of depictions of these arts, as many had worked on South Park The Stick of Truth, which had similar levels of crude and vulgar humor. Okay, that is interesting and not necessarily something that I find alluring about this. Like, how can you use something you use for South Park as an element in this kind of game? Crude and vulgar humor, it's not necessarily my kind of humor, so that is interesting. I guess we'll see. We'll see how it's implemented. Promotion. Tyranny was announced at the 2016 Game Developers Conference in March 2016 and was exhibited in a playable demonstration form at the Electronic Entertainment Expo 2016 that June. The E3 demo included the same battles represented from 3 different scenarios based on the choices the player would have made earlier in the game. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, as to demonstrate how these choices affected combat and gameplay. Tyranny has been released on Microsoft Windows, OS X, and Linux systems on November 10th, 2016. In addition to the standard game, there are 2 special editions. The Archon mod includes the game's soundtrack and other digital art assets, while the Overlord edition further includes a digital artwork and collector's guide. So I don't have these. I do have the DLCs though. The Tales from the Tears and Bastard's Wounds. We have those DLCs installed, and we are going to be playing through them also. Tyranny received positive reviews upon its release. It's currently listed on Metacritic with a score of 80 over 100 based on 67 reviews, indicating generally favorable reviews. Praise was given to the game's deep exploration of evil, as well as its world building and mysteries. Criticism were leveled at its combat AI and the abrupt end to the story. So let's talk about my experience with this game, my previous experience. You probably heard me, especially if you came across Tyranny discussions during my Pillars of Eternity playthrough, that I have played this game. I'm not a stranger to this. In fact, I have played this game around 60 hours in its first week of release and finished it 3 different times, 3 different ways. And even though it has been a while, like it has been 7 years now, I don't remember in details, but I do remember general progression somewhat of the game. We will still treat this playthrough as a blind first playthrough for people who are not familiar with the story, so still no spoilers at all, even if I know them, and even if I will also take care not to spoil anything that is going to come up ahead until it actually comes up in the game, as we always do in this game. So having said that, when I played this game, the DLCs were not out, and I don't know how the DLCs, how long they are and what they add to the game. It's going to be completely new for me. And as I said, the game is very short. I finished it 3 times in the first week, and I would have finished it more, but the game was bugged and I couldn't. Welcome back, Parrot. And I couldn't go for the ending that I wanted to, due to some bugs that stopped the progression, and I didn't go back to the game afterwards. But I do remember that the ending was kind of abrupt due to the actually, I'm not sure what that is due to, the abruptness of the ending. But it's a short game, and maybe the DLCs have somehow fixed that issue, at least added some more hours. and some more resolution to the story. So that is about it. There is not much, as I said. Half an hour, we are already done with the reading. So there is no manual. We are just going into the game right now, which is exciting. A different experience from what we usually do. You know, we usually read stuff for 2 hours and then create character for 2 more hours. But there won't be too much of a character creation in this one either, due to the nature of the game. How are you going to play it? You know, we are going to do some trial and error. We are going to be deep learning AIs. Alright, so the difficulty of these settings are pretty much similar to Pillars of Eternity, pretty much the same. In fact, the auto pause menus you will recognize from the pillars. I have gone ahead and enabled the hidden object found pause. In-game tutorial probably, yeah, there is some, obviously the game teaches you the game teaches you itself as you play. So the difficulty is, these are all the settings that we have done for Pillars of Eternity. It's the same. It's all the same that I've chosen. However, I think I'm going to go for hard. I'm not going to go for... Okay, this is kind of loud now that I'm listening to it while speaking myself. Headbutts. Head, butt, every wall until you learn to move properly. Yeah, you just bang your head on the walls until you learn how to get over it, right? So, we played Pillars of Eternity with the normal difficulty, but I think I can afford to play this game with hard difficulty. Hard difficulty is suited for veteran players of isometric RPGs such as Pillars of Eternity who are looking for a challenge. Survival requires micromanagement and optimization of stats through items, spells and abilities. Enemy AI is more efficient and uses abilities more frequently. You reflected a bit on Half-Life. It occurred to you that the game is so good that nobody's talking about how the story is basically a pulp sci-fi alien invasion thwarted by good old human determination. Yeah, maybe. That's an interesting and nice way to look at it. Yeah, exactly. But we will discover that throughout the game. So, this game is easier. So you know me, I don't usually go for challenge runs. I don't do high difficulty, etc. Especially on stream, but also off stream. However, I did finish this game in Path of the Damned difficulty in its first week of release, so this game is easier than Pillars, and I did have some easy time, especially with the non-DLC content of Pillars of Eternity. And on top of it, this game is short, so I think I will go for hard difficulty. To start with, if it feels difficult, I might go back to normal, but I feel comfortable going for hard. So let's do that, and let's start the timer.
For over 400 years, the armies of Kairos the Overlord have swept across the known world. All who stood against them fell before their might. Even the Archons, women and men of immense power, were forced to kneel, chained to the Overlord's will. Now Kairos' final conquest has come to our corner of the world, and two of the Overlord's armies compete for the honor of taking our lands. The elite disfavored, and the teeming horde of the Scarlet Chorus. The voices of Nerat, spy master and archon of secrets, guides the fierce and undisciplined masses of the Scarlet Chorus. With each battle, the Scarlet Chorus grows stronger, as the defeated are given a simple choice: serve or die. Graven Ash, Archon of War and the Overlord's most loyal general, leads the disfavored. Though small in number, Kairos' ironclad legion has never met true defeat in open battle. Watching over the two generals is Tunon, the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice, eldest of Kairos' minions. Tunon brings Kairos' laws to newly conquered lands, aided by the Fatebinders, judges and executioners of the Overlord's laws. You were among the youngest of the court of Fatebinders when Kairos' armies came to our lands. How could we have known that the fate of thousands would rest in your hands?
All right. Can someone roll a 1d6 for me?
Greetings, sire.
Hey, Thor. You got a 2. So we are choosing female. I suppose this is the nimble body type. How are you, Thor? Good to see you. Female light. Can we roll a 1d5 also? You might have to do a roll d5. Just d5 won't work. We got a 5. Okay. We've got the fairest skin. The brightest skin. I will take the first roll. In the Northern Empire, where you were born, women enjoy equal protections under the laws of our Lord Kairos. In the southern lands of the Tears, women may crew a ship, but only men may own or captain a vessel. While these customs give the oceans to the man, the lands are trusted to the women. Men may rent and lease, but only women may own land and bequeath it to their daughters and sisters. While following a parent's profession is standard, many women choose to pledge service to one of the Overlord's powerful archons. Those without a viable trade or lands to call their own are often drafted into the armies of the Archons, where it is assumed they will rise to glory or vanish in obscurity in accordance to their worth. Okay, interesting. Okay. I like that here. Wait, there are more here. Okay, let's go with this. The face. Let's go with this. Redhead? Okay, we'll go redhead. Is there a darker red though? Tattoos. Oh, on the leg. I like this. I like this one. Oh, I like this one as well. I don't like face tattoos. Oh, I'll never go for that. I like this one as well. No torment symbol? Apparently not. I like the tree and I like the gloves. Like, this is the gloves. Or rather, the left claw. Although I think I'll go for the full arm. Which one was it? This one. Yeah, let's go with this. I like this one. Oh, we can do a gradient. Too bad you can actually see tattoos under your equipment. You can't. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you're right. It's fine. We will find some revealing armor. You know. As you know, female warriors do not wear heavy armor. They have to show their skin. That is how it works. in the fantasy universes. Chain bikinis, exactly. There was a very nice Epic NPC Man episode about female armor. Does anyone watch it? It's such an amazing series.
Moving cautiously. We must rest soon. Aye.
Heads up, we have company.
You learn something every day.
Ah, got it. I'm injured, tired. Let's rest.
This is a dare.
I got it. Curious. It's a battle!
Is this Matt
Whoa.
Mercer?
You learn something every day.
This is exactly a dare sound.
Yeah, I'll just hold on to this. Got it.
Sounds exactly like a dare.
On the right. Curious. Trouble is afoot. Flawless. You learn something every day.
Where the guy drops an epic armor because he doesn't need it anymore. Once it, as soon as she picks it up, the entire thing is suddenly a chainmail bikini. Yeah.
I'll just hold on
Exactly.
to this. That wasn't so hard.
Quiet down.
Okay, we'll go with female
We must
novel.
rest soon.
So I don't know what I'm going to do, what kind of a character I will do. I haven't decided. I might go for a melee rogue this time. Like, go to my roots, you know? We could go for a heavily armored character as well for a change. Something different. Parrot. Yes. The hooded one was nice. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. This, you are talking about this one, right? There are a bunch of hooded ones, but I think you are talking about this one. Yeah, I kind of like this. But I like this one as well. Alright, so, this is 2. No. This is 3. This is 2. This is 1. Actually, you know what? I like this too much to pass. I'm not going to randomize this. I'm going to choose this one. I really like this one. Select red ambient light, one with the circlets. This one? No. This one? This looks like a healer, cleric style. I don't know, it makes me feel like that. Okay, which one? Oh, this one. This one. Okay, I see. Yeah, she is also cool. The lighting is very cool. The lighting on the scroll is very cool. So I like this one because this could go warrior, it could go ranger, it could go rogue, you know, just speaking of archetypes. This could fit anything. It could be a cleric even. Like, I can do whatever I want with this character. The others are somewhat determined by how they look. We will go with this one. I like this one. But we have to change the face to look more like this. This is kinda maybe more. No, the hair is dyed. It's dyed. In this picture, the hair is dyed. This is the natural redhead color. It's fine. Okay, this looks a lot like this one, I think. How did you join Kairos' army? Okay, this is interesting. Let's read all of it. Pit fighter, not wishing to pay to feed and house too, the madam that purchased your mother sold you to the proving grounds. The Northern Empire's bloodiest, most notorious fighting arena, given only enough training to assure the show isn't over too soon. Your natural prowess and survival instinct led you to one victory after another. There was no elegant swordplay, no formalized duels, just brutal melee and the stench of blood, shit, and bronze within each day's gruesome necessities. That's the instant profile pic. Yes, exactly. It is said that any fighter that slays a dozen others in the grand melee is given her freedom, but in 300 years, only 3 warriors have ever walked away from the proving grounds. When the closing horn sounded and 13 corpses lay about your feet, ooh, you became the 4th to be granted freedom to thunderous applause, but this autonomy was short-lived. Within days, word of your accomplishments made its way to the Archon of Justice. Could be a rogue, could be a thief, could even be a stealthy type, maybe a scoundrel, street urchin. Could be like any one of them, they're the fighting types, yes. So Pit Fighter, so I know that these give you skill points to start with. This is not just for flavor. Whatever I choose, I'm going to be getting some related skill points. I don't exactly know what those skill points are though. So it's going to be something to discover. When the leader of your home village spoke out of turn, you know what, let's not read all of it, it's going to take way too long. Let's try to choose a few that I might go for, and then we will read those. So many choices, yes. Fights in Roman arenas weren't necessarily like they are shown in popular media, just combat to the death. What were they like, Brock? So, Hunter is interesting. Guild Apprentice is interesting to me. A Lawbreaker and Diplomats are also interesting to me. So let's read these 4. Fighters for like boxes today, valuable athletes with sponsors and huge investments behind them. Oh. Sounds like owning a Lamborghini. But they could still die, right? It was to the death, the fights. Hunter, when the leader of your home village spoke out of turn one time too many, agents of the Overlord put the whole town to the torch to contain the spread of insubordination. The Bounding Viper tribe came across the smoking ruins of your village. When the beast's matriarch found you frozen but unafraid, the mighty leader took you in and raised you with the protection of your tribe. For years you lived with these wild beastmen in their migratory homes throughout the mountains, but the Bounding Vipers were a dying breed. Each long winter took a greater toll than the last, and once the dwindling tribe was too weak to defend its lands, disfavored soldiers came to the despairs of the ravenous scavengers your tribe had become. Finding a human amongst the wild tribe, the disfavored soldiers made a point of taking you alive. News of the wild child of the north eventually spread to the Archon of Justice, and he ordered you released from captivity and delivered unto his court. I don't really like this backstory. Guild Apprentice. Deeply proud of your intelligence, your parents always knew you were too smart for a life spent with your hands in the soil. Looking to secure a better future, your parents struck a bargain with the 7-3 Guild, a small magical order willing to teach you letters, numbers, and magic if you proved capable. For several years, you learned much of the mages, mastering reading and writing faster than the rest, and eventually learned the basics of mystic theory and spellcraft. Your magical studies came to an abrupt halt when the voices of Nerat, Archon of Secrets, deemed the Guild's peacetime distraction that must be disbanded for the upcoming war. Its mages assigned to proper armies. While your peers went on to other guilds, your mind was seen as too valuable to be wasted on the armies. Instead, your life was claimed by Tunon, Archon of Justice. So I am not sure if I want to play a spellcaster. I could, and if I could, I do like this story. But let's go on and read the rest. Lawbreaker, accused of a crime you most certainly did commit. You stood before Tunon the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice, and argued your case with eloquence and conviction. Impressed by your logic and reason and confidence, he found you guilty anyway. I love this. It's rumored that Tunon selects many of his agents from his prisoners, who better to catch the wicked than those versed in such ways. In his mercy, Tunon offered you the choice of 2 sentences: decades languishing in prison, or a lifetime serving him in the court of Fatebinders. The choice was an easy one, and instead of seeing the inside of a cell, you were trained in letters and numbers, magic and war. Oh, magic also. The laws you once broke are now yours to interpret and enforce. This is very interesting. You know what? Once a lawbreaker, always a lawbreaker. We could go across Kairos with this. It would make sense too. There's no class and attributes are universally useful like in PoE, so you can be both a rogue and spellcaster quite easily. Yes, exactly. It is what's so cool about this game. We have read that the skills improve as you hone them, as you use them. Diplomat. I think I will choose either Lawbreaker or Diplomat. I like the speech factor of both of them. Though they would never tell you why, Kairos bestowed great wealth upon your family for some unmentioned service, and your parents used this wealth to have you raised far from home. Your childhood was a nomadic tour of terraces with hired tutors and fleeting friendships. Where others had stability and routine, you had a worldly and varied education. A careless world in a far-flung city landed you in legal trouble, and you were taken before Tunon the Adjudicator and made to stand trial. Not only did you plead your innocence, but you turned the accusations around the accuser for wasting the court's time, and the Archon of Justice concurred. Amused by your wit, wisdom, and adaptability, Tunon claimed you as his newest enforcer. Like how in this game, there's emphasis on how the law is an anthropological creation. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it is. So, Diplomat or Lawbreaker? Diplomat sounds a bit more like rich brat, right? I don't like that for us. I kinda like Lawbreaker. Let's go with Lawbreaker. Okay, we are going with Lawbreaker. I wonder what the skills we get are. You were trained in the following combat style. Sword and shields, great sword, short bow, shock spells. Being an entitled brat is so fun in this game. I bet it is. I bet it is. Vigor spells, javelin. Ooh, javelin. Dual wielding. Unarmed attacks. Cross spells. Entropy spells. So I will go with subterfuge. Let's see which one starts with subterfuge. Short bow starts with subterfuge. Okay, we can see what they are. Subterfuge. The subterfuge skill determines a character's ability to move unseen through the environment, to detect and manipulate hidden traps and devices, and to open locked chests and doors. It's also used in dialogue to determine your ability to deceive or trick the person you are speaking with. Okay. Dual wielding starts with some subterfuge. Unarmed starts with subterfuge. You look very cool. What about spells? Start with lore. So I don't really want to play a ranged character again. I want up close and personal, so probably dual wielding. Unarmed? How would unarmed feel? Flurry of blows, slice. Flurry of blows, palm strike. I'm not in the mood for a monk. Hobble, hard shot. Let's go dual wields, flurry of blows. Wait, what is flurry of blows? Number of attacks 2, makes 2 attacks. Slice is a single attack, which bleeds. Let's go with flurry. Bronze axe, bronze hammer. Twin daggers or scimitars. Yeah, maybe. Daggers or short swords would be my choice. We'll see what we have. I also like maces for dual wielding. Dual axe always feels so savage to me. It doesn't really fit with the rogue kind of style that I like. It is more like the maniacs, barbarian kind of dual wielding. But it does look cool, yeah. My favorite is small maces or shorter bladed weapons. like daggers or swords. You also receive training more in dual wielding. Ooh, interesting. Maces. I love maces. Should we go with more dual wielding? Javelin. Javelin adds to dual wield and one-handed weapons. That would be waste of skill points. It's better to stack, I think. Maybe short bow just in case. See, just in case is a good argument, but it usually ends up being a waste of skill points. I'd rather focus on one thing. It would have been cool if he chose, for example, spear and shield and javelin. And go for a shield using character rather than dual wield. But they don't have subterfuge. No, I will stack to dual wield. I will stack, or maybe we could go for spells, like a rogue spellcaster kinda. You know, get some lore in the process. Lore skill determines a character's ability to decipher information and put together clues from fragments of information. This skill is critical for magic users who wish to learn new runes to power their spells. Lore is also used in dialogue to determine what you know about the history of the world. You know what? I like that. I like as Thor said before, a dual-wielding caster kind of spell sword. Roguish spell sword. So we could go for Frost, which is always good. Lore is your favorite stats. We will always get the magic staff points, which is not very good. Hey Elmancer, how are you doing today? Great to see you and happy Saturday. Let's do that. Let's get gather entropic energy to channel into an enemy, sapping the target's might and vitality. Okay. Vigor. It boosts myself or allied targets. Frozen Affliction. I like it. I like it. We will go Frost. We will go dual wield Frost. Character colors, black, black. Let's do something like this. Black and crimson. Little tired, long day of forging today. Oh, and it's time for Tyranny and chill. How am I doing? I'm doing well. I have a headache, which sucks. I bet it's going to get worse. I'm hoping it doesn't. But other than that, I feel really good. I'm happy to be starting this game. It's going to be fun for sure. Okay, we will choose this. Any raven banners? Let's see. Any parrot banners? Do we have parrot banners? No, we don't have parrot banners or raven banners for that matter. We don't have burbs. What is this? This looks like a skewered seagull. Oh, wait, this is a burb. This is like an eagle, maybe. Falcon. Oh, this is a burb too. This is an eagle. This is maybe a pigeon. Alright, we will go with one of these. We will ask the burb master. Okay, Parrot, tell me which one. You are the burb master here. This one or this one? You like the diving one, this one. D2. That's not a command. Okay, we have this one then. It's going for the loot. I like it. And this one is protecting the loot. You're playing through this at the moment. It's slow going for you. Oh, really? That's nice. That's very nice. Okay, this attribute is recommended for you because of your training in dual wielding. Quickness, wits, resolve. You know what I learned from pillars? I go full resolve. Screw vitality. We don't want vitality here. Obviously, that's not what we are doing. I don't know what we are doing. Swooping in the rogue we are. Swooping in like the rogue we are, yeah. This is hard mode, yeah. True, this is hard mode. In turn, you can actually improve these stats as you level. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That is another good thing about Tyranny. What's important is what we start with, so... maybe start equally? This is a very... the terrible move, right? This never works. This is never good. This is like making the move that your opponent does at chess. It never works. It sounds like a smart plan. It never works. Spread it. No, I think we have to focus on something. So we can cast spells and we can attack. Quickness is going to be good for both of them. So there's that. Finesse is going to be good for both of them as well. But only halfway, like only with the accuracy. Wits is only good for spells. And this is not good for anything in terms of damage and attacks. As for dialogues, I'd assume resolve and wits are the most important as far as dialogues go. F +2, quickness +4, wits +2. See, then we don't put any points in resolve, which is very important for dialogues. Oh, for sure we would like to see Elmaster, why wouldn't we? For sure. Yeah, wits is good for magic defense also. I was just considering what they are good for in terms of attacks, landing hits and actually making hits. Obviously, resolve is the best for defense. So we will go for 4 resolve, 2 wits, and, you know, for sure, 1 finesse and 1 quickness. That's what we are going to do. Points available. How many points can we put in here? We can put max. Is the art channel okay? Sure, art channel is okay. Wherever you want to put them. You can make your own self-promo forum thread if you want. If you have something, you know, if you're selling something, if you have an Etsy page or whatever. Or otherwise, you can use the art channel. Feel free to use wherever. Resolve not being the dialogue stat anymore is why you like pillars too. Okay. But it is a dialogue stat in this one, right, Prague? So we will go mainly for lore and subterfuge. Set them for 35. Then dual wield is going to be our main attack, so set it for 35. I like round numbers, so set this for 30. Dodge. You don't remember anymore, okay. You're not that guy, you just want to show us some stuff. Well, there's nothing wrong with it if you want to. Okay, this is fine, I think. This kind of starts. are the extra points. Dodge isn't that good. Dodge skill defends against range attacks from bows, javelins, or magic spells. Higher skill ranks will reduce damage taken, even cause enemies to miss their attacks altogether. Why is it not recommended? Higher skill defense against melee attacks and spells. Higher skill ranks will reduce damage from enemy attacks and may lead them to miss together. What about athletics? Maybe we put some points in athletics as well. These could be used in interactions. Like something like this. Hey Draven. Draven, I woke up today and I was happy to see you streaming. I said yes, I could catch Draven's stream today. I opened your page and I went to the kitchen to prepare some late breakfast. When I came back, you had raided Nolax. And I was like, oh, not again. How are you doing, Raven? I read that you really enjoyed Final Fantasy 16. How did it go? Of course, we are choosing quick start, right? We don't want to do anything in detail. That's the style of this channel. Okay, we are going Conquest. Selecting the Conquest option will allow you to play through Kairos' Conquest of the Tears, choosing how your character was involved in the invasion. This gives you the most control over the starting state of the game and how other factions will react to your character. It was very, very good. You really loved the battle mechanics and the storyline. I'm happy to hear that. I've been hearing only good things about Final Fantasy 16.
All the world has fallen to Kairos, and now the Overlord's eye is on the Tears, our home. The last corner of the world free of Kairos' reign. Two armies, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, march south from the Northern Empire, the last realm to fall to Kairos a century prior. In the early days of 428, Kairos' armies arrive at the Gates of Judgment, the mountainous border that we Tearsmen so long believed unassailable. Unable to agree on a unified plan of defense, the various leaders of the Tears sit and wait for each other to deal with the conquerors, until it's too late.
Okay. During the conquest, you will decide your character's actions during Kairos' invasion of the Tears, shaping the world through which you will adventure over the course of the game. Each choice you make affects your character and how major factions of the Tears respond to you. Your decisions matter. Choose wisely. I haven't started yet, but I've barely started. We are still creating the character, although I know it's going to be a great time. The Bastard City. The Bastard City stood on the northern border between Kairos' empire and the Tears. Built upon a natural harbor at the crossroads between realms, the city was a nexus of commerce. To the Tears, it was the center of all wealth. To a northerner, it was little more than a backwater trading post. Its symbolic status as a gateway to the continent made it a natural first target in Kairos' military conquest. Circumstances were ideal for you to prove your worth as a soldier in Kairos' armies. Taking the city would send a message to the rest of the Tears. Kairos' will is insurmountable. You know what kind of playthrough you'll be doing. Good Man in the Bad World or Embrace the Evil campaign. So, without spoiling too much, even though I do not remember any details from the game, I did go for several of the endings in the past. Except I have never gone for uniting the rebel factions kind of ending. I don't know how that is done. I don't know the walkthrough for that. I may fail at that, but that is kind of what I want to try for this playthrough. I will try to do that. So I will definitely try to be a good guy. I like to do that, you know me. I'm not going to embrace the evilness and spread the power of evil. I'm going to try to face against Kairos. That is my intention. And if I can unite the rebel factions while doing that, I will be happy. Alright, Board Game On, enjoy your dinner. Thanks so much for the lurk. You had a hard time getting into Tyranny when you tried it out at launch, but plan to restart it at some point and play through. I loved it at launch. I'm sorry you had a hard time. Obviously, these kind of games are not for everyone, but yeah, I think it's a very good game. So I should get used to reading these as well. Named for its position between two realms in the Northern Empire and the Southern Tiers, the Bastard City and its surrounding lands, known as the Bastard Tier, is a melting pot of cultures and a place for commerce and intrigue. The Tiersmen of the South view the Bastard City as a place of wealth and excess, but to the people of the Northern Empire, the Bastard City is little more than a sprawling slum. Junon the Adjudicator established his court in the Bastard City. From this foothold in the Tiers, he and his court of Fatebinders imposed Kairos' laws upon the conquered land. Kairos. Kairos is a name out of legend. For centuries, the Overlord has consolidated power, sending vast armies to swallow entire realms, the most powerful mystic the world has ever seen. Kairos can issue edicts, magical proclamations that level cities, spread pox, sunder the lands, or change the course of seasons. So in this game, Kairos is like an undefeatable evil. And if you go against Kairos with your decisions, you know that you are going against an undefeatable power, which can level lands with just spells from wherever they are sitting, you know. It doesn't even have to show themselves. It's a terrible, insurmountable power. Still, you can choose to go against Kairos, and there are factions and people who do so at great cost to themselves. The Archons, the masters of magic throughout the known world, bow to Kairos, and the Overlord readily destroys any Archons unwilling to kneel. These sorceresses and madmen lead to the Overlord's armies in near-endless conquests. As the realms of the known world fall to the Overlord, these captured territories are divvied up amongst the Archon to manage. Able to deliver the suffering and woe to every corner of Terratus without leaving the capital, few have seen the Overlord in person. Though Kairos' name is the single most recognized name in the world, only the Archons can say what the Overlord looks like. Infiltrate the Tiers. Both armies sent their forces to prepare the way. Gates of Judgment. In the first major engagement of the war, Kairos' armies crossed the mountains and established a foothold. Hopefully we will also learn just what an Archon is. There wasn't a link that I missed, right? In the first major engagement of the wars, Kairos' armies crossed the mountains and established a foothold. Do we do that? No, we will infiltrate the Tiers. Both armies sent their forces to prepare the way. Oh, we can, okay. We can see the outcome. 8. Oh, okay, we can choose what we do here. So if we choose this Gates of Judgment, the armies of Kairos took the battle to the Gates of Judgment, trumpeting the opening call of the conquest of the Tiers. The two armies, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, brought their distinctive sense of order and chaos to the assault. You went to battle alongside an army whose approach best suited your strengths. Archon is when you merge two temples together, yes. Well, no. But yes. History would remember the Gates of Judgment as the first battle of the conquest, but the real combat unfolded with advanced units of both armies preparing for the coming war. The Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus each had a plan to infiltrate the capital city. Which army did you join? Okay, so let's look at them. Disciplined and battle-hardened, the Disfavored are an elite legion in Kairos' army. They spearheaded the conquest of the younger realms, finding themselves always outnumbered but never outclassed. Led by steadfast and dutiful Graven Ash, whom they follow with obsession to devotion, they are committed to imposing their interpretation of order upon the relative lawlessness of the Tiers. The legion only tolerates northerners in their ranks, priding themselves on their high standards and cultural purity. Scarlet Chorus. Scarlet Chorus is little more than a gang of thugs and their captive slaves. Rather than organized under commissioned officers, the Chorus follow a hierarchy seemingly ruled by whoever has the bravado to command and defend their position. At the head of this chaotic pecking order, the Archon of Secrets, better known as the Voice of Nerat, treats the battle Scarlet Chorus as his personal army. Scarlet Chorus often suffers tremendous losses after battle, only to swell in the aftermath when captured enemies and collateral prisoners are given the cruel opportunity to join or die. So I do like Scarlet Chorus because of their musical references. You know, there are a lot of, we are going to be seeing a lot of musical references in their members. So, you know, chorus and voices already, we start with that. So I would like to support Scarlet Chorus whenever I can in these choices. You will infiltrate the tiers with the Scarlet Chorus. You join the Scarlet Chorus as they raided villages and small towns, conscripting every able-bodied man and woman into the army. The voices of Nerat emphasize the reverse of conscription and enslavement over wanton bloodshed. Apparently, his soldiers needed the reminder, so you rush with the chaotic mass of the Scarlet Chorus, flanked the Bastard City's army, and drove them to flee. Let's read about Graven Ash. The last of the great northern generals to stand against the Overlord in ages past. Oh, Graven Ash is the final one to stand against Overlord. Archon Graven Ash now serves Kairos as Supreme Commander of the Disfavored Legion and is charged with conquering the tiers. Graven Ash shares a powerful bond with the soldiers under his command and regards each of them as family. The death of a soldier at enemy hands represents a grievous loss to the old general, who bears the burden of his love with mournful stoicism. Did this game only having humans as a playable species impact its popularity? I don't think so. I don't don't know. But it was never highly popular to begin with, so maybe you're right. Graven Ash, your long lost brother. Okay, Scarlet Chorus. No, we read that. Voices of Nerat.
New critical hits boost. Bogu_Bogu just boosted Kritsazich. New
What's
critical
that?
hits boost. Bogu_Bogu just boosted Xigzalka.
Okay.
New critical hits boost. Bogu_Bogu just boosted Arena.
What, nothing smart for Arena? What kind of a boost is that? Thank you for the boost, Bogu. I appreciate it, and welcome to the channel. Good to have you. Known in his official capacity as the Archon of Secrets, the voice of Nerat is equal parts genius and madman. Rumors abound that he can steal the minds of others, though few, if any, are alive to confirm as much.
Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Tactics.
Okay, let's go there.
New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Sacred. New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Revenant.
Thank you for the boosts, QP. So folks, just a quick reminder that
worried, great hero.
the new poll for the game that we are going to play, Tyranny, is up, since Tyranny is a short game, and Revenant is part of them, so since QP just boosted it, I wanted to mention again that the poll is up and going on, the current leader being Might and Magic 7. Rumors abound that he can steal the minds of others, though few, if any, are alive to confirm as much. The subjects of his interrogation are never heard from again, and the Archon is able to recall the memories of his victims with startling accuracy. He is the inconsistent leader of the Scarlet Chorus, vacillating between commanding from the vanguard and directing his armies in absentia. Despite his strange methods, no one doubts that the voice of Nerat is an accomplished strategist, even suggesting that his madness stems from thinking hundreds, perhaps thousands of steps ahead of his enemies. You boosted it for security reasons. Oh, I have no doubt that Revenant is going to lose this poll. I will be bold enough to dare say that. I'm not giving it any chance. I think either KOTOR or Might and Magic 7 is going to win. Okay, we are going to infiltrate the tiers and we are going to aid Scarlet Chorus. The howling mobs of the Scarlet Chorus found easy pickings among the villagers and frontier towns. Rallying an experienced gang under your control, you flooded the unprotected settlements with a deluge of bloodthirsty soldiers, rounding up the innocent for merciless rites of conscription. The young and infirm alike received makeshift weapons, and examples were made of all who challenged your forces. Bolstered with fresh recruits, your army gathers strength for the invasion to come. Containing the fire. Your fiercest opponents in the Bastard City were the mages of the School of Wild Wrath. Too barbaric to use their power responsibly, the unbridled practitioners needed to be stopped. How did you trick the hot-tempered mages into their undoing? Inside agents. With the border garrison captured by your disfavored allies, you traveled ahead of Kairos' armies and lurked in the shadows of the bastard city. You decided that converting one of the locals to Kairos' side would help bring the city to its knees. After all, corruption starts from within. We are going to go for the inside agents. You came to an arrangement with a well-connected smuggler who knew how to sneak agents of the Scarlet Chorus behind the city walls. The Scarlet Chorus were better operatives than soldiers, and this work required a subtle touch. I like this one. I like this one. After accepting his dessert payments, the smuggler uncovered a long-forgotten tunnel that intersected with the sewers of the bastard city. Armed with maps of the subterranean layout, your Scarlet Chorus allies fanned out to occupy various city districts undercover. They spent the ensuing weeks murdering key officials, sabotaging defenses wherever possible, weakening the tier's capital under the very noses of its leaders. Betrayal of the bastard city. Your tactics of infiltration placed you in the bastard city ahead of the main armies. Your work softened the city's defenses for the arrival of Kairos' forces, but you wanted a decisive gesture that would give your allies a meaningful advantage. How did you assist in the fall of the bastard city? Okay. You challenged the commander of the bastard city's defenses to an honorable fight to the death. Disfavored wished to spare soldier lives for the battles ahead and civilian lives for occupation. You can get warriors' respite from this. Spreading the word of Kairos, you converted the poor and disaffected into a hidden army of the Scarlet Chorus. Once the dust settled, the army wished to bolster their troops with these sleeper cells. Gives me Searing Palm. It is a fire magic. Keeping to the shadows, you eliminated the leaders of the bastard city one by one. It gives me Concealed Shadows. So this is not related to Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus. I would actually prefer this, I think. And I kinda like this as well. One per encounter. Create a cloud of obscuring shadows and dust for a short duration. Enemies that use physical attacks against you have a significantly increased chance to miss.
New critical
and we
hits
also
boost.
cannot really
Thor Obliterator just boosted
attack.
Shadowrun. Returns.
So this is that is to be used if you are targeted. That's
Thor
nice
Obliterator
actually.
just boosted Wasteland.
Wastelands. Thank you for the boost, Thor. Thank you. Yeah, we will go with this. Some deaths were quite unnoticed, while others were gruesome beyond words. As a wave of murder overtook the city's elite, your deeds swelled in infamy. Well before the armies arrived, no one in the bastard city felt safe in their homes, much less behind their walls. By the time Kairos' forces crested the horizon, the city was fearful enough to throw open the gates and welcome their new protectors. There, we have taken over this city. The bastard city settled into a new state of normalcy, with every tower displaying Kairos' banner. Your name was whispered alongside rumors of a decorated carrier to come. The army is divided into two fronts and migrated south. Tunon sent word that you were to join the next frontier of Kairos' conquest, either as judge and overseer of the settlement of Latian's Crossing, or as a war advisor with the armies advancing into the realm of Apex. I'd rather go as a judge rather than a war advisor. Apex, the troops of the mountain realm of Apex stood idle in the safety of their valley, biding their time as their neighbors in the bastard steel fell. In the second year of war, a joint force of the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus crossed over the mountains to take control of the tier's central valley. The deposits of iron made the settlement of Latian's Crossing a strategic war asset. Kairos sent the forge-bound smith mages and of exceptional skill to establish a flow of weaponry. Tunon the Adjudicator sent one of his fate-binders to ensure the enforcement of Kairos' law. So let's... If we are sent as a judge, we can start implementing our own interpretation of the Kairos' law, which means start going against against him. Years ago, Lethean the Bold founded a small merchant town at the intersection of ancient old walls. A pact between the settlers and a mercenary company meant that caravans were able to travel without fear of bandits or bane, and the town thrived in modest insignificance. Lethean's crossing drew Kairos' attention for the iron deposits in the surrounding hills. With the region under Kairos' control, the northern smith mages could set up workshops to refine ore and arm the disfavored with the finest weapons in the known world. Archon of Secrets dismantled the mercenary support with a generous bribe, taking the crossing in a bloodless victory. Tunon dispatched you to travel alongside Kairos' forces and bring order to the region. So Tunon is new. Abuse that power. Did you like to use Maha? Yes. Tunon the Adjudicator is the Archon of Justice, ruler of the conquered realms, and arbiter of disputes. Oldest of the Archons sent to conquer the Tears, Tunon speaks with Kairos' authority. His true appearance remains hidden behind an iron mask, the face of judgment. Tunon is an impartial, sober creature, wholly obsessed with justice and order. Though assumed to be a powerful combatant, Tunon rarely strays from his throne room, entrusting his court of fate binders to act as his eyes and ears, as well as judges, juries, and executioners. Okay. The iron must flow. Kairos' smith mages worked day and night to create weapons. No one faulted their dedication, yet production was low. The plans that came to light proved divisive to the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus. On one hand, any additional manpower was needed for fighters, not forges. On the other hand, the celebrated weaponry of Kairos' armies needed to be fiercely guarded. How much did you miss? Not much. We are creating our character, Verm. We haven't started the game yet. Welcome, how are you doing? Happy Saturday. So to get you up to speed, I have created some sort of character with dual wielding and frost magic education and some extra knowledge in lore and athletics, dual wield fighting. So it is becoming again a silver-tongued deceiver, a kind of rogue character, and we are going to be a melee rogue this time with dual wielding weapons. There wasn't much to read on Wikipedia or Maybe Games. It didn't take long. Let's look at this. The Cult of Siren. Siren, Archon of Song, used her arcane charm to lure locals into joining Kairos' army. As a patroness of Scarlet Chorus, her efforts were critical to the conscription of new recruits. When an enthralled, disfavored soldier joined her cult, his company feared that the Archon was growing out of control and needed to be stopped.
Bother someone else.
Did I roll today? No, I rolled today. I rolled Green Tentacle. Okay, I like this one. We are going to take this case. The disfavored demanded that the Archon of Song cease her recruitment practices and that they be allowed to violently subdue her cult of followers. The loss of soldiers was a significant setback to the Scarlet Chorus conscription efforts. No.
Slave labor, Manny. That's the real ticket to success.
Second Advent? No. No second Advent today. In Scarlet Chorus tradition, you sent the latest batch of cultists to the front lines of the Apex campaign. Those who survived were welcome to remain in Kairos' military, and their performance would stand as testament to Siren's effectiveness. Yes, we are going to back Siren. Or Siren, I suppose. Siren. The Scarlet Chorus agreed to transfer Siren's latest recruits to the front lines of the Apex campaign. Your resolution fit their traditional model of conscription, so they considered it a fair alternative. In the weeks to come, more of them returned to active duty than even Siren herself expected, like owning to their obsessive devotion to the Archon and her enchanting music. Bullied by RNG. Yeah. Like all of us. Ancient threats. Drawn to the arcane energy around the forges, mystical predators from the nearby old walls began to raid Lethean's Crossing at all hours. Both of Kairos' armies reserved their strength for the front lines of the war, and yet the city required protection. You had to delegate the responsibility somewhere. A red anvil. One of the Kairos' smith mages swore allegiance to the Scarlet Chorus. jealously hoarding the secret of iron forging, the disfavored demanded the smith's immediate return. The Scarlet Chorus insisted that they were within their rights to take allegiance from any source. Tempers flared and the forges cooled as arguments stalled productivity. Since Kairos' law dictated that the secrets of iron to be granted only to smith mages, you ruled that the new recruit's mind be erased of all memory. Oh. Since the smith mage would not willingly return to work, you enlisted the disfavored to return him there in chains. So we cannot make Scarlet Chorus keep the guy. I don't like any of these. Let's send since the disfavored used most of the iron that came out of Latin's crossing, it fell to them to stand as the city's vigilant protectors. The Scarlet Chorus enjoyed a necessary reprieve. Let's send the disfavored to protect the city and give the Scarlet Chorus some party time. Though the disfavored were averse to your ruling, they couldn't argue with the reasoning behind it. They rallied in the streets of Latin's crossing, patrolling on alert in shifts that lasted day and night in an impressive show of force. They managed to repel several attacks from the predators in districts that would have otherwise suffered great harm. Able to do some good, the disfavored still detested you for keeping them from the battle with their real enemy in the tiers. Who controlled the crossing? Tragedy struck when a mercenary hired the voice of Nerat injured a forge-bound artisan, leaving him unable to practice his crafts. Tunon ordered the mercenaries to leave the city in the hands of Kairos' more responsible servants. Only a token garrison could be left behind while the armies returned to the front. As the disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus showed increasing tension and hostility toward each other, Tunon decreed it best that only one force controlled the crossing. Who controlled the crossing? You granted control of Latin crossing to the disfavored. You granted control of Latin crossing to the Scarlet Chorus. Obviously Scarlet Chorus. The Scarlet Chorus flooded Latin's crossing with the overeager and undisciplined recruits. In the first few days of occupation, settlers suffered under rampant theft, murder, rape, and arson. By the following week, the horsemen who sought chaos for personal gain were dead, strung up by the more disciplined half that took up the reins as the self-appointed bosses of Latin Crossing. The Forgebound continued to mint iron weapons and armor, which Kairos' merchants carted to the disfavored garrisons elsewhere in the tiers. Shipments were light and or sometimes absent. The Scarlet Chorus quartermaster claimed ignorance of the matter. I'm fine with that. With the mercenaries expelled and Latin's crossing under new leadership, Kairos' forces congratulated themselves on bringing order to the settlement and guaranteeing a protective flow of resources. Over the course of this diversion, the army front advanced further into the tiers. Your skills were needed in the realm of Azure, Stalwart, or the Vellum Citadel. Okay, let's take a look at all three. Kairos dispatched the Archon of Stone to subjugate the nation of Azure. With its easily defended position and rich military tradition, the realm of Stalwart was the most formidable realm in the tiers. Kairos' concurring gaze fell upon the Vellum Citadel, its treasures, its knowledge, its secrets. Let's go for Stalwart. The realm of Stalwart was best known for its proud army. Disciplined, courageous, and undefeated on their home soil, skill and resolve made Stalwart a military power that Kairos forces approached with due caution. With its southern position, Stalwart had been largely safe from the war, watching for 2 years as its neighbors fell to Kairos' forces. On the dawn of the third year of war, Kairos' forces were finally poised to invade the Stalwart Peninsula and subdue the tier's most wanted army. The The stalwart defenders burned their crops as they retreated, leaving the invaders little to forage. Starving, the Scarlet Chorus mob raided from the disfavor's well-maintained supply lines, incurring casualties on both sides. A contentious setback. After a defeat at the hands of enemy defenders, the Scarlet Chorus accused the disfavored of recklessness. The disfavored claimed the Scarlet Chorus brought too few soldiers to cover their flanks. Both armies refused to march until you gave a ruling. Knowing the disfavored reputation for discipline as well as Scarlet Chorus's powers to instill fear and frenzy, you decided that the Scarlet Chorus was in the wrong. Lacking proof that the Scarlet Chorus recruits were negligent, you punished the disfavored commander for his failure and for bringing charges without evidence. Makes sense. What is this? You ordered the thieving Scarlet Chorus soldiers be spiked for their affront. By your command, the disfavored shared their provisions. The thieves each lost a hand for their treachery. I don't know if I should go all out for supporting Scarlet Chorus. That's probably not a great idea. So I'm trying to choose where Scarlet Chorus is in the right, rather than falsely ruling that they are right. That is why I think I'm going to avoid this. Lacking proof that the Scarlet Chorus recruits were negligent, you punish the disfavored commander for his failure. Okay, let's do that. Raven Ash was the first step forward to dispute your ruling. He argued that the Scarlet Chorus were a directionless menace, sowing chaos and disorder wherever they went. What further evidence did you need? After you politely reminded him that his opinions were inadmissible, he stormed out of the camp with a unit of soldiers and didn't return for several hours. Negative conscription. Scarlet Chorus soldiers were spotted fighting alongside the stalwart defenders. Voices of Nerat insisted they were spies and enlisted to gauge the army's weaknesses and sow discontent. The disfavored accused the soldiers of treason and demanded a bloody reprisal. The contentious armies sought your ruling on the matter. Fall of the regions. The armies of Kairos collaborated on the capture of an enemy leader. The Scarlet Chorus requested she be interrogated by the Archon of Secrets. The disfavored wished to display her corpse in battle. Since the stalwart defenders refused to surrender, a gesture was needed to instill fear. Well, I mean, she has to be interrogated, right? You ordered the enemy commander be sent to the Voices of Nerat for interrogation. Yeah. Like so many enemy prisoners, the stalwart regent vanished inside the Voices of Nerat's tents, never to be seen again. Her screams were the only evidence that she had ever passed through the camp, and those went on beyond what most considered possible. When at last she fell silent, the voices invited you inside. There was no regent to be found, only a map which the voices had marked with hasty scrolls, marking supposed weaknesses in the enemy defense. What does Voice of Nerat do? Does he eat the prisoners? The disfavored carved a slow, steady path into the heart of Stalwart and surrounded the enemy's massive fortress. With the main bulk of their forces defeated, the enemy leadership retreated to their mighty fortress, content to wait out the war. The Overlord answered this impudence with an edict of storms on the peninsula. A devastating spell that would endure for as long as the cowardly hearts of Stalwart leaders persisted in beating. I don't remember, no. I don't remember. Isn't that cool? That is very cool, right? I will find out again. Knowing before anyone else that the edict would occur, the Voice of Nerat lobbied for you to deliver the mighty incantation. Aside from being given a 3-day window to read the edict, you received no other instructions. Okay. Agreeing with the wishes of the disfavored, you proclaimed the edict at once, leaving the enemy no time to react. Stalwart had ample opportunity to surrender for several years. The time for mercy was long gone. In an attempt to ingratiate themselves with the people of Stalwart, Scarlet Chorus insisted that warning be sent to towns and villages. so that people may prepare for the horror about to descend on them. Yes, we are definitely chorus. I mean, supporting chorus or not, we are definitely sending precaution warnings to town and villages. Kairos' wrath was intended for the cowardly regions of Stalwart, not those unfortunates swept up in the calamity of their leadership. A warning in advance of the spell would give locals time to prepare for the devastation to come. We are content to let punishment fall on the innocent as lightly as Kairos' will allows. Comforted that you might yet spare lives, you broke the seal of Kairos' Edict of Storms and read the Overlord's incantation. The clear skies darkened as you read the final words of the edicts. A flurry of wind and rain whipped through the rolling plains and craggy canyons, turning rocks, uprooted trees, and helpless soldiers into hazardous shrapnel. Armed with a measure of foresight, you were able to remove yourself from the area before the storms grew more violent. Over time, nearby communities told of cyclones consisting of thousands of soldiers' worth of limbs, spears, armor, and skulls. What's more, the weather showed no sign of dissipating. Several units of disfavored who fought the enemy in spite of advancing storm were caught up in the Overlord's magic. The few survivors regrouped and nursed their wounds. Their failure to topple the Stalwart Legion shamed them into believing the dead more fortunate. The name Stalwart fell from use. People took to calling it the Blade Grave, for the remade landscape festooned with the iron and bronze armaments of two once great legions. As Kairos' forces departed, you spared a glance back at the ruins of Stalwart, marveling at your work. You didn't have long to rest before Tunon called you into service once more. The edicts are really pretty terrifying concepts, yeah. Look, the edict instruction didn't say when you had to declare it. Classic legal loophole. Actually, it does. The legal instructions does say that it has to be read within 3 days. So the only choice we could make was read it either as soon or as late as possible. Conquest complete. You have reached the end of Kairos' conquest. Do you want to continue or erase your progress and start over? We will continue. Athletic skill can be used to intimidate characters in conversation. Okay.
The year is 431, and Kairos' invasion has shattered all major opposition in the tiers. The Younger Realms, the Bastard Tier, the Free Cities. All who defied Kairos lay broken by battle or bowed in surrender. The two armies of the Overlord, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, now control our lands. But our will is not yet extinguished. Not entirely. In the Valley of Vendrian's Well, those of us unwilling to bow to Kairos have banded together in defiance. Violating an oath of surrender from 2 years prior, we have staged a bloody uprising, murdering the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus garrison in a midnight assault. With their main forces spread across the tiers, the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus redeploy to Vendrian's Well to crush the resistance, but months pass with no definitive battle. As disagreement and discord paralyze the Archons, we bide our time and wait for our message of insurrection to spread across the tiers. The Overlord is not amused, and Kairos has one message for the Archons: crush the Oathbreakers or die. Kairos backs this threat with an edict, a magical commandment that can slay all in the valley should the order be ignored. The honor of proclaiming this edict fell to you. Sent across the mountains to Vendrian's Well, you carry the Overlord's edict to read before the Archons. As you finally make your way through the winding mountain passes into the valley, the ground trembles, and Kairos' magic seals the way behind you. You are trapped in Vendrian's Well, with Kairos' armies and the Oathbreakers. The only way to survive is to fulfill the terms of the Overlord's edict, in any way that you can.
Fatebinder Mitral, I presume. We've been expecting you. Alright, I need a short break. You know, I will be back in less than 5 minutes. And we will properly start this game. I'm going to run some ads. Thank you for your patience with them. They are to disable the pre-rolls for an hour. So enjoy the clips in less than 5 minutes. I'll be back and stay tuned. We can do that. No worries. Your sandwich fell buttered down on your keyboards. What? Why didn't you glue a cat to the other side? Yeah, good to continue. See, we are fine. I told you we were fine.
Me, whatever shall I do?
That balloon looks silly on your head.
Oh, does it? Thank goodness you were here to tell me that. Whatever would I have done without your keen powers of observation?
You're mean. Shut up.
Get bent, you little runt.
I love this guy. Can we play him instead of Sarah? Okay. Nothing here. Then that means we are taking this road. Let's call the horse. Come on, Pebbles. Hey, yeah. Who put the house there?
I could use some help.
I wish to summon a horde to overrun my enemies. What, it's going to be a horde of rabbits or something? I wish that magic would fail to affect me or my party. Well, that might... Okay, let's try this. What? It was actually rabbits! What the heck? I should have picked up the heal option. Yeah, they do, and they are amazing at grenade aiming. I don't think this is how this weapon is supposed to be used, but you know.
Have you seen a young woman with a Latin guy?
Maybe. I don't know.
What do you mean, maybe I don't know?
I have...
Hey, are you alright? Oh no, he's dead! He behaved so strangely when I asked about Nico.
I know,
and
he
Kai.
died. That's so strange. He must have been guilty of something.
Hi.
Don't pick at it, Max. It's too hard to get back in the socket.
Jimmy, I don't know how I got here, but I'm sorry for all the things I said. Don't worry, baby. Now that you're back in my life, nothing can stop me now. I'm unbeatable.
Thanks for the glove, Jimmy.
I'm feeling full of the Christmas spirit already.
Where to, Sam?
We're off to the north.
Makes sense. Sabotage myself. I'm back. I finally caved in and took some painkillers. It was only getting worse.
Welcome back.
Anyway. Aurora. Okay, let's look around. Welcome to Terratis. If this is your first visit to the world of Tyranny, watch these windows to help you become familiar with the game. You can disable tutorial messages at any time from the game options window. Hey Melandil, welcome. How are you doing today? Good to see you. So for anyone who missed the character creation, we are actually playing the game at hard difficulty this time around, since this game is easier than Pillars. It is shorter than pillars, and I've had quite a bit of experience with pillars since this game is pretty similar to pillars in many ways, so I have chosen to go with the hard difficulty. As far as our character goes, the starting stats are 14 resolve, 12 wits, 11 quickness, and 11 finesse. We are focused on dual wielding. We have some extra training in lore, subterfuge, and athletics, and we also know how to cast frost spells. So that is our character. What's this? Commander's Wheel. Is this a DLC item or something? I'll take it. Fatebinder's Seal. It's an accuracy with tenacity. +2 resolve. The seal of a Fatebinder is used to stamp documents with tune on sigil. Though modest in appearance, the seal is a representation of the Kairos' legal approval. Merely holding it impresses upon the wielder's sense of authority. Okay, it goes into one of the 2 accessory slots. Rogue's Letters. Remove a hostile effect on kill. Allied AoE. Okay, I like it. Opportunist. 20% bonus damage on bleeding, burning, dazed, mage, fire, hobbled, paralyzed, poisoned, prone, stunned, and sundered enemies. Let's put this on. I like this compare menu. I like it. Phalanx. So I have a regular bronze axe and a regular bronze hammer. Let's equip this, and I'd like to compare these two. This has more DPS. No, this has more DPS. Wait, let's do it like this. Bronze axe has more DPS and recovery, less accuracy and armor penetration. Complete party stash. We have Kairos' Edict. The scroll contains the words of Kairos' Edict you have been commanded to deliver. If Ascension Hall has not been taken by my forces before morning on the Day of Swords, all in the valley when this edict is passed will perish. We can put these to chest also. We have the endless chests of Pillars of Eternity in this game also. And we start with 10 potions? Okay. That's a lot of stuff we start with. Armor against slash damage, armor against crush damage. Slash crush, pierce, what is this? Fire damage. 0. Why are the zeros shown? Oh, because I have a regular armor of 3, but 0 against pierce and fire. If I put this on, it's 2 for everything. Okay. Let's see, do we have quick save? Stealth on, stealth off. So this is stealth, not scouting. I wonder if it works as the same as pillars, or if it doesn't help with finding hidden stuff with this one.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Armor penetration will be a lot more important here than in PoE 1. Something to keep in mind. Okay, good to know. Good to know. So, select all party members. Let's set it to... Oh, it's the console. Okay. It's going to be backspace though. Hello? Restore speed. Do we have the F and Q? F is formations. I will keep F from pillars. Thrust, Flurry of Blows, Frozen Grasp, Concealing Shadows. This is somewhat more like the World of Warcraft system where you have skills and items in your quick bar. Okay. What is Thrust? Single target attack that inherits elements of the attacker's fighting style. For your blows, unleash a double attack on any targets. So is this a ranged item? Yes, 8-meter range.
Can't do that.
On weapon crit, allied AoE. Quick save completed, notifications top right. Missives. Okay, these are the talent trees. Good to know. We have a point in the agility tree. Target an enemy, then launch multiple projectiles into the air. Each one strikes a random enemy within the selected area, routing them. Whirlwind Strike, perform a powerful whirling attack against all nearby enemies. Leadership. Plant your banner on the battle. So this... The party gains 2 additional quick item slots and consumables used while in combat armor effect. Adds a marking effect to the Thrust ability. Attacks against the marked target gains bonus accuracy. Okay, it works with Thrust, which is the agility ability. No. No, Thrust is just... We have it automatically. Apply poison with weapon attacks made from stealth. Range, magic. There's so much, too much to look at. Grants a bonus to lore skill. Every tree has an ability that affects Thrust. Okay, good to know. So a quick question, do the companions also have talent trees? Or is it just Mitral? Just the main character? I kind of like the power tree. They have their own talent trees, 2 of them unique to each companion. Oh, okay, so it's not these. So I was hoping to have leadership on one of them. Two-handed mastery, unarmed mastery. So power tree can have two-handed and unarmed masteries. Defense has one-handed mastery. Agility probably has dual-wield mastery, yes. I like leadership, but not necessarily on the main character. I think agility we have to go for. If only for the dual-wield masteries. And obviously sneak attacks, right? I like power, but maybe not all the way down. I guess I also don't know how many points we'll be gaining throughout our adventure. I don't know the level limits. I don't know how many points we gain per level. So there's much that I don't know about. I guess it's safe to start by focusing on agility. Trying to make our way as quickly as possible to dual-wield masteries. Although I do like the bonus to lore skill talent. Maybe 1 point here, and then we are done. Could be something. Yum, yum, yum. Adds a rooting effect to thrusts. Adds a feint to your thrusts, blinding your opponent as you strike them with your attack. This is very good, for sure. Okay, we'll see. Let's play the game rather than... Oh, this is very slow. Scroll speed. Okay, this is better. So stealth. It doesn't say scout. We have 4 camping supplies out of 6. Even at hard difficulty, we can have a maximum of 6 camping supplies. That's interesting. I believe Pillars of Eternity hard difficulty has a maximum of 3. Okay, let's go. Start. Aurora. Kairos the Overlord be praised. When I heard the avalanche, I feared the valley was sealed with you on the other side. The disfavored warrior claps her gauntlet to her breastplate, the traditional salute of her legion. Hey Nix, how are you doing? Mithril the tyrant. I'm not the tyrant. I'm just I'm just the judge and the edict reader. How are you, Nix? Good to see you. Welcome. Disfavored warrior claps her gauntlet to her breastplate, the traditional salute of her legion. Disfavored. Favor, wrath. I am guessing this is character specific, not faction specific. Could be character specific also. Judge, jury, and executioner. That's true. That's true. That is true. Conversations. Conversation involve you, another character, and sometimes additional parties like bystanders or companions who may interject. The choices you make change how the story develops and will build a reputation for your character over time. People in the world will learn of your reputations, good and bad, and respond accordingly. We were told that a Fatebinder was coming, and though our commanders will not say why, it seems obvious. Gravanash and Voices of Nerat can agree on nothing, least of all battle plans to wipe out the Oathbreakers. I trust you bring orders from Tunon that will break this deadlock. Okay, let's see what Oathbreakers are. In honor of the Wandering Guard reneging on the surrender of 429, soldiers in both the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus now refer to these tiersmen as Oathbreakers. It is perhaps one of the few points of agreement between the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus. Lore 20. Can you hear that hum in the air? That glow around the rocks? The avalanche is Kairos' magic. The Overlord has sealed the valley. So, this is something good and bad. Whenever we use a skill, it gains skill points, and that is how the skills improve. So in order to improve lore, we have to actually choose lore dialogue options. It is good because it makes a lot of sense that skills improve as you use them, but it will make me feel like I have to choose those options whenever I can. Whether they fit what I'm intending to do or not, I guess that is fine with lore. But with a skill like athletics, for example, which can be used to intimidate the conversation partner, I may not necessarily want to intimidate them, but I might feel compelled to use it anyway to gain experience. Lore will improve from spellcasting as well. Yeah, of course. That too, but, you know, I'm trying to make another point. I'm not sure if I'm clear about what I'm trying to say. Your senses see more than mine, good Fatebinder. I do not pretend to know much about such things, but if that was Kairos' magic and you are here on an important business, well, you don't have to be the Archon of Secrets to guess that you are here to proclaim an edict. What does Kairos have in store for the enemy? 10 years of festering plague, an edict of twisted bones? You say in general you will find that you have far more of subterfuge athletics than you really need quite quickly. Okay. The power of grinding compels you. True, it does. I come bearing an edict of Kairos. Our soldiers will complete their task or die. The edict is leveled against us? Her eyes widen with fear. Look at it. This changes according to her demeanor. Oh, by the way, I haven't read all of this. Your character's attributes, skills, history, and gender, as well as decisions you made in the conquest, may all open up options for you in dialogue. These options are not necessarily superior to the other responses, but give you a wider variety of choices to select from. The manner in which someone responds to your choices depends on their individual personality and attitude. Each character who speaks to you will display a banner beneath their portrait. These banners indicate which faction the character is allied with. So it's not character specific, it's faction specific. The tooltip on these banners will provide details about how that faction feels about you. You will often see the names of important characters and locations displayed in a gold text color. The tooltips of these glossary entries provide you with important information about the world. Okay. Subterfuge 20. Oh, let's read all of this. But the Scarlet Chorus prevents us from taking action. Why would the Overlord punish both of... She clears her throat with a sigh. Forgive me, it's not my place to question. We should have conquered the enemy within weeks of arriving in the valley. The delay reflects poorly on all of us. Subterfuge 20. Your first instinct is to blame the Scarlet Chorus. No wonder Kairos resorts to an edict to enforce order. Yes, well, her eyes shift to the side. There has indeed been little goodwill between our armies, and you are right. When we act as we do, what choice do we give the Overlord? She takes a deep breath, nodding as she exhales. And you are right, I should not cast blame so freely, especially not when talking to a servant of justice. My apologies. Well, you have traveled a long way. I won't keep you further. I'm sure the Archons will want to hear from you at... Her voice falls silent, her attention snapping eastward with alarm. Did you hear that? More runners, third time this week. The Oathbreakers keep trying to send messengers through the mountains to gather help from outside the valley. She points over to the collapsed path by which you arrived. But they're a bit too late for that now. Come, let's show these Oathbreakers a good fight. For the glory of Kairos! Tyranny uses a plausible real-time combat system because you will often manage more than one character at a time. It's a good idea to pause the game, issue orders, and resume real-time to see the orders play out. The options menu also contains many choices for automatic pausing when certain conditions are met, e.g. the start of combat. Press spacebar to pause and unpause the game. Your character can always perform basic attacks using their equipped weapon or their fists if fighting unarmed. Characters also have special abilities and spells they can use in combat. When a character is selected, their ability bar displays their hotkey abilities. As new abilities and spells are gained, they are automatically added to the ability bar. All of your character's abilities and spells can be accessed by selecting the category icon at the bottom of the selected frame. Abilities are grouped into talents, spells, combo abilities, artifact abilities, reputation abilities, and stances. Category icons for weapon sets and quick items follow. To use an ability, left-click on the ability icon or press the hotkey corresponding to its location. These are too basic. Do I even have to read them? Let's skip. All characters in the game, friend or foe, have 5 primary defenses against attacks: parry, dodge, endurance, field, magic. These defenses are based on the character's attributes, equipped items, and other effects. A character's accuracy is based on their skill with the type of weapon they are wielding. Accuracy is compared to the appropriate defenses when an attack is made to determine how likely it is that the attack will hit. Where is my accuracy? Is it indicated here? These are defenses. Accuracy is not here. There are 4 possible results from any attack: hit, critical hit, graze, and miss. A critical hit increases your damage, while a graze reduces it. With each attack, you gain experience in the weapon skills used to make the attack. Even a miss will grant some experience. So what does Trust do right now? Let's use abilities. Oh, she's not in my party right now. If you recall correctly, accuracy is displayed if you hover over an attack. Okay, in case you've never played a video game before, here's this. Yes. I don't think accuracy is displayed with the skills.
Right.
Let's cast a spell. Oh yeah. There are 6 categories of talents available to your character: leadership, defense, power, agility, ranged, and magic. With each level, you gain 1 point to purchase a talent from any of these categories, so 1 per level. Within a talent tree, each tier of talents unlocks based on how many talent points have been spent within that tree. To learn a talent, select it. Okay. Each companion has their own talent trees with unique abilities. Okay. Whetstone.
Right.
The avalanche has us blocked. Think you could feed that rubble? Through that rubble? Sure. Squeeze tree gap. Move boulder. 30 athletics. Press your weight against this boulder to directly in your path until it starts to move. Aha!
I got it. Will do. Right. Will do.
Ha 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 ha. Ho 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 ho. Sun Soldier's Javelin. I'll take a look at this. Welcome back, Ray. Welcome back. So Javelin can be used for a ranged attack as well. Oh ho 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 ho.
Ho 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 ho.
Don't bother with me. Go down to the pass, Drastus. The soldier clutches his gut and winces. You can see a hint of entrails between his fingers. You are wounded and it's not trivial. He laughs through clenched teeth. This, but a scratch. I've seen twice as worse, 10 times over. He doubles over in pain, gagging and shivering. If you let me help. I said I'm fine. The soldier moans and shakes his head. Gravinash protects. You go on and help the others. Gravinash, Archon of War, is capable of shielding his soldiers from injury and fatigue. No, no. What did I do? No, no. How do I go back? Ah. Critical hits. You scored a crit. Engagements. We know all about engagement from pillars. Movement and control, characters, stealth, lore and reactivity tooltips. Okay, we know about those. Skill increased. Did it though? Did it increase? I don't know, I didn't see it. Interactive objects. Knocked out. No one is knocked out, what are you talking about? Character recovery. All characters, friend and foe, must recover after every action they take in combat. This recovery timer is displayed above each character in combat. The length of recovery time varies based on the character, the weapon they are wielding, the armor they have equipped, and the attack, ability or spell they just used. If you issue an action to a character and want to cancel it, you can press X with that character selected. Once an action has progressed far enough, i.e. an attack has that damage, it cannot be cancelled. Let's not rush. The game makes me feel like I have to rush, but I won't. I will read these. You think a nice way to explain mechanics is prompting a tutorial after the first time they come up? Yeah, it would have been better. Desiccated corpses line the road of victory to Wendrian's Well, an example of the fate that awaits those who resist Kairos' will. The path behind you is now blocked. Kairos' magic has sealed the valley. Oh, this is interesting. I can press M to make this bigger. The ancient Weeping Mother statue pays homage to the Queen Lyserius, first of her name. Fresh water once flowed from the statue, but when Kairos' forces attacked Wendrian's Well in 429, the statue began weeping blood, and has done so ever since. Several skulls, bleached by the sun and picked clean by carrion birds, are spiked on a roughly hewn post. It is the only heraldry the Scarlet Chorus needs.
Try and catch me, worm.
A young Scarlet Fury weaves around the Wendrian Guard attackers, avoiding their weapons with fluid grace. She nods to acknowledge you. Scarlet Furies are the elite fighters of the Scarlet Chorus, distinguished by their graceful attacks and murderous persistence. Better armed and trained than most Chorus conscripts, the Furies are found among the vanguard of battle. Their brutal displays of skill and inspiring bloodlust in the masses and fear in the enemy. A breathless enemy soldier passes a glance to her countryman. This one is crazy! Too much blood in her water. We should cut our losses and turn back.
Harbinger, still standing after 3 years of war. Come join me in battle once again. We'll show these children how it's done.
Conquest decision. You spent the first year of the war fighting alongside Kairos' soldiers on the field of battle. Tunon demands all his Fatefinders to know war before they judge it. Given the choice of assignments, you elected to join the forward elements of the Scarlet Chorus tasked with moving ahead of the main battle line. Known among each other as the Harbingers, the group of first veterans is a dying breed these days, but those still alive, such as the Scarlet Fury you know as worse, are now some of the most accomplished and fearsome warriors of the Scarlet Chorus. Join the battle. Save something for me. For the realm of Apex, charge! The Wandering Guard level their weapons and advance. The Wandering Guard is the army of the landlocked realm of Apex, defenders of the central region of the Tiers. Named for House Wandrian, the ruling dynasty of Apex, the Guard has a reputation for being as resilient and stubborn as the mountains themselves. Ostensibly beaten by Kairos' armies and forced to surrender in 429, the Wandering Guard resurfaced in 431, brazenly defying Overlord's rule. Oh, okay, party member. Let's see. Skewer. Burst thrusts both of her weapons into the target, penetrating armor. Burning iron. Launch a burning arrow that sets foes on fire. Hey Kavi Koopa. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you again. Yeah, Tyranny time. Blood-soaked stone. Party members Mithril and Verse coordinate with Verse to knock your target prone, then follow up with a strong bleeding attack. I like it. Let's use that.
I got it. Will do.
Morag underestimated us.
You got it. I see it. Phew. I can tell you didn't spend the conquest in a diplomat's tent.
The fighter surveys the fresh corpses and nods with satisfaction.
I'm Verse, by the way. But there are more important things to take care of than introductions.
Those sound like
Those
Mercer
Vendrian
grunts.
guard we killed didn't come alone.
Could be, could be. You fight like a storm. What's your role in the army?
A Scarlet Fury, one of the elite killers of our ignoble gang. You'll see more than a few of us around camp, but don't let that fool you. We're a rare breed.
What's your tyrant like, mage? It's like a dual-wielding, close melee combat fighting frost mage. So it's like a spell sword. Roguish, with knowledge in lore and subterfuge. I will focus on dual wielding mostly.
Most of the soldiers in the Scarlet Chorus are little more than farmers and children armed with rusted forks. Makes them easier to control. The voices of Nerat called his best fighters to this siege. There must be something important about Vendrian's well, though don't ask me what. The Archon isn't in the habit of spilling secrets.
Why are the Vendrian's Guard attacking now?
My guess? The Vendrian Guard are testing our strength in battle, learning how we perform before they organize a real offensive. That, or they're really, really desperate to get beyond the mountains and couldn't wait until nightfall.
Not so fast. First explain what you're doing here.
The voices of Nerat told me to intercept you at Edgering Ruins before you busied yourself solving all of the camp's problems. Guess I was too late. You're due for a meeting with the Archons, but we should handle the small matter of this ambush first.
Join the battle. I'm ready if you are.
Eager. I like that. Before we go, you might search among the remains of our fallen comrades. Wherever they're bound, I doubt they'll miss their boots, much less any rings or any useful iron they might be clutching.
I see your points. Nice and practical.
No reason to pity the fallen. Before long, we might wish we'd joined them here. But at least we'll enjoy heavy pockets and warm toes.
So this faction is worse. This is not Scarlet Chorus. This reputation is with worse and worse only. So if we were to defy the chorus, worse might still stand with us, possibly, depending on our reputation. Obviously, just guessing at this point. Worse furrows our brow and focuses down on the battle to come. Scroll, Lesser Sigil of Reaching Grasp. I will just loot everything to the box for now. An empty spike stands waiting to claim its victim.
Can't do that. Quiet down!
Quiet. Well, here goes our stealth. Wandering Guard. Eyes forward, no looking back. The Wandering Guard warrior roars with his falchions held high, his words largely lost over the din of combat. Seems early. I just started the game. Yeah, it's early in the game. The Falx is an enduring symbol of military life in the tiers, adapted from the agrarian sites of Azur. The scourge blade was, in ages past, the weapon of peasants forced into battle. In the last century, the nobles of Apex took a liking to the weapon, and it has since become the weapon all serious Wandering Guard warriors endeavor to master. Stand aside, or your funeral will be over the side of the bluff. Seeing you squarely in his path, the soldier points his weapon your way. I applaud your bravery, but I implore you to end this foolishness and lay down your arms. Not a chance. If I surrender, I'm as good as dead. At least we can drag some of Kairos' chosen along our short journey to the void. As he signals his men to charge, the sound of the chanting rises from the south, drawing his attention. Scarlet Chorus reinforcements, hurry! Run down the Outbreakers, let none escape! Mocking blaze from Scarlet Chorus. From the red mob of reinforcements from the south, a blood chanter emerges at the head of the rabble, the ornamental crest of her staff pulsing with crimson tones. Signing sigils of magic and wordlessly moving her mouth, the blood chanter scribes a series of spells into the air. A red glow surrounds the Wandering Guard warriors as the chanter's magic worms its way into their minds, blinding them with rage. Hold positions, all of you! You there! Keep to the path! The warrior gestures along the canyon trail, but the soldiers turn their attention to the Scarlet Chorus, roaring challenges. No, don't engage them, we need to run! His orders falling on deaf ears, the warrior reluctantly readies his weapon. I couldn't cast this last time.
I got it. On it.
Okay. Come, quick! We have a situation on the cliffside. They have the commander. Sun Soldier's shield.
Right.
Verse wants to speak. Board bracers. We can take a look at this. Ceremonial Fatebinder Tune on Glows is better, mostly. More deflection, quicker recovery, less precision. What about something like this? Nah. The companion Verse has joined your party. Verse is a capable warrior skilled in both melee and range combat. As your car companions, you will need to balance their strengths against the strengths of your character to be successful in combat. While it's possible to adventure alone, you will find the game more rewarding with a well-balanced party. Okay, let's move on. I can enable their AI. Okay, I think I should do that. And try to control Mithril mostly. You can triple crown this game too. Yeah, you can. Where's the AI button? Okay. Verse has several stance abilities. Battle stance. Stance red geyser. Minus dodge. Minus parry. Three whispers. This is focusing on dodge. Let's give you accuracy. AI behavior enabled. Defend party as a blade dancer. Yep, it was shown in the tutorial. Verse will fight aggressively in melee. Okay. Let's keep this.
You should loot some of these bodies before moving on.
We'll talk when this is over.
Yes.
Weapons and armor are strewn haphazardly around the carts. Every blade shows signs of rust, and every piece of armor is in need of repair. Several skulls, bleached by the sun and picked clean by carrion birds, are spiked on a roughly hewn post. We read this. Kairos ordered the original icon of this favorite erased from memory. For over 100 years, this favorite have kept the scratched out iconography, wearing it with pride. The symbol of the Scarlet Chorus is smeared in blood on the tattered cloth ends. No effort has been made to repair the gaping tears. Heavy bronze graves. What are you doing? You'll draw attention to me. Pelox Tyrell. Stow your weapons or we find out how long a man screams before hitting the ravine down below. Cornered between a precipitous drop and a band of angry soldiers, the Oathbreaker warrior holds a disfavored officer at knife point. Skewer him! Worry not for me! Graven Ash will protect. Okay, I couldn't read this last time. The disfavored are all protected by Archon Graven Ash's mystical aegis, and many will attest that it allows disfavored to endure truly staggering punishment. However, there are no documented cases of a disfavored surviving decapitation, being sliced in half, or other wantonly fatal doses of trauma. It is highly unlikely that Ash's Aegis will save Drastus from his neck being sliced open. The disfavored officer winces, blood seeping from the seams of his bracers and cuirass. You heard the man. He plainly invited you to use that little blade of yours. What are you waiting for? Permission from your pimp? This blade? With a jerk of the knife, he slices off a clump of Drastus' matted hair. If you are so eager to see your ally dead, just step closer. Lower your weapon, then charge forward and wrest the knife from him. Of course we do this. We have to do this. You have gained favor with Scarlet Chorus, with disfavored, and 83 athletic skill experience. The Oathbreaker cracks a wide smile as you lower your weapon. That's right, now the rest of you, drop those weapons. With his attention on the other warriors, you dash forward. He reaches out with his dagger to slay Drastus, but your hand is already on his wrist. With a wrenching twist, you mangle his head, dropping the dagger harmlessly. You mangle his hand, not head, harmlessly to the ground. The disfavored warriors rush forward from either side of you. Tyrell barely manages a strained gasp before being hacked and impaled upon their swords and spears. Kairos be praised, the Oathbreaker fought with the rage of Cairn himself. Cairn, the mountainous Archon of Stone, accompanied the disfavored on the conquest of the Tears. His temper and proclivity toward destructive solutions often branded him a liability to the otherwise orderly takeover. But his powers were not easily dismissed. During the Azure campaign, Cairn went on a rampage, declaring himself independent of Kairos, and the conquest an unlawful sham.
Parrotwise just boosted Grim Dawn.
Kairos drafted the Edict of Stone to put an end to the rebellious Archon, and his petrified corpse rests in the ruins of Azure to this day. Okay, so now.
New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted NWN2. New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Kingmaker. New critical hits boost. Myrosie_G just boosted NWN2.
Good to see you, Myrosie.
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Betrayal in Antera. New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Lots of Anger from Ideologues. New critical hits boost. Myrosie_G just boosted Witcher.
I'm confused.
New critical hits boost. Myrosie_G just boosted
Wrath of
Jade
the
Empire.
Righteous. Okay.
New critical hits boost. Kavakupo just boosted Sacred.
Yeah, trying to keep up with the boosts and trying to solve your riddles.
New critical hits must. Parrotwise just musted Silver.
That's a challenge right there. But I think I managed this time. Thanks for the boost, everyone. Verum, Parrots, Myrosie, Kavi. Thank you, thank you. From the look of it, guess they thought if they swarmed the pass, maybe one might make it out. We found a few scraps of parchment on the bodies. Drastus holds out a handful of crumpled parchment for our inspection. Literacy is rare in the Northern Empire, where the disfavored are born and trained. Time spent reading and writing is, after all, time not spent sparring and readying one's body and mind for battle. Examine the parchments. Should we make fun of them? No, not really. Examine the parchment. Repeating the same messages in different written scripts, the parchments explain the Wandering Guard's desire to overthrow Kairos' Archons and rout their armies from the Tears. The pages aren't addressed to any specific reader, but rather openly invites all who remain loyal to the younger realms to gather at the Wandering's Wheel. It has the word fun in it. Surely fun is always good. The realms of Azure, Apex, Stalwart, and Haven are collectively known as the Younger Realms, and together they represent the major political factions of the Tears. For centuries, the younger realms have battled amongst themselves for the control of the tiers, with every realm having been at war with each other at some point in the memorable history. This lack of unified resistance allows Kairos' armies to swiftly conquer the tiers. Okay, we read this before. Or did we? Wendron's Well is the name of the central plateau of Tears, a mountain-ringed valley of rivers, floodplains, and scattered farmland once ruled by House Wendrian of the realm of the Apex. At the heart of the valley is the mountain spire, and at the base of the massive stone structure is an old citadel built centuries ago and largely left unused until recent times. Recruitment material. They were trying to bring more traitors to the fight. Well, from the look of it, we kept them from slipping out of the valley. Whatever they hoped to accomplish, I think their plan died here. The Archons are expecting you. When you are ready, leave by the gate to the southeast and follow the trail down slope for a few hours. You'll see the campfires leagues away. Can't miss it. Okay, let's see what these are. Scarlet Fury Helm. More deflection, more recovery, more accuracy. Sure. We don't have a helm. Blood Scarlet Fury armor.
It is my responsibility to defend their honor, their dwarven honor.
I really love Lockhair's voice acting. It's done so well. It's really impressive how good that is. Very good dialogue overall too. +1 quickness. Okay, these scrolls. This scroll contains a magical accent which slightly increases the range of a spell. Sigil of distant. So how does this work? This scroll contains a magical expression which is used in spells that affect targets at a distance. So these are consumables, clearly. 2 armor penetrated by attacks for 300 seconds. Potion of protection. Peace, blood, pollen. Skycap, lore, all magic skills, 4 wits. So how did these work? Learn. We can learn these. Okay, let me see how learn works. You discovered a new sigil. Magic in the world of Tyranny comes from learning how to perfectly scribe sigils and empower them with energy. Open the spell interface by pressing P to create a new spell with the sigil you just learned. Spells are created using 2 or more sigils. The core sigil determines the type of magic, such as fire, frost, and illusion. The expression sigil determines how that core shapes itself into the world, such as a bowl or fire. Oh, I remember now, it's coming back. For frost, enchanting a weapon. There are several categories of sigils that can extend the spell, granting it greater range, accuracy, or providing bonus secondary effects. Each sigil requires a certain amount of lore skill to learn, okay. Then we assign spells. Let's try to make one. A frost spell with Expression used to create spells that affect distant target. No, not necessarily. Single targets near the caster. And we have one accent, which is... it increases the range of the spell. So this is already what I have, right? I could make one which affects enemies that's farther away. Enemies that are farther away. Can I assign this? 40 lore. Do I have 40 lore? I already got 5 lore. Where did I get 5 lore from? From an item, or did I actually skill it up? So the skills increase quite quickly in that case. Oh, +2 resolve gives me +2 lore, I guess. I started with 35. Got +2 from the item, so I must have skilled up 3 times. Dual wield, I started with 35. I think, or even 34 maybe. I got one from quickness. From the item. Yeah, they skill up quite quickly then. Good to know. Rogue's letters. These are all suppressed. Suppressed by what? Well, this is pretty much useless. Maybe. I don't know why they are suppressed. Anyway, that's fine. We will learn more.
Can't do that.
The rope appears to be secured strongly enough to hold your weight. Climb up the rope.
Found something.
Potion of invisibility. I like that. So can I change your order?
I'm the
I
boss
can.
now, you hear?
No, you're not the boss. Shut up. What was... oh, the formation. Let's do something like this. And, let's talk to Worse. Couldn't help but notice how you were eyeballing the disfavored symbol littered about the camp. It's hardly a symbol, just a scroll. That's true, but it used to be the pride of Graven Ash's Legion before Kairos made them deface it. What happened? Word has it that Ash has been under more scrutiny than the other Archons, seeing as he took a stand against Kairos in the past. Even though he bent the knee in the end, that doesn't place him above suspicion. Kairos and the other Archons keep him on a tight leash. Before he bent the knee to Kairos, Graven Ash rallied his legions against the Overlord's authority. His prowess on the battlefield ingratiated him to the Archons, who welcomed him into their ranks in exchange for his obedience. You don't recall how level up goes, so you gain experience from either using your spells or doing quests and stuff. When you gain enough experience, you level up, and when you level up, you can distribute talent points among the many trees that you have. We just gained a level, in fact. I'm just going to take a look at it now. Ash's troops impressed the growing empire, but Kairos made them sacrifice everything they were up to the point Ash surrendered. They've been disfavored ever since and fighting to earn back their honor. I guess that's why you don't cross the Overlord.
Your sound card
Kairos also
works
grudged with a
perfectly.
mean, generous, jealous streak. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Actually, I have other questions, but that's not what I clicked on. Go on then.
What do you need?
Are you a spy for the voice of Nerat? Worse regards you with an unreadable expression. Her mismatched eyes look at each of yours in turn. Insufficient reputation. I mean, does it even matter? You have to decide for yourself whether or not I'm worth trusting. Is keeping me along worth the risk that I'll spill the occasional word about what you ate for breakfast? The voices of Narad is the Archon of secrets, not the Archon of honesty or fair dealings. If you don't assume that everybody already reports to him, you're not being careful enough. Tell me something about yourself.
Yeah, if you insist. I'm a Scarlet Fury. That should raise some flags for you. It means that I'm good at killing, and more importantly, that I enjoy it. What I won't enjoy are the pleasures of funerary rites packed with weeping mourners. Someday I'll fall in battle, and then they'll roll me into a mass grave or heap me atop a shit-stained wagon. One more anonymous, knife-riddled piece of meat. Until then, I plan to take whatever I can from life and have a little fun along the way.
Tell me about your life before chorus. Life? What life? As far as I'm concerned, I didn't exist before the chorus. There was some girl in a farm wearing my face and talking with my voice, but she wasn't me. Sometimes she would sneak out at night, take a scythe, have some fun with the livestock. Our shared interests began and ended there. When the Scarlet Chorus swept through my village on their long trek from the bastard city, that was when I finally woke up. I buried my old life, took red vengeance on anyone who'd wronged me, and found the freedom I could only dream was out there. What of your parents? My mother ran a successful farm, and I worked it for a number of years before I found the chorus. She was a hard, bitter woman, acted like the world owed her something. She never talked about my father, though I figured out a thing or two about him later on. He was a merchant from the Northern Empire who took a liking to her, and she him. He stayed around only long enough to get what he wanted. But never mind him. My mother never had what you would call taste, so he couldn't have been terribly influential to me if he did stick around. Do you ever wish you could do things over and end up somewhere other than Kairos' army? That's as naive a question as I've ever heard. Kairos is everywhere. If you aren't in the Overlord's army, you are being trampled by it. Of course, I could have labored on the family farm into my maturing years, married some Dalton, littered in a nursery of schooling piglets. Having my body torn to pieces by smaller versions of me sounds like fun. Then one day, when I decided enough was enough, I'd slit my husband's throat over breakfast and run off to join the chorus anyway. My way saved a lot of time. Burst smooths back the feathers in her hair and shakes her head with a smile. You're a killer, better to stick with the chorus. At least you understand. The chorus praises and rewards the thing inside me that I would suppress in civilized company. Life is too short to repress every desire, right? Especially if I have anything to say about it. How did you get conscripted? Did we get... No, not... okay. If we get one loyalty, we can go for the question again. How did you get conscripted? How did I? I think you have the wrong idea about me. The chorus didn't take me as a sobbing maid. I strode into their camp and enlisted. Someone tossed me a dented blade. I lived through initiation, spent a week pushing my neighbors, and moved on with my new kin. I didn't waste time with goodbyes. My mother had long since died, and the rest of my family were louses. The girl I used to be, even she knew that she was worth more than all of them combined. What is the significance of your feathers? Insufficient reputation. Oh, I don't tell that story just to anyone. You have to butter me up, Buttercup. Before I get into the really intimate details. Okay, so feather. Feather question. I have to remember. Enough questions about your past. Let's see, let me write this down properly. Worse. Past, feather, spy. Tell me about your time with the Scarlet Chorus.
The Scarlet Chorus is mostly for madmen and peasants with rusty daggers, but it's also a little niche of freedom that I never had. Once I survived training and met my Scarlet Fury sisters, I saw a different side of the howling mob.
Tell me about your training.
For new recruits shoved to the front lines, training means surviving the first battle. Anything beyond that is for the fighters who show potential, whether as blade dancers or arcane madmen. There's nothing in the world like getting put through the paces as a Scarlet Fury. Every day is a test of your commitment and passion. Failure means death. The first few weeks were the hardest, but also the most rewarding. I earned my name, picked up some quality weapons,
Enjoy your
and
food,
met my
QP.
sisters.
Tell me about the Scarlet Furies.
The elite fighters of the Scarlet Chorus. Your typical Horde recruit fights with a rusty spoon and a chip on his shoulder, but
Posture
the Scarlet
check.
Furies are, well,
Posture check.
different.
I am.
We focus our madness. We coordinate, we kill, we dance. It's like art. Imagine a sculpture that twisted in weird, beautiful angles, and then gutted you too
Thanks
fast
for
for
the
you to
posture
realize
checks.
what was happening.
Posture check. It sounds wonderful.
It is, as I remind myself all the time. The most important day of my life was when the voices of Nerat recognized my potential and sent me to Scarlet
Okay, we have
Fury
one
training.
loyalty now. Do it now. Do it. You earned your name. If you think a simple farmer from the Tears would name her child worse, I suggest you visit my old village. Most of them were walking around with surnames like Barrel or Fish. Not the most creative bunch. She smirks and shakes her head. The chorus takes your name away. Whoever you were before, you aren't that person anymore. Then you earn back a name through great deeds, usually murderous ones. That's why you see choir men walking around with names like Stinkmouse or Face First. There's probably a good reason for it. The voice of Nerat gave me this name. When the Scarlet Chorus runs howling in the battle, he doesn't hear war, he hears a symphony. And when I fight with blade or bow, he told me that my music stands out louder than anyone else's and contains too many parts to be easily defined. When you least suspect it, the Archon of Secrets can be downright charming. What's your real name? That question isn't worthy of either of us, but I'll entertain it out of pity. But I didn't lose loyalty, that is good. You already know me by my real name, it's worse. Are you looking for whatever arbitrary collection of letters and sounds my mother thought was appropriate for when she didn't even know me? Then you're out of luck. I buried that name a long time ago. Long by my standards anyway. Tell me about your weapon skills. When I was just a kid, it didn't take me long to realize I was a natural. I could pick up a rusty kitchen knife and skewer a rat from across the room. It is, right? It is a good description. Scarlet Chorus gave me opportunities to further educate myself. My sisters were always a bit surprised by how quickly I took to different fighting styles. She frowns for a moment, and then shakes off whatever she wanted to say. Back to my questions about the Scarlet Chorus.
What do you need to know?
Before you had stated when you brought up your fighting styles. Why? Insufficient reputation. Fighting styles. As if that's any of your business. If I wanted to say something, you would have heard it. Don't assume that I'm holding back. By my officer as Fatebinder, you are beholden to deal with me honestly, so this would give me lore XP, probably earn some fear with worse. We will do it. Oh, I gained loyalty, not fear. That's as starchy and literal a point as I've ever heard, but you're not wrong. Also, I like how you handled yourself there, throwing your authority around like it meant something. I mentioned before that I'm good at picking up different weapons and fighting techniques. The truth is, I'm better than good. I could fillet a man so cleanly that I'd leave a single strip of skin behind. He wouldn't even need to be tied down. That was one of the first things I discovered about myself after joining the Scarlet Chorus. The voice of Nerat recognized it in me as well, which is why he singled me out for Scarlet Fury training. Have you tried that flaying trick before? Let's just say that when we ran out of canvas for pitching tents, the fifth eye handed me a knife and pointed me to the prison pens. She winks. My sisters were the masters of their fighting forms, but since they died, my style has changed, almost like I can kill as they did. I could pick up a bow, a lance, anything really. I could tear someone to pieces with a weapon that I only watched my sisters use. I don't know what it could mean, and that worries me. Who are your sisters? Who were they would be more appropriate. Three Whispers, Red Geyser, and Seeking Sheath. Best fighters I ever met. There wasn't a foe we couldn't take down together. Our fighting styles complemented perfectly, so we divided up the killing work like bards sharing a song. At least we used to. She presents a solemn salute. Tell me about the three whispers. She was as calm as the surface of a pond and light on her feet. More than one foot tripped and fell on their own blade due to Whisper's crafty footwork. Worse lets her gaze slip away from you as a fleeting moment of sorrow steals her attention. Tell me about Red Geyser. A one-woman siegebreaker, she would launch herself at her foes like a battering ram. Not even a disfavored phalanx could have withstood that dumb suicidal wench. Kairos' eyes, but she was something to behold. Or slams her fist into her palm. Tell me about this seeking sheath. That girl could pass a spear through the 12 rings from the far side of the battlefield. Kairos helped any foes who approached her marching a single file. She made the game of spitting as many soldiers as possible on the same javelin. I like it. What happened to them? We were scouting around Vendrian's well during the siege, back when we only suspected the guard of organizing in secret. My sisters and I came upon a group of them, or Kairos knows, maybe they found us. No one said anything. We drew iron and bronze. That was when everything went wrong. I was supposed to take point and occupy the guard with the dance of the blade work. Something disorienting while my sisters picked their marks. I hesitated. I lost my nerve. Instead of rushing the Oathbreakers, I froze with my weapon drawn. My sisters fought on without me, but they were off balance, like whatever I had was catching. They died. I lived. My sisters were relying on me to lead the dance, and I failed them. Actually, speaking sympathetic will not work with words, right? We have to say your actions were inexcusable for a fighter of your station. You're absolutely right. If I had witnessed the same in one of my sisters, I might have killed her for endangering the rest of us. Good thing for me that they didn't get the chance. She chuckles, but there's no humor in it. Hesitation is a rot. It's unbecoming of any chorus member, and unheard of in a Scarlet Fury. I would cut it from my body and cauterize the wound if only I knew its source. She grimaces once more and turns inward, contemplating. Any thoughts on the topic, or are we just here to open old wounds? Any idea why you lost your nerve in battle? I wish I had an explanation. For the first time, I lost the dance. The song of murder drew silence. Instead, there was only rigid, organized control. I had more questions about your sisters. Back to my questions about the Scarlet Chorus.
What do you need to know?
Who are your Scarlet Chorus leaders? It's refreshing to have a game where the obvious good guy answer isn't necessarily the best one. Yeah. True. Well, the voice of Nerat is the spider at the center of the web. He acts like the army belongs to him, and he only lends it to Kairos because it suits his purposes, both of which are true. The rest are all offshoots of the voices, like the Fifth Eye. Once you get down to the rank and file, the Scarlet Chorus organize around the motley bunch of gang bosses who call the shots. What do you want to know? Tell me about the voice of Nerat. He's a madman, but that never stopped me from following his orders. Even in a legion as cutthroat as the chorus, you know better than to get on the voice's bad side. People who cross him, or just people he meets, don't tend to survive the experience. If he ever seems disorganized or lost, it's because he's channeling one of the personalities he's devoured over the years. Oh, okay. He devours the personalities of the prisoners as well. That is why they are lost. His mannerisms ships over to someone else, someone who's probably long since dead. Better to die than become part of the voices. That is why the quest called the voices of Nerat. Like he takes on different personalities willingly and can switch over to those personalities, has several voices. Okay. What makes the voice of Nerat so powerful? He's the Archon of Secrets, and he didn't earn that title lightly. People say that he knows more than every sage in the tiers combined, and that he can think 1,000 steps ahead of the other Archons. It would be putting it lightly to say he's never alone under that disapproving helmet of his. If you make secrets your business, I guess having people constantly whisper in your ear is a good thing. I usually want people to shut up, but to each their own. Tell me about the Fifth Eye. A walking nightmare, that one. I couldn't begin to guess who lives under that armor and speaks with that reedy voice, but I'll tell you what I know. When your world is built on secrets, it pays to have a few extra eyes. The voices of Nerat has eyes in abundance, some that he keeps close, others that he sends out into the wilderness. Whoever the fifth eye was before he came into the Archon service, now he's just a half-mad, jabbering speech hole, a bodily function. In other words, an eye. Wait, Narat's eyes are people? Maybe they used to be people. Whatever they were, they are eyes now. Folks like to whisper that the voice of Narat takes his servants and cuts out all the extra parts that they don't need. She makes a quick, snipping gesture with her fingers. I once heard the voice and the fifth eye in a tent together. The voices kept screaming, redundancies, redundancies. Every time another gout of blood would spray on the canvas walls. I can't even guess what he was cutting out. How many eyes does the Archon of Secrets have? The number keeps changing, either because it grows or because rumors don't mean shit. 3, 7, 19, some even say that all of us are eyes and we don't even know it. She shakes her head in thoughtful disapproval. It's one of those questions that drives you mad if you allow yourself to think about it for too long. Hey, you could be one of Tunon's eyes, but you never thought of that. Back to my other questions about the Scarlet Chorus leaders. Tell me about the gang bosses. A boss is anyone who can rally enough support to kill the previous boss. See, simple. No bureaucracy, no interrogations, no interviews, no job applications, nothing. You go and kill the previous boss, become the boss. Easy. They cling to command until someone gets wise and steps them in the back. Tipcap leads the filthy lamps. Lux leads the rusted harps. Sharp used to lead the Bond Boys. Couldn't say where he ended up after they broke his legs. Waterville orders around the hairy hunters. Falls for Shit leads the lazy Malkins. Then Scurvy Queen, Fingerfood, and Wild Gash collectively lead the ladies of perpetual strangulation. Imagine if streaming was that cutthroat. Yeah, you go and kill a famous streamer and you get their viewers. You get their subs. That would be terrible. I'm not going to lie. That would be terrible. I'm forgetting at least a dozen more. I've even led a gang or two in my day. They never survive very long, so no point in getting attacked. This game is super grey head to toe. Yeah. Well, it's pretty much black right now, not even grey. We are talking about murder, we are glorifying murder and flaying people and cutting off organs. It's not grey, it's terrible, pretty much. The Conquest of the Tears is a good demonstration of how the Nazis ran things, and the chorus is the most basic distillation, yeah. You led a gang? Don't act so surprised, I can crack a whip better than any of those daisies at the disfavored labor camps. But I was never that interested in the power struggle of those grunts and scabs in the middle. I wanted to stand on top like an apex predator. Here I am. So when I got tired of a gang, I disbanded and let the other bosses fight over the new recruits. That much amused me at least. Some of my old mates are still alive and hanging around wherever they ended up. Back to my questions about the Scarlet Corps. Let me ask you something else.
What do you need to know?
I have thoughts about your combat abilities.
Do you now? Call me intrigued. You already know that I memorize the moves of my Scarlet Fury sisters. If it seems like a total mystery to me, I don't know how you could have arrived at any conclusions, but I'm open to ideas.
Your talent reminds me of the voices of Narat.
I hope I didn't hear you say that, Fatebinder, because the implication is more than either of us is prepared to handle. The voices of Narat is a monster. We both know that Taratus has never seen a creature more despicable than him. Never mind that he's kind of my boss.
Think about it. He absorbs the minds of his victims.
Well, I don't want to fucking think about it. Didn't you consider for a second that the thought had occurred to me already? I've traveled with the chorus for years. I've seen what the voices can do, and it scares me, all right? The idea that everything I am could be reduced to that. If I had that kind of power, if I could become like him, I don't know how I could live with myself. I'd rather drown myself in a camp latrine.
You don't have to become like him, just be selective.
I'm sure he had the same idea when he got started. But you know what they say about power? It's usually wielded by assholes. My sisters died. You should have seen us. We were amazing together. I didn't mean to take away what made them special, but I did it all the same. And let me tell you, it felt terrible. If I lived a century, I might never figure out how to make that happen again. And more importantly, I don't want to.
How is it that you picked up your fallen sister's weapon skills? That's been on my mind for some time, and I still don't have an explanation that fits. I have a few ideas, but Verse frowns in deep thought. Scarlet Furies share a sort of link. It's how we coordinate our dance in the heat of battle. We don't pass messages or anything, but our emotions and intentions sync up without words. She starts worrying one of her knives. What does that mean? How do you worry your knife? I don't understand that. Does the word worry have a special meaning when it comes to knives? Never heard that used like that. After a moment, she sighs and slaps the blade back into its sheath. Go on. The one thing I always knew was that I felt this connection more keenly than my sisters did. I could pick up nuances that they missed, and I could feel them from farther away. Fidgeting, to touch or disturb something repeatedly. Okay, so playing around basically, like nervously playing around with the knife. It makes sense, I guess. I just never have used it like that. When my sisters died, I felt each of them getting yanked out of my brain like someone pulling snails from a garden, but some of their slime residue was still there. Does that make any sense? I would take comfort in that. Your sisters live on in you. Oh, I thought she would like it. Your optimism is cute, Fatebinder, if singularly useless. It won't bring my sisters back, and it doesn't fix this thing in my head that I don't understand. Okay, that didn't work well. What are your thoughts on the disfavored? A warren of self-entitled children so wound up in delusions of honor that they are likely to hang themselves by their own high standards. I wish they had stayed in the Northern Empire where they belonged. Then we could get some real work done in the tiers. Yeah, clearly fear is also good, but I would rather build loyalty than fear. If you could get anything, you would ask for New Vegas 2, Bloodborne on PC, and Tyranny 2. New Vegas 2? I don't know anything about Bloodborne. I'd love to see Tyranny 2. I'm not sure about New Vegas 2. Because I'm such a big fan of the game, the second game has a very high chance of being a letdown. Fear isn't the same as losing favor, which is also possible. Yeah. I would... Obviously, gaining fear is preferable to losing loyalty. But I think the second one... Maybe the second one would have lost some loyalty. Because she doesn't want that power. She is scared of it. If I was to suggest that she should make maximum use of that power, like exploit its potential, she wouldn't like it. That's what I thought. That's why I chose the first one. And maybe the second one would have lost me loyalty. You'd rather a well-made Fallout game that explores a different area. I kinda agree. I agree with that. What do you think of their leader, Gravnesh? I've seen enough of that high-minded braggart to know that he is all duty, nothing but a charismatic, broad-shouldered scarecrow. He calls himself the Archon of War, though by the way he stalls his faces, waiting for a better strategy to present itself, you would think he's afraid of battle. You would think that someone more deserving would take Ash's mantle from him. But the disfavored have this cult of personality built around their great general. In their eyes, he can do no wrong. What about Ash's connection to his troops? Gravnesh protects. His soldiers keep harping on those words like they mean something. I don't deny that disfavored can take a few extra lumps on the battlefield, but that only speaks to their thick-headedness. A Fallout 3, or Fallout Tactics? I don't have a problem with another first-person shooter and looter style of Fallout game. I have enjoyed all of them with different degrees of enjoyment, obviously, some less than others. I have loved New Vegas. So, I am okay with it. An isometric turn-based Fallout would be cool because it hasn't been made since late 90s, right? And I prefer them to first person as well. But I am not sure how good they would be. If a Fallout game was made that played out like Disco Elysium, with combat, Fallout style combat, and special abilities rather than any other sets, I think that would be a very good game. Wasteland is kind of covering that base. But Wasteland is... You are kinda right. Kinda right. I don't fully agree. Okay, we read this right. If anything, it's only true because his soldiers place that much trust in it. I've seen the power of suggestion do stranger things to people. Could that be possible? You're talking about a man who's centuries old and wears glowing armor, you tell me. Who would you see take Ash's place? I would rather let the disfavored sort it out among themselves. Graven Ash is this aging figurehead of what should be a constantly changing role. The right soldier needs to grow a pair and kill the old man. Kick his cane out from under him. Remind the Legion that strength looks like. What strength looks like. The voice of Nerat changes. He is a multifaceted gem, and the Scarlet Chorus is a reflection of that beauty. If someone could rise up and strike down the voices, any of us would follow them in a heartbeat. We're not attached to franchise names, considering that Fallout was inspired by the OG Wasteland. You think the sequels did a fine job of bringing the post-apocalyptic isometric RPG into the modern era? So, I think when I said a Fallout that looks and plays out like Disco Elysium, I was also kind of unconsciously thinking about Broken Roads, which I think is exactly that. It is a mix of Disco Elysium and Fallout, and I think it's going to be an amazing game. It's not called Fallout, obviously, but it's post-apocalyptic, heavily influenced by both of those games. I am very hopeful about that game, hoping to play it when it comes out. If they made a Fallout game like that, you know, called Fallout with the Fallout shelters lore and everything in that universe, that's retrofuturistic art style, I think it would be a terrific game. It would be a perfect game. The Broken Roads. I suppose you have a better idea how to handle the disfavored forces. Of course I do. First, I'd stop babying the troops. Pain is a lesson best learned early. I'd conscript from the locals to bolster the front lines, because why waste your elite on the vanguard? Then I'd leave enemy misplaced ethics back in the Northern Empire. They are not helping Kairos' campaign anyway, so fuck them. Excellent, you would make them more like the Scarlet Chorus. Would that be so wrong? The Chorus is accountable for itself in ways that the disfavored aren't. Our weak die, so the strong fight to keep their rank. The disfavored promote their waning bloodline and discipline any soldier with the audacity to show their teeth. Though they'd never admit it, the disfavored need the Chorus to show them the way. Back to my questions. Do you think the disfavored have a chance to succeed in the tiers? Speaking as one of the exceptions, most of the tiersmen are pushovers. The people of Stalwart seem capable enough, and though I have my doubts, you might call them the disfavored's best challenge. Even if they succeeded, it might be too late to redeem themselves. The Chorus have already impacted the conquest more than the disfavored have, or likely ever will. What are your thoughts on the battle strategies? They've really got something with that phalanx maneuver, a formation built on holding still, moving forward slowly, and hoping that no one slips in the mud. At best, the disfavored are tired of using the same tactic over and over again. At worst, the enemy knows what to expect out of them. Scarlet Furies are dancers. We hear the music of battle and organize ourselves into works of killing art. Every fight is hot and passionate as the last, with no room for stale routine. Let me ask you something else. What do you think of those who defy Kairos' authority? The tiersmen can either fight or submit to Kairos' peace, and only one of those options captures my interests. I suppose I appreciate when they go down fighting. If they did otherwise, I would need to find another excuses to flay them. Hey, Retro Scott. Yes, we started Tyranny today. Good to see you. How are you doing? They need to understand whether we unify the tiers under a shared banner or at the bottom of a mass grave makes little difference to you, me, or Kairos. That's an interesting view of the conquest. It's a pragmatic one anyway. The Scarlet Chorus caught on to the idea at the beginning of the campaign. If no one objects that we are here to carve a bloody path for gain and amusement, then by all accounts, that is our purpose. You've been wanting to see this game for ages, really? That's nice. I hope you catch some of the streams and enjoy this game. I am fully expecting to enjoy this game. The only problem is this is not as long as Pillars of Eternity, which we finished yesterday. I'm doing okay. I have some neck ache and headache today, which sometimes comes and goes. Today is one of those worst days. I had to take some painkillers, but otherwise, I'm doing pretty good, doing pretty okay, enjoying this game. Lots of dialogue to start the game with. So we are doing a lot of reading right now. How are you, Scott? How are you doing? Hopefully it gets better soon. Yeah, it's getting better. After taking the painkillers, it's getting better. Besides, the unification is such a vague concept that Kairos allows the disfavored and the chorus to interpret it as they will. The Overlord is concerned with results. I'm happy to focus on the details, especially if that means cutting off a farmer's legs while his family watches their land burn. She smiles at the pleasing memory. No shame in taking pleasure in your work. No, there isn't, Fatebinder. I suspect that we are going to make something great together. A line of bodies stretching as far as the old walls. It's going to be beautiful. She looks at you with renewed interest. Did you fight at any notable battles? I spent some time in Azure toward the end of the war. Beastmen ripped my unit apart. We thought they might be working under Cairn's orders, but we never found out for sure. Let's change the subject. You learned a thing or two about fighting in the Scarlet Chorus. Care to duel?
That would be an understatement, and I thought you'd never ask. Since you're obviously at a huge disadvantage, I'll let you pick our weapon of choice.
Let's try dual-wielding knives.
Exotic. Good choice. I'll leave you to guess which one is my dominant hand.
We shall gain 5 dual-wield skill ranks. Burst slashes and parries with unrestrained ferocity. At times it becomes difficult to follow her movements. After taking more than a few cuts, you learn to relax your eyes and better follow the subtle motion of her dance.
You held your own. Call me impressed. Need anything else, or did I tire you out?
Never. Okay, so let's go back. Are you a spy? Loyalty 3. I was. We got this one. Oh, I scratched the wrong one. Oh well. I was, and to be perfectly fair, I think I've been more or less transparent about it, but that doesn't change anything about why I chose to travel with you. If I didn't want to, I'd just leave. I never trusted you. What did the voices want to know? He never told me. He just said to keep an eye on you, but there was an implication that I'd have an opportunity to report in, as if I would have. More likely, he would have stolen my mind and learned everything I knew, just to make sure I didn't leave anything out. So if you have any reservations about my discretion, keep that in mind. You are just doing your job, no harm. So Verse herself said that you should never trust anyone, right? I never trusted you, and this only confirms my suspicion. I still don't want to say that. Okay, it actually worked for the better. Well, I'm grateful that we don't have to make a big deal about it and waste our time wondering if we can ever trust each other again. Honestly, it's refreshing. So, past feather.
If you insist. What I won't enjoy are the pleasures of funerary rites.
What is the significance of your feathers? We are getting awfully chummy, so I guess you deserve a story. My mother kept a messenger bird, Witherbeak. He was an angry old bastard spoiled from living the high life.
New critical hits boost. Marto
Hey,
underscore
Marto.
Varna just boosted Mass Effect.
Scout in my window every single night. Hacked my fingers while I fed him only the fattest, juiciest mice. How are you, Marto? Did you did you progress in this world noir? Did you finish it? How did your stream go? Good to see you, as always. When I left the farm to join the Scarlet Chorus, I wronged that ungrateful little fucker like a dish rag, plucked his feathers, and gave his carcass to the mice. It felt like justice. She sliced a crimson feather from her hair and spins it in her fingers. You finished it? That's great. What's next, Marta? What are you planning to play next? I also like the feathers catch the breeze. It helps me keep my balance, especially when I'm moving fast. She slips the feather among the others and smooths it back. Fighting styles. Oh, we can choose this again. You should exploit this skill to its fullest potential. Skill? Not sure I'd call it that. There's something parasitic about it. But I take your point. If there's an advantage to this, the thing I'm experiencing, I'm not above using it against our foes. Beneath a Still Sky. I have a few games in mind that I wanted to play after I finish Half-Life. Beneath a Still Sky was one of those. So if you're going to start it, I guess I will postpone it a little bit. It was one of the options that are lower on my list anyway. But I will try to avoid your streams though, not to get spoilers. I really want to play that game soon though. Hoping to... I tried that as a kid, never got far. I'm really curious about it these days. Have you finished it before, Marto? So I guess by using the lore option, we did bypass the loyalty check for that question, and we already moved on with that. Kim and analysis joy. You have? Okay, then you should finish it fast. You were never able to finish it as a kid. Oh, okay, so you haven't finished it before, just played it, just like me. Well, 3 loyalty, 1 fear. That was a quite good first dialogue.
Have you said what? I won't.
Worst loyalty ability, Death from Above. He leveled up. One per rest. Launch Verse into the air, allowing her to unleash a series of well-aimed arrows into target from above. That from above. Blood-soaked stone. Let's put Rust here. Okay. Level up. With each level, you can increase one of your character's attributes. Each of these attributes provides benefits to your character. Okay, we know that. Increasing an attribute costs 1 point until the attribute score reaches 19. To raise an attribute from 19 to 20 requires 2 attribute points. I don't know. Let's go with quickness. So we can use more skills. Do I though? Do I want to? Wits maybe? Wits is probably a strong dialogue option as well. But I want my physical attacks to be strong. You could even go might. I'm not going to go might. Let's go finesse. Finesse. I will go finesse. We keep meaning to start this game. How am I enjoying so far? Welcome, Greeny Trini. Good to see you. I have just started. This is still pretty much still the tutorial. We had a very long dialogue just now. I think this game is very good. It's not a masterpiece of a game, but it's not a very short game, not a very difficult game from what I remember. But what it tries to do, it does very, very well, in my opinion. I'm enjoying it a lot so far. You should give it a try for sure. It's not too long. Prologue, not tutorial. Yeah, I suppose so. I suppose so. It does also work as a tutorial, though. Sneak attack. I don't necessarily like sneak attack.
You're too late.
Ooh. That is a nice roll, Thor. That is a nice roll. Very good, very good. Slice. Another attack. Another attack is good. Minax, that's a good roll as well. Nice character. Defense. I don't care about defense. Power. Adds armor penetration to the thrust ability. Increases its accuracy. I think I'm going to push to have the dual wield masteries and the whirlwind strike. That's what I want to do. I'm not going to go for sneak, I think. Maybe later. When Spurrier, replace dodge with parry while defending against range attacks. This will make me not have to use dodge at all. Could be nice to have as a defense. Blinding with thrust. I like this. I will go with this. Ultima 2. Yes, Minax is the boss of Ultima 2, but she does reappear in Ultima Online.
Swords for everyone!
Hey, Nebuka and the Raiders. Let's stop the timer. Welcome, Nebuka. Welcome, Raiders. It's great to have all of you here. How did Morrowind go? How did it go? Hey, Miles Wappa. Welcome, welcome. Let's give Nebuka a shout out.
Need some Amazonian. That's the word they wife.
It's a difficult word. I agree. Morrowind went well enough. I'm sorry about your Baldur's Gate 2 run, which ended very quickly. So yeah, Morrowind is going well though. It's really enjoyable to see you play Morrowind. If you haven't been to Nebuka's channel, chats, I speak about him quite often. You've probably heard me speak about Nebuka one time or another, but yeah, he's definitely a great streamer with some really entertaining content.
Your sound card works perfectly.
Plays a ton of games that I love. He plays a lot of RPGs, some strategies. Definitely pay him a visit. He's a great and old friend of the channel by now. Thank you for the follow, Miles Vapa. Thank you so much. Hey, okay, cancel. It's Tyranny. So much replay value. I agree.
If you tell me one more time
I
something's
agree.
missing, I'll...
That's some English, yes. Kate Walker. Is that better or worse than Oscar for you, Marta? So yeah, welcome Raiders. Thank you so much for coming with the raid and staying after the raid. I appreciate your presence, and thank you, Nebuka, for raiding. It's great to have you. You probably know me from Nebuka's channel, but if you don't, I'm Mitral, and I play a lot of RPGs. We just finished Blues of Eternity yesterday, and we started Tyranny, and we are still in the prologue / tutorial. We gained our first level. I'm still learning about the character, different avenues of character progression, and I'm really enjoying this game. I hope you enjoy your time here as well. And yeah, again, welcome and thank you. You prefer Oscar. He's a very useful character. What, Kate is useless? Is that what you're saying? Lack of sleep has gotten to you. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Alright, Mama. I'm sorry that you couldn't...
scum!
I'm sorry that you couldn't stay too long, but it was great to have you however long we could. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow or some other time. Have a great rest. Jan Jansen. That's nice. I wish we could have seen Jan Jansen today. Kate is not useless. Alright, let's continue. Let's continue. So for everyone who is new here, the games I play as part of Critical Hits, which is the RPGs that I play, are all chosen by community, and you can also contribute if you are interested in that by either nominating new games or boosting said games or voting in the Discord. There's a new poll right now. In the final poll, which concluded yesterday, Tyranny was chosen, and I immediately started a new poll because Tyranny is a short game. And right now Might and Magic 7 is in the leads, but there are other very cool games in the poll as well. So if you want to, you know, say your piece, say which game you want me to play,
guide your path.
Consider voting in the poll. Prophet Velen. At 15, that's a pretty low roll, Greenie. Very cool. Very cool.
New critical hits boost. Nebuka just boosted Arena.
Arena.
New critical hits boost. Nebuka just boosted DSX2.
DSX2. Very cool. Nebuka boosting all the underrated
New critical
games.
hits boost. Nebuka just boosted Icewind Dale.
Thank you for the boost, Nebuka. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Alright, let's continue. Oh, we still have dialogue, okay.
At your service, Fatebinder.
Where's boss with an added flourish?
What do you need?
Oh, never mind. This icon is always there to speak to her. I thought this was like in Pillars, that it appeared when you had new dialogue, when the companion wanted to speak to you, but it's not that. It's always there.
Right. Can't do that. Sorry, I can't. Can't do that.
Okay. The Archon demands all prisoners be given a chance to serve the chorus. Fatebinder, what an honor to have one of two non-scored visit our humble holdfast. Need supplies? Bursting with energy, the merchant slams her palm down on the top of crate. If so, you've come to the right place. So, what will it be today? She spreads out a welcoming arm over her wares. Did I miss a hydrate, by the way? It will flash when they want to talk. Okay, good to know, Thor. Thank you. How is trade? Well, this is a service posting. No profit up here in the pass. That's Harchiant Bronze's orders. But when we march up to the valley, I'm back on my own schedule, and here's to hoping this year's a good one. Oh, you are number one most good? Oh, you are most good? You are most good. Okay, the second place is Yoda with 17. That's cool. I didn't realize that. Very cool, Greenie. It's still early in the season, though. I trust you've been granted proper wait, I didn't read this, all of this. The Overlord forbids the extortion of the pathways. Good thing too, cause in the years past, I'd lose most of my province to tolls. Couldn't turn a copper if I tried the whole long distance. Most good. I trust you've been granted proper stewardship of the goods you are peddling. Well, you see, Fatebinder, the merchant cranes her hat to the side, scratching her neck. I think so. I've been handed these bits of scripts. She reaches across a stack of provisions to snatch a scroll case. But I'm not a woman of letters. Numbers are my strength, and you can well imagine. Let me see those. Certainly, good Fatebinder. She hands you the scroll case while wearing a quizzical expression. A cursor read indicates this merchant is granted the unlimited right to trade in a logistical capacity. When not supporting an active battle, she has the right to trade grain, copper, and olives anywhere in the tiers. So we can cheat her. We can cheat her. Where did you get these? Hachi and Bronze acquired these on my behalf from Archon Tunon's agents, I believe. Her expression shows a deep concern. Do you see any issue? Nah, we are not going to cheat her. Nah, that's fine. This all seems in order. Well, naturally, she winks. Just because we fight dirty doesn't mean we trade dirty. Well, most of the time anyway. About your papers? Seems in order. Let's see what you have. Ooh. Bronze rings. So would it show if I did have these? It would show me, right? I shouldn't worry about memorizing what I have. I'm not going to buy them, but, you know, just in case I decide to buy some later. I imagine I would be notified if I already knew one of these. It will say if you have already learned the sigil. Thank you, good to know as well.
Will do.
So how do we go here? But you have to actually learn it, not just have it in inventory. Yeah, of course. I have learned what I have right now. Okay. The prisoner says his name is Tarkus Demos. Drastus lets out a long sigh, tapping his gauntleted finger to his temple. Then I don't think this is a complicated matter. He dies. His family has been a driving force in the Wandering Guard. Killing him should demoralize whatever is left of the Tarkus clan. We must give the vanquished enemy a chance to serve. That is our law. Smiling with recognition at your presence, the chanter points your way. Just ask the governor here. You understand the wisdom of the Scarlet Chorus? The Overlord does not wish to rule over a ruined crater. We must conquer. If we show no mercy, we will have conquered a mountain stretch of nothing. We'd let you take prisoners, but you can't control them. You send these conscripts out on patrol and they never return, defecting all over again. I can't let this nonsense strategy continue. Is that edict still unopened? Yes, it is. Well, I insist this Oathbreaker be taken to the Voices of Nerat, leaving us at an impasse. Fortunately, we have a Fatebinder here to settle the matter for us. The chanter turns to you, an expectant smile creeping across her face. So, what say you? What should become of this prisoner? The chorus should be allowed this chance to recruit new warriors. You have gained favor with Scarlet Chorus, you have gained wrath with disfavored. This is the sort of nonsense that got us into the mess we are in now. If we keep showing these mongrels mercy, they'll just bite us time and time again. If it will calm your nerves, I assure you this one won't be put on the battlefield. The maid snaps her fingers loudly, gesturing for her gang to listen. Make sure the prisoner is taken straight to the Voice of Nerat. Ooh, nom nom nom. I won't keep you here any longer, Fatebinder. I know you have important business in the valley. Drastus salutes you, his iron gauntlet wrapping against his breastplate. For the glory of Kairos. For the glory of Kairos.
I got it.
Hail Kairos and the glory of the Voices of Nerat. I couldn't read that at all. The Scarlet Chorus soldier nods at you, her brow furrowed in concentration. I take it you are the gopher everyone's talking about? Are you getting the lay of the ruins? Or just avoiding the Archons? We picked this area clean months ago. All that's left are some old stones and that prize off in the distance. She nods to the towering spire above the citadel. What do you want? Is that how you speak to a superior officer? It's how I speak to you. Only just arrived in camp and you think you know more about breaking a siege than the rest of us? She huffs and shakes her head. Athletic sturdy. Grip her by the collar. Now you listen to me. What are you doing? Catching something in your expression, the soldier's eyes widen. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just prodding to see if you'd balk. Stare her down. You will address me in a civil tongue, starting now. Of course, she stammers to correct herself. That is of course, Fatebinder. I'm glad you have the capacity to see reason. Back to my questions. What did you want to know? She rubs the back of her neck. Tell me about these ruins. This place used to be an actual fort when Cairn came through. When Cairn came through, the Archon of Stone pulled down most of the masonry with him. She spits an impressive globe of phlegm. Not sure if it was intentional, but he left that old statue in one piece. It's carved in the likeness of the old queen Lycaris. She scratches the back of her head, smirking. Strangest thing, the statue started crying blood around the time of war. I like to think we clobbered the Wandering Guard so badly that their ancestors could feel it. What do you know about the spire? I know how to tell time by its shadow, and that it hurts my neck if I stare up at it for too long. Really, it's no different from the spires in the north, big, ugly, and inaccessible. It's strange that the Vendrian people built their citadel around it, but there's no accounting for tastes. Farewell. Be seeing you, Fatebinder. Side of her mouth jerks in a grin. Slap her. You have my thanks, Fatebinder. I must attend to the rest of my duties. We sing the anthem of pain. Not sign.
Can't do that.
How do I go here? There's a crate here. Oh. From around and climb, okay.
Can't do that.
There's a fast mod, right?
Sorry, I can't.
New critical hits boost.
Hey.
Board Game Heaven just boosted Dungeon Siege. For all your adventuring needs.
I'll give you a minute to boost more.
New critical hits boost. Board Game Heaven just boosted Revenant. For even more adventuring needs.
Climb down. Dungeon Siege.
New critical hits boost.
Revenants.
Board Game Heaven just boosted because you told me to. Fine. Menzoberranzan.
What?
Happy?
No, come on. Are you boosting Menzoberranzan because I told you to? I've been telling you because you were boosting it. Come on. I'm not forcing you. But you are the only one who boosts Menzoberranzan. Thank you for the boost, Ray. I appreciate them. Okay.
That wasn't so hard.
No, it wasn't. Abandoned Memorial. Take a better look at the Torque. Take the Torque. You recognize the corroded bronze Torque as a relic of Tearsman folklore.
New critical hits boost. Greeny Triany just boosted Menzoberranzan because I want to be helpful.
You should be boosting what you want to see me play, Greeny, rather than helping me or other people. But I bet you would like to see Menzoberranzan. Let's boost that as well. And feel free to boost more games. You can boost up to three different titles each day. Thank you for the boost.
New critical hits boost.
Oh, okay.
Greeny Triany just boosted Champions of Kryn because of Gold Box Lou.
Okay, so Champions of Kryn. I do have it here. I wasn't sure, since it didn't get any boosts so far. This is the first game in the Kryn trilogy. I've never played the Gold Box games. I'm highly curious about them, also scared and nervous about them. But nobody really wants to see them, so they are not getting any boosts. I would love to play them at some point, if it gets enough boosts. Are Krondor games there? Well, I have already played Betrayed Krondor. It was the first game that I played, Kavikupa. It was the game I chose as the first game in Critical
Greeny
Hits.
Triany just boosted Solasta. I've been having a lot of fun with it lately.
So last, I'm very curious about this one as well. Thank you so much for the boosts. And then there's
New
the
critical hits
Antara.
nomination. Kavakupo just nominated Return to Krondor.
It is already here. Return to Krondor is already nominated. You don't have to nominate it. You can boost it if you want. It's in the lists. So take a look at the lists before you nominate anything. It might already be in here. So we can you can either change your nomination to some other game, or we can refund you, whatever you prefer. Oh, I'm sorry, you just spent your points, so you cannot boost anymore. Let's refund your nomination. Let's Parrot, can you let's, how do we do that? Let's refund the 500 and you boost it again, okay? Let's solve it like that. Alright, you can now boost it again. Kavi, you now have points.
Sorry, I can't.
If you still want to boost it, of course.
Sorry, I can't.
New critical hits boost. Kavakupo just boosted Go Back to Krondor.
Go back to Krondor. You a fan of Return to Krondor? Return to Krondor? I played that game, but I don't remember much. I remember not being particularly impressed, though. Let's stop the Aurora. Your childhood game. Very cool. Fatebinder. Aurora salutes you as you approach. We are honored by your presence. Need something? What's the situation here in the Wanderings Well? The Oathbreakers hold the citadel at the heart of the valley. The one built around the base of the spire. Aurora points east toward the tower in the distance. The Matani River has been our largest headache during the siege. It's unsafe for armored troops to ford, save for at key locations, when the enemy knows this as well as we do. I know we'd be a lot farther along the Scarlet Chorus, use this alleged strength in numbers to ford the river themselves and overwhelm the enemy. Aurora looks at worse with a disapproving air. As it is, we must take the valley slowly and advance to this favored bulwark, since that's where the real work gets done. Because all it takes is numbers to cross the river under a hail of arrows, if the disfavored were quicker to act, maybe the Wandering Guard wouldn't be so trained up to face us. If either of you was correct, the campaign would be over, and I wouldn't be here. You have gained favor with disfavored, okay. A fair point. The Legion is eager to gain some perspective on our quarrels. Consequently, I retract my previous remark. Really? Because I don't. Next time you say something, try to mean it. Verse is a badass. But more than badass, she's kind of edgy. So, she loses some of her cool when she's too edgy. In my eye, at least. How long have you been with the disfavored? 7 years. She pauses the count on her fingers. 2 seasons, may have a handful of days. I trained at Fort Resolution a bit before the conquest. Compared to the commanders you find around camp or stationed at Ironhearth, that makes me one of the young bloods. Verse is definitely a bit of an edgelord, yeah. This has been a long and grueling campaign, but the end is in sight. We'll soon have the Oathbreakers back under control. Then we can rest, retrain, or even cycle out troops so we can see our families again. What can you tell me of the Wandering Guard? They are the last gasp of the younger realms. Among them are warriors that escaped with bastards the siege, a few refugees from other victories, and a bunch of Wanderings locals with delusions of independence. These southern wastrels cannot match our iron, nor the chorus numbers. What on Terratis gave them the nerve to rise up and ask for a second helping of battle is anyone's guess. Seen anything interesting during the war? I once saw a forge-bound artisan set himself on fire. Occupational hazard. That was an unpleasant day. The first of many, to be honest. I wasn't there to watch you proclaim the Edict on Storms, but I saw the devastation hit Stalwart and take up several cohorts of disfavored with it. She squeezes her eyes shut and shakes her head. Carry on. She taps her gauntlet to her breastplate in salute. Have a pleasant siege, Fatebinder. Okay, so what is it that I am actually supposed to do? I'm supposed to read the edicts. Verse was elated by your feisty, chaotic inclinations. 9 times. Verse was pleased by your feisty, chaotic inclinations once. Verse was appalled by your orderly, honorable ways 3 times. So we can also get a fear ability. That's cool. You need a reputation change of major strength. I assume that is a companion quest. Must be a companion quest. I cannot guess what it might otherwise mean. You avoided any lost loyalty so far. Pretty impressive. I'm just clicking on stuff. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm getting lucky, I think. Wandering guards. Oh, we can gain wandering. Of course. So that is what I want to do. I want to go for the. So I know that there is an ending to this game where you unite these separate rebelling factions against Kairos. I want to do that. I have no idea how to do that, and obviously I don't want you to tell me anything about it. I did play this game before, but I never went for that ending. I will try that, but I think some of your options can lock you out of that ending if you make the wrong choices. So I may not get it, but if I can, like, there are some very cool, even a passive effect, if I can get my reputation up with the supposed enemy of Kairos. I have gained some wrath, probably by getting that guy killed. You killed a Wandering Guard soldier. See, I wasn't given a choice. It is the tutorial. You believe in me. I will try my best. We will see. We will see. This favored and Scarlet Chorus. So, you know, in the best of worlds, I would gain enough favor and wrath with all of them to unlock all options, but I don't think it's possible. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm not going to be very methodical about unlocking these. Like, I'm not going to try and gain just enough favor and wrath to unlock skills or anything like that. I will go the way I usually go with the dialogues and hope that I gain favor. Hey, XCOM, you will just say baklava. Delicious. Are you eating baklava? Enjoy your dessert, XCOM. It is great to see you. It's not for me though. I believe we spoke about this before. It is too sweet, too syrupy, too heavy a dessert for me.
Yum, yum, yum.
Travel to the disfavored camp. Make your camp southeast through Edgering Fort and travel to the disfavored camp where Graven Ash and Voice of Nerat are meeting to discuss their strategy. So we have to go here. Where is the... Oh, I missed the gate entirely. Silly me. Yum, yum, yum. This is homemade variant with less of the sugary flavor, but still keeping its sting. Ooh. Maybe. Oh, I don't have enough subterfuge. No. I need more subterfuge. It's 38.5. Can I get some quickness maybe somehow? No. Oh. Does this stop the skill gain? So quickness and wits give subterfuge. I need 2 wits to gain a rank. 1 wits. Come on, really? Well, 4 wits, but I have only 1 of this. 1 vitality. It is kind of sad. Presenting you. Well, we will come back. We will come back. That's fine. I won't forget you, Crate. I won't forget you exist here. His favorite camp. Siren songs. When combat starts, Siren will begin singing one of her. What are you talking about? I don't have Siren with me. What is this? The game is spoiling stuff through the supposed help section. Slow down a moment. I know we are both eager to watch the Arcans bicker over tactics like a pair of magpies, but I need to ask you something first. What's that? The voice of Nerat told me you come as a mediator. Considering the source, well, I can't help but feel I'm only hearing half the story, so let's have it out. What's so special about you? So we can lure to lie. Ban game, yeah, definitely. Ban tyranny, please. We are bringing democracy. So this will give me lore skill, but I don't want to lie to her. What else has the voice of Nerat told you? Only that I could find you in Edgering Ruins. Truthfully, I could have picked you out of a crowd. You are the only one of us who hasn't spent the last few months bathing in the stink of Matani River. She laughs, but there's a forced nature to it. Why so suspicious? It's just a feeling I got. When the Archons are together, the air gets as taut as a bowstring. I can't help but think that no amount of compromise will get them seeing eye to eye. So why invite a mediator to Tunan's court? It doesn't add up. Why do you think the Archons are at odds? I've been with the Scarlet Chorus since the early days of the Conquest, and I can say it's been building for a few years now. There's an energy about those two, like a pair of storms moving to collide. I heard tell that Graven Ash and the voice of Nerat share some bad blood in the Northern Empire, but I don't know any particulars. That's absurd. If the Archons cannot put the past behind them, they are unfit to command. Let's say that. Quick to anger, are we? I'm not disagreeing with you, but I would take care of where you speak your mind. Someone is always eager to report slander to their favorite Archon. With all the power they wield, those types are not quick to forgive. I am here to deliver an edict from Kairos. That makes a crazy kind of sense. Considering how long the siege has taxed the armies, I can understand why Kairos would send you with an edict to speed things along. Have you read it? Do you know what it says? The Archons must claim Ascension Hall by Kairos' Day of Swords, or all will perish. One more thing for the Archons to fight over. Well, thanks for cluing me in. If Kairos sends in lightning our way, just tell me when to dock. I really ought to be meeting with the Archons. The war tent is just past the center of camp. She nods toward your northeast. One last thing, be careful around these disfavored types. They take their work seriously, and most have suffered too many blows to the head.
I don't think so.
Give me 38. I need 38. Subterfuge, clearly. Hail, Fatebinder. The disfavored scout nods at your approach. Camp's on up ahead. Don't mind us, just clearing out the rabble. I still don't understand what I've done to offend. I respect that these are now disfavored lands, and I'm happy to give the Legion a proper toll. But she's going on about trading rights. What nonsense is that? I'm not allowed to trade one thing for another. It's not like I'm selling these weapons to angry peasants or anything of the sort. Oh, I'm sorry, Kavikupo. You need to be a sub to use the commands. But I'm sure someone will use it for you. We have half full subs here. The Overlord regulates all trade. If you lack the proper permits, your goods are forfeit. So if we say you're on disfavored land, etc., etc., I think we will gain reputation with the disfavored. Or rather favor. I don't want this kind of attitude for my character. You should be more thankful they're even listening to you speak. No. The Overlord regulates all trade. If you lack the proper permits, your goods are forfeit. A trade permits? Well, how was I mean, to whom should I speak for such a thing? Hey, Catmas! Hello! How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Not us and not our problem. Maybe march your butt to Bastard City and plead your case before Tunen, but we'll lighten your burden and relieve you of your wares first. That should make the long trek a bit more bearable. Anything to be argued before Tunen may be argued before me. What's there to discuss? We should kill this Mongol and... The warrior pauses, placing her hand in front of her mouth. If the Fate Binder wishes to weigh in on the matter, the courtesy demands we listen. The soldier clears her throat, looking at you expectantly. This is a disfavored matter, but I know the agents of the court do so love to throw their judgments around. Everything is good. How is everything with you? How is your Saturday, Catmas? Well, you could also rob me now and have my supplies today. The merchant grabs a flask from his cart. Or you can leave me alive and have fermented honey all year long. I even know a few family recipes for painkillers and healing draughts. Certainly any army will need those. He uncorks a small ceramic vial, and the aroma of cloves and lanolin assaults your nose. Lanolin. Okay, let's go subterfuge, because I do need subterfuge experience this time, and I think this guy is trying to sell looted supplies anyway. Curious, I was just hearing about the supply caravan of reagents going missing. Well, I don't see how that relates to me. I mean, I've only just arrived here. I couldn't have been involved in anything like that. Didn't say the shipment went missing around here, and I certainly didn't mention when. Start talking. So you just happened to cart all of this stuff by yourself from over the mountains in hopes of making money in the middle of a battle? I'm not buying it. Look at the guy. He's trying to be inconspicuous. I don't know. Have a holiday now. That's good. That's good. You are right. Kill the Slayer and share the proceeds with the Legion. Do we do that? No, let's didn't say the shipment went missing around here, and I certainly didn't mention when. Start talking. Well, I suppose some of it's looted. The peddler tosses his hands in the air. Look, I'm just trying to scrap together an inventory to sell. All the tiers have been wrapped up in war. Forces a man to get creative with his source of wares. I found most everything out in the forest of the valley. I'd keep my head low when I heard sounds of combat, then I'd take a look, and grab whatever wasn't claimed by the first victors. So then you stole from the disfavored dead? How else did you get your hands on that iron? The scout points to the merchant's cart. You would come here and sell us our own armaments? If anything has an owner, I will return it, but this iron would have turned to rust if left in mud on the battlefield. The disfavored are few in number, is that not right? You need a man like me to gather up supplies that would otherwise go to waste. The disfavored will tolerate your presence, but you will pay them handsomely for your charity.
I shall keep my end of Bale's bargain.
Nice, nice. Nil attack. What do I want to do?
Soon all will serve the Lich King.
Ooh. Hey, Bijinard. How are you today? Welcome. Kel'Thuzad is a nice roll. What is the cat doing today? How evil is the cat today? Do I want to gain reputation with Latin Crossing? Sure. Sure. I will support the civilians whenever I can, the rebels. You may trade your wares freely, but lie again and I'll have you killed. But he has no permits. You are allowing this lawborn wretch to profit when he should toil like any other conquered tearsman? Fatebinder, it is your right to settle disputes when we lock horns with the chorus, but you have no authority on this matter. Athletics 30, step closer. Are you questioning my judgment? I am. You have the right to step in when we disagree with the chorus, but this fool is not sworn to the Anarchan and has no protection. Scott runs her head along her temple, letting out a long kiss of frustration before throwing her arms in the air. You know what? Have it your way, Fatebinder. This isn't worth a court summons from Tunan. You have gained favor with Latin Crossing. You don't know at the moment you are vacationing with the fam. Ah, okay. Okay. The cat is vacationing then also. Has the house to itself to do what he wants to do. My deepest thanks. I thought I was about to be robbed and left for dead, and here I thought the disfavored would thank me for trying to bring in fresh provisions. I'll be sure to keep my head down and not make any waves. Thank you for talking down the disfavored from doing worse. Sad times we live in when making a humble living is branded a crime. So saving your hide was worth... Nah, you're lucky I ran across you. Farewell. Well, I mean your dad's. Swing by soon. I just need to get my wares in order and I'll be ready for business. Did we gain subterfuge? No, 15 wasn't enough. We need 16 more.
Yes.
You didn't see nothing.
$16 subterfuge points more. A humble grave lies before you. A battered sword has been used as a marker. The initial B deeply
A modest
engraved with the
grave for
iron.
the Archon's son, Brennix. We don't bother with funeral rites in the chorus. No point in thanking conscripts for their duty.
Can't do that.
Who do we have here? Step closer and present yourself. The wood used for these parapets is pristine and finely cut. These walls have yet to see any battle. The gate guard holds up a warning hand. Go no farther. You approach disfavored ground. State your business. I am Mithril, Fatebinder of Tunan. I bring words from Kairos, words for your commander's ears. Understood. His posture relaxes, his weapon lowering. On behalf of the disfavored, I welcome you into our camp. The Archons are gathered in the war tent. Head straight through the gates. The table is lined with various medicinal herbs. It would appear that they have been carefully rationed. The disfavored insignia has been violently defaced. These arrows were fletched with precision and care. These spears are uniform in their quality craftsmanship. The sparring dummy shows the deep gouges of hard use.
Can't do that.
So what did we loot? Nobleman's sandals. Let's keep that. So we have Isotanis here, Barrick here, Rona and Pantibor here, Bitter Quip.
Good thing I keep a torsion wrench handy. I'm carrying too much.
What are you talking about? You're carrying too much.
On it.
Okay, I didn't see the spoiler. I saw Thor's no spoilers message, so I'm not looking at the messages above. If it's indeed a spoiler,
Sorry, I can't.
please delete it. Lucia and Marcus here. Yeah, this is a no spoiler stream. I am familiar with the game. I recognize some elements from it as I play. I remember more as I play. But still, we are also keeping it spoiler free for people who are watching this game for the first time and want to discover things as it happens in the game. So it's not just for my sake.
How'd you take a look at that?
Can't do that.
Anything that has... I don't know what you wrote. I don't know what you said. So maybe it was not a spoiler, I don't know. But a spoiler is anything that has not occurred in the game yet. Anything that has not happened in the game is a spoiler. Okay, let's start talking to people. Zotanis curses the air as a blade of thin iron breaks in half beneath his hammer. Repairing weapons with scrap isn't exactly why I got into this craft, but our supplies are spent. He wipes the sweat from his brow and gets a better look at you. Why not forge bronze? Bronze will do in a pinch, don't get me wrong. It can take a beating and can get pants back into shape, unlike the stubborn iron we have here. He glanced at the pile of his work with dread, and we always have plenty of tin and copper lying around, so supplies aren't a problem. It's a rare smith who can churn out military-grade bronze consistently. More often than not, it comes out soft. Look around camp, we are garbing the Legion head to toe in iron because it's cheaper and easier to produce for the masses. Couldn't do that with bronze. They call the disfavored the Iron Legion for a reason. Strategy and skill may be our backbone, but our clothes are made of iron. The good stuff that comes from the smiths in Lettian's Crossing. You mentioned an iron shortage? Iron shortage? What is this, Baldur's Gate? I'm afraid so. The last shipment sent down the Matani went missing near Echo Cole Crossing, but I'm afraid we won't be seeing any more now that the valley is sealed. Forge-bound iron is Tuno's responsibility. Why is this the first I'm hearing of it? Keep your voice down, Isotanis flinches and lowers his own. Ravnash doesn't want to cause a panic or pass any information to the wandering guard. Best case scenario, the iron tumbled off a boat and is rusting on a riverbed. Worst case, it ends up in enemy hands. If I find myself in Echo Cole, I suppose I can keep an eye out. I appreciate that, as does the great general, more than you might guess. Maybe he isn't quick to offer his thanks to outsiders, but I know he'll be grateful for your help. It would be a boon to the war effort if our iron was recovered. You can trust me to handle this. I knew that Tuno wouldn't have dispatched you without good reason. The court isn't exactly known for gambling when the stakes are high. He glances to a crate beside him and points to a small set of notches on the wood. You see that? That is how we tell apart our iron shipments from the rest. Inconspicuous so people don't go snooping around. You'll want to keep your eye out for these. Good hunting, okay. He glances to a crate. Points to a small set of notches on the woods. Okay. I'd like to see your wares. Stone shield sets. You know what? Let's... oh, anyway, let's sell. So Echo Coal? I don't know where Echo Coal is. Okay, barrack. You can't make out the ironclad soldier's expression under his twisted helmet. He merely stares at you. Got no time to chitter. Too much armor to mend. Speak to Uncle Pentibor if you've got rings to trade. Hail to you, guardian of the law. The man dressed in merchant finery greets you with a smile. If you have a few excess rings weighing you down, best unburden yourself before battle. You know that if these favors suffer a merchant in their camp, that must be a man selling only the finest provisions or the armaments. He points to his collection of shields, rations, satchels, wineskins, and other sundries. Take a look and see if something interests you. Lawbreaker, might I take a closer look in one of these great standard inspection procedures? This will be stealing something, right? We will steal something, probably. He hesitates, then corrects with a welcoming smile. Oh, of course, by all means, I have nothing to hide. He makes a show of removing a crate's lid and showing off his wares with an open palm. His supplies are all perfectly ordinary. You see nothing out of place or unauthorized by his mercantile license. Let's get some subterfuge experience. Try to steal something. 10 rings. Oh, rings are the currency, right? It's not the actual rings that you put on your finger. You lean down to inspect the merchant's wares and spot a few rings that must have fallen to the bottom of a crate. As you shift supplies aside during the course of your inspection, you make a point of palming the rings, confident that they won't be missed. The merchant pretends to not observe your action, but a momentary flash of disappointment is evident in his eyes. Ah, did he see? Maybe he did. How did you come to work with the disfavored? Hard work and good supplies. The Tunan's man came to my village. All the merchants were given different lists of what they were or weren't permitted to trade. He smiles, hand on hips. In Kairos' wisdom, my record must have been a good one, because I was given the right to trade in all manner of goods, most importantly arms. Not a lot of merchants can legally sell weapons. It was like that even before Kairos. Let me see your wares. Pentibor rubs his hands, eyes alight. Let's see if we can find something you might like. Sigil of Frosts. You already know the sigil. Okay, I have to mouse over though. It doesn't show me automatically. One resolve. Thanks for being here, Ray. I'll see you next time. Have a good rest. Good rest of your day. Or night, I suppose. What are these?
Can't do that.
The table is lined with various medicinal herbs. I read that, right? This cart is bursting with fresh food and useful goods. Glory to the voices of Nerat. Projecting his salutations for all to hear, the grinning blood chanter raps his staff against the ground as you approach. Fatebinder Mithril, I presume? His smile quickly retreats, giving way to a sour scowl. I am Bitterquip. I am here as the emissary of the Scarlet Chorus. Bitterquip looks at you impatiently. What is it like working with the disfavored? He scoffs, looking away from you for a moment before sniffing and returning his attention to you. Reporting to the Iron Hag is an insult. She fought one duel for her title. One, her leadership must be continuously proven, earned, and defended. Weakness should bleed to the bottom of the army, not rise to the top. My assignment here is also an insult, but one I will bear for the good of the chorus. Bitterquip sniffs the air, smiling with one side of his mouth. If only to see, with my own eyes, the failure of the disfavored, that will be a fine day. What can you tell me of the Scarlet Chorus? The chorus is the feature of the tears. I feel only derision and pity for those who fear our inevitable ascension. Bitterquip looks at you with a raised eyebrow. What in particular would you like to know? Tell me about the voice of Nerat. He is Supreme Commander and Public Servant, he who sets us free but directs all. Bitter Creep smiles as he talks, his face turning flush. The voice of Nerat is an epitome of what each of us can be, a magician without equal and the leader of uncountable numbers. The voices and the chorus are one, conquering, expanding, growing, changing, always stronger. Bitter Creep pounds his staff on the ground. Glory to the voices! How did you come to join the Scarlet Chorus? The Doctrine of Strength speaks to me, and I answered its call, as did some of my arcane peers. I took to the chorus almost instantly. Unlike most, I cried not for the life of comfort lost to me. My magic invokes fear and terror, and I easily established my dominance over a pack in my early days in the chorus. If you are so curious about it all, Bitter Creep smiles, lifting an eyebrow. Perhaps you should visit our camp and see for yourself. What is your role in the chorus? I am a blood chanter. My magic can turn the will of man and the tide of battle. I have held command for 3 years now, though being forced to keep an eye on the disfavored is not the reward I had envisioned for the service thus far. Sounds as if you really like the voice of Nerat. Bitter Creep blinks several times and scowls, saying nothing. That's all for now. Bitter Creep nods as you depart. Was there someone here? I forgot. No. Did we get 39? Oh, we are up to 40. I am Lucia. This is Marcus. The disfavored soldier points to an armored man next to her. And you must be the Fatebinder. From under her helmet, you hear an audible scoff. We've been assigned to babies. Assigned to your hospitality, Marcus quietly interjects, while you remain on disfavored ground. If you should need a place to rest, we can make the necessary preparations. What can we do for you? Marcus, tell me about yourself. Not sure there's much to tell. I trained at Fort Resolution. This is my first campaign, and I'm proud to be with the Legion. I was wounded at the Gates of Judgment, but Gravenash's protection mended me good. I owe my life to him. Are you bragging that you let your guard down and took a spear to the gut? You really shouldn't boast about the filthy tearsman besting you in battle. Lucia rolls her eyes. You're just bitter that Lord Ash never seems to notice you. In all seriousness, I would take that spear again if it brought honor to the disfavored. Kairos knows we could use it. We are the elite fighters of the Northern Army, but somehow we still lack the Overlord's confidence. He shakes his head and sighs. Lucia, tell me about yourself. I do this. She unenthusiastically lifts up her heavy shield. And I do this. She mockingly stabs at the air with her spear. Lucia shrugs. Playing host is not my strong suit. Ignore my sarcasm. I've seen the Legion through my share of the campaign. After so much bloodshed, our pretenses of honor can wear me down. She turns a cautious eye your way. The North is my home, and I consider each and every one of the ironclad bastards in this cap to be family. You won't find another army where each member of the phalanx is as beloved and cherished as the next. You seem handy with a weapon, Lucia. Insufficient reputation. I know a thing or two about spitting foes who are stupid enough to challenge me. What of it? Easy, Lucia. We don't punish curiosity here. No need to fly off the handle on the basis of a simple reflection. They train us well, Fatebinder. The Archon makes sure that our potential is realized before we reach battle. So most of us keep a cool head when we see any action. He looks at Lucia with a frown. Most of us, I said. How have your skills fared in battle against the Outbreakers, Marcus? Insufficient reputation. Wait, is this all a ruse? Did Tunon send you to test the army's training and grit? Because I won't stand for it. Will you calm the fuck down, you tangled fishnet of nerves? This is after how many head wounds you took last week? Stop looking for enemies behind every shadow. I guarantee you'll be disappointed. What's it like serving with the disfavored? In spite of our name, the Legion commands more honor than any military on the face of Terraces. Unlike the chorus, there is tradition, discipline, teamwork, and unity of purpose. Marcus looks out across the camp. There aren't many of us, but it's better that way. We are a tightly knit family bound together by trust and glory. Accurate enough, Lucius shrugs. After seeing the disunity and bickering of the younger Ram defenders, I feel lucky to be in the most agreeable legion of Kairos' host, even if we are not always the most efficient. If the Legion boasts so much honor, why are they disfavored? Insufficient reputation. I'm afraid that isn't for me to say. Others around the camp might be able to tell you more, but I don't really discuss the great general's history to outsiders. But you'll say that it involves the great general, which is already a telling clue, idiot. Drat. At least Iron Marshal isn't within earshot, or I'd be washing my mouth out with wormwood. Marcus, I'd like some training. Of course, Fateminder. Marcus pounds his fist on his armor in salute. Oh, training with money. Training with money. Finally, some fun to break up the monotony of the siege. We are asked for training from Lucia. Dodge athletics. It's very expensive. I guess I know where to spend my money in this game. Athletics is important, I guess. But then again, we are gaining so much skill points very quickly. From your vantage point, you see tents trail off, obscured by the rising smoke of campfires. The soldiers you see appear somber and quiet, a calm before the storm.
That wasn't so hard.
You are following the road through an expanse of scrubby woodlands, crooked oaks, and dry needled pines grasping towards the sky when you catch the sound of children laughter filtering through the trees. Investigate the laughter. Abandoning the road. This is very cool, by the way. I love it. Abandoning the road, you make your way to a small tributary of the Matani snaking through the sparse forest. There you discover a group of 4 youths gathered beside the small stream. 2 of the children sit on the rocks, poles in hand, staring patiently at the water. The other 2 are seated near a bucket, taking turns whacking eels along the ground to stun them and carving up the eel meat. Why would we threaten the children? Why would we gain from that? Speak to the children. You step out of the woods, drawing the attention of the children. Who are you, verily? The eldest youth, almost a man grown, nods your heraldry and hawks a bowl of phlegm into the reeds. Punish the spitter, tell a story, ask to sniggle, ransom the children, return to road. Why would I ransom the children? Let's tell a story. What is sniggle? Like tell them to disperse, go home? Is it what it means? Let's tell a story. You have gained favor with Wandering Guard. Oh, okay. You raise your hands to calm the youngsters and ask if they've heard the tale of Pox and the Elder Boar of the Burnian Wood. When they look to one another without answer, you begin to spin the story for them. An odd and sometimes amusing yarn filled with epic adventure and dark mysticism. By the time you are finished, the youth have become entirely absorbed in your story, utterly wrapped in their attention. The youngest of the children brings you an eel in exchange for your time. You thank them and return to the road to continue your journey. Okay. So I can gain reputation in these random events. I wonder if I can farm those random events, like go back and forth. To fish for eels by thrusting a baited hook into their lurking place. Okay, so I could fish with them, basically.
Can't do that. Got it.
Lore 43. Ooh, 80. What? Gore thrust. It's a two-handed weapon. Okay. Let's go back. Press straw in the corner of this prison cell absorbs much of the stench. I think I have spoken to everyone. Let's see what this menu is like. No. We have a new... range for meters. Exam that provides an increased spell strength, increasing the potency of most existing effects. Sure. Assign. Let's change it. Make it stronger.
That's 4 reports of avalanches in the mountains now. The Tearsmen can barely count past 9. They have neither the capacity nor the cause to close off the mountain passes. Either way, that leaves the 2nd and 4th cohort trapped outside the valley.
The Archon of War pounds his staff on the ground to punctuate his words. A large and imposing man to begin with, his profile is made larger still by his hulking suit of armor that hums with mystic energy.
Or it's the work of your perfidious Earthshakers. Only a fool would not suspect a traitorous Archon of poisoning the mind of his students with sedition. We would have killed the Earthshakers Guild for their master's treachery, but I'm sure you have some perfectly valid reason for allowing them to live as your pawns.
The Archon of Secrets passes a scepter between his hands as he speaks, twirling the rod in hypnotic circles. You hear the voices in your head. Well, hello there, Fatebinder. We'll be with you in just a moment. This is so cool. I love it. Emerald luminescence seeps from the seams of the Archon's ragged red robes. The glow is most noticeable where his neck ought to be. His mask seems to float and spin, never pivoting or bending naturally.
Hey, watch yourself. When these two get going, you don't want to get between them.
Let's let them talk. Remain silent.
I always know you've run out of things to say when you resort to mocking my vassals. If we are to speak of treachery,
oh, really?
Why is it that my scouts see the Scarlet Chorus warriors defecting back to the Vendrian Guard? Your fearsome reputation has gone flaccid, for it seems you cannot control your soldiers, or perhaps you simply choose not to.
My lords, the Fatebinder has arrived. The disfavored commander raises her voice, trying with little success to speak over the Archons. Perhaps we could table this discussion and let our guest speak.
Speaking of strategic failures, who was it that insisted the valley would need only a token garrison? For some strange reason, we can't seem to recall which balding halfwit grossly underestimated the enemy. Thoughts?
The Archon of Secrets twirls his scepter in a twisting loop. You hear the voices in your head. Can you hear us, Fatebinder? Cough if we have your attention. His leather-wrapped hands flipping the heavy rod with an effortless flow. cough audibly.
And I thought you had left agents within these Tearsmen when they surrendered. Either you failed to see this coming, or you knew and let it happen. Incompetent or in cahoots, either way, this mess has your filthy stink all over it.
The Archon of War lurches forward, resting his weight on his war maul as blue luminescence crackles around his armor.
We look forward to seeing you explain to Tunon why the Archon of War could not close the vice on this trivial little insurgency. When we are crowned the ruler of the Tears, we shall have this place renamed to Ash's Folly in your honor.
The voices of Nerat tosses his scepter into the air. You hear the voices in your head. Good, good. Now pay attention, you might miss something. Catching it as it descends back down, remain silent.
If I could trust the information I get from you and your conscripted mouth breathers, perhaps I'd order my cohorts around a bit more aggressively. But last time I trusted your all-clear report, my troops failed to come home.
Oh, Ash, old boy. If you're going to have a little sob every time one of your nieces or nephews dies to the Tearsmen, perhaps we should have Siren sing you some calming lullabies to help you cope with your grief.
Siren, not Siren. Siren is the Archon of Song and the youngest Archon sent to conquer the Tears. Young and inexperienced, Siren is sworn to the voice of Nerat, who uses her powers of charm and manipulation to swell the ranks of Scarlet Chorus with volunteers. Yeah, obviously there is the element of sound effects, digital effects, but still. The Archon flips his scepter 3 times around. You hear the voices in your head. Take care that you don't learn too much, Fatebinder. An excess of knowledge, of curiosity even, can earn unwanted attention. Humming gleefully. Hold your tongue, I will not have you denigrate the honor of our fallen brethren. The commander's hand moves to the hilt of her battle, though the weapon stays sheathed. I'd be doing us all a favor if I cracked open that excuse for a head. They bicker like children, do they not? The fifth eye's grating tenor pierces the tension in the tent, and all eyes land on Crimson Spear. I meant only to say welcome to our guest, the Fatebinder. The armored retainer bows with rushed inelegance, then rises to a salute, and not a moment too soon. You have gained favor with the voice of Nerat, you have gained favor with Scarlet Chorus. Ah, why didn't you speak up sooner? My Lord Archons, the governor of Lethian Crossing, has finally arrived. I beg you to cease arguing for a moment. Woe to the Archons. Apologies for the sudden entrance. I've traveled long to be here. So did we gain favor because we waited? We didn't cut their discussion short? I don't know.
Ah, the Stormcaller. Conveniently late once more. Our eyes and ears tell us you come bearing an edict. The anticipation is killing us.
Ah, the Stormcaller conveniently late once more. Conquer's decision. The disfavored cut a bloody swath through the realm of Stalwart. By 4:30 TR, it was clear that the countryside had fallen, but the last of Stalwart's regions, the ruling family, would remain hidden in his massive keep at Sentinel Stand, unwilling to meet his fate in a final battle. We get edicts. We read edict, right? Yeah, we did. No, did we? I'm not sure. We read something about edict. I'm not sure if we read this paragraph, but that's fine.
My soldiers tell me you helped Commander Drotus on your way through Eddring. You honor the court with your selfless cooperation, for that is the sort of camaraderie that Kairos demands of us all.
Your Tinder date invited you back to her house tonight while she was in the bathroom. You had a cheerful look in her wardrobe. He said that was a nurse outfit, a policewoman's uniform, a full dominatrix bodysuit, so he quickly pulled on your pants and snuck out of there. You don't want a girlfriend who can't hold down a job. You might have made a big mistake. Big mistake. Lost a huge opportunity. How are you, Blackbird? Welcome in. That's a nice roll. That's a nice roll. Good to have you, Blackbird. I require no thanks for doing my sworn duty.
Modesty is your prerogative, but know that cooperation and goodwill have been rarities of late. You do your Lord Tunon a great honor by
Dave the
aiding your
Diver.
cousins in the
That game looks
disfavor.
nice, yeah.
Oh, don't mind us while you trade your gushing praise. We're sure the Fatebinder has come because our company lacks in small talk.
I come bearing an edict of Kairos.
For the second time, Brother Tunon selects you for the glory of proclamation. You should be honored. Tell us, what has the Overlord decided to unleash upon the Oathbreakers?
It seems you need some encouragement to work together. Kairos' edict will end the lives of everyone in this valley unless Ascension Hall is claimed by Kairos' Day of Swords. So what is Day of Swords? The 26th of every month or span is Kairos' day. 26th of every month, okay. It's a day of holiday and rest for all within the Overlord's empire. Each Kairos' day is the last day of its span and is referred to by the span's name. Kairos' Day of Swords, therefore, is the 26th day of the span of swords. Okay, interesting. Ascension Hall is the traditional throne room of the Queens of Apex. The throne stands directly beneath the mountain spire in the center of the citadel in the Valley of Vandransville. In honor of your incompetence and disarray, the edict will execute every living thing in this valley unless Ascension Hall is taken by Kairos Deoso. So these are all reading the edicts, but these two are with commands. This is with an insulting command. This is with a suggestive command. And this is just reading it neutrally. I will go with this. It seems you need some encouragement to work together. You have gained wrath with voice of Narat, favor with Graven Ash. The earth sways with each word you utter, the air thickening with warmth as you pronounce the tersely phrased commandments, its every syllable drafted by the hand of Kairos. With the edict proclaimed, your pulse quickens and the muscles in your legs, worn from having a long trip down the mountain, feel renewed. The tired limbs now nearly buoyant with vigor.
The Overlord means to compel us into action. No doubt the avalanches in the mountains are part of this ultimatum. We must conquer the Oathbreakers or die in failure. There is no room for error, and no other way out of this valley alive. We'll need to advance across the Mittani. We lose everything if we stand still. And we move to backup Plan Green. The Earthshakers didn't make it over the mountain in time. So we do this the hard way. Over the walls instead of through.
The Archon of War taps a finger against his temple. A low rumble escapes from under his beard.
So you found your backbone at last! Oh, we were worried past humiliations would make you soft, timid. That was a record for you, right? A baker's dozen lost in one sortie. If you had waited for the chorus reinforcements, maybe we'd have eyes and ears on the matter.
The Archon of Secrets passes his scepter from one hand to the next. You hear the voices in your head. Watch him squirm. So many tears over replaceable, expendable, useless soldiers. I miss the old Archon of War. You'd never seen blood echo in a blubbering mass over a few dead killers. He'd used the knuckle bones of his best disciples for jewelry and even made a breastplate out of his dead brothers. Chuckling softly with each toss. Woohoo! They call you the Archon of Secrets, but you certainly don't seem to know anything remotely useful. Do I want to say this? No. No. Why would I insult the voices of Narat? Learn to work together or we are all doomed. Nah, I'm not going to say it. He doesn't deserve it. Welcome back, QP. Learn to work together or we are all doomed.
The Fatebinder is right. We're acting
I have
not as
lost
leaders,
favor.
but as children.
I have
no
lost
time
favor for
your
the first
foolish
time.
Japes and petty taunts. We should focus on the objective at hand, and that is taking the Mittani River, and then advancing to Ascension Hall and ending this edict.
That enough talking, there's work to... No. Our lives hang in the balance because you two bicker like children. Now go, solve this problem you've started. No more staying idle. I expected this favorite to be on the march at once. This is like singling out this favorite. Why would I do that? This is also singling out the Scarlet Chorus. Then enough talking, there's work to be done. My lord, Barrick and his band have been drilled on the Echo Call assault plan. The Crescent Runners should be briefing him as we speak regarding the latest enemy movements along the river. I will dispatch him at once. The Iron Marshal salutes, clapping her gauntlet to her breastplate. And I will ensure the chorus stands ready to march. If the disfavored can't take the river, the chorus has the manpower to secure the outer ring of the valley.
Our soldiers clamor for battle, and at last we shall have it. Thus, we command you to continue guarding the Fatebinder. Tunan's Chosen is our honored guest, and must be shown our finest hospitality.
I won't let you down, boss. She'll get through the campaign in one piece, as long as she doesn't do anything too stupid.
The Archon twists his scepter one last time. You hear the voices in your head. Suit yourself, Fatebinder. The more you ignore us. When did I ignore you? I didn't ignore you. Then taps the fifth eye on the shoulder and the two depart.
Finally, the fool and his puppet are gone. Perhaps now I can hear myself think. Rarely do I question Kairos' judgment, but I will never understand why the voices of Narot is given such authority. I shudder to think what will become of us all should Tunon favor him in the end. Though the edict threatens the Scarlet Chorus just as it threatens us, I cannot shake the feeling that our allies will work against us. Now, if you'll leave me be, I have a battle to plan. I imagine duty requires you speak with the chorus further, but if I can convince you to lend a hand, most of my legion is trapped beyond the mountains, so I'm in need of an added sword or two. If you wish to be counted amongst the glorious, speak with the Iron Marshal. She will direct the order of battle until we are ready for the final push into the Citadel.
I'm short a few scouts, short a few soldiers, short a few everything. I'm sure my brethren would be grateful for the assistance of a skilled outsider. I would be honored to help. The Iron Marshal salutes Graven Ash, then turns to leave the tents. I will be at the training grounds readying the soldiers. Find me there when you are ready. She pauses, clearing her throat. And though I am loath to mention it, the chorus can likely use your assistance. They certainly won't secure the outer valley on their own. Fifth Eye will be somewhere in that rat's nest they call a camp due east. Seek him out if you must. The Archon of War lets out a long sigh as he surveys the maps and models displayed about his desk. He glances over his shoulder, making brief eye contact with you, furrows his brow, and turns back to his contemplation. The first time you proclaimed an edict, you gave the enemy a suspicious amount of time to ready themselves. I chalk it up to excessive mercy for a backwards people. But when the edict is against your kin, that order you follow to the letter. Remain silent. Be gone from my tent. I tire of these endless distractions. Sure. Let me take what you have in your chest. This battle report from Echo Call Crossing blames the failure of the assault on the village of the Scarlet Chorus. Apparently, their scouts failed to report the critical intelligence about the enemy composition. Talking with companions. Oh, it is glowing. Okay. How did you do that? Burst looks at you with a quizzical expression. Do what? Back in the Archon's war tent, you cast an edict as casually as reading a supply shipment. How did you do that? Well, I've done it before. Don't I look stupid? You were the one who cast the Edict of Storms on Stalwart, didn't you? The one that tore the battlefield apart with the cyclone of Kairos' anger? That was me, alright. Well, call me impressed. Considering that you read the words of Kairos more than once, I'm surprised that you are even alive to tell of it. Your vocal cords should have turned to ash by now. I'm not trying to make you feel uncomfortable. It's just for recognizing what you've done. Not only are you Tunan's Fatebinder, you are the mouthpiece of the Overlord. Gives me plenty of reason to stick around. You are going places and I want to see where they lead. If you say so, I have some questions for you.
What do you need?
Ask about our
What did you have in mind?
travels. Nah, this is generic. Generic dialogue about the state of the main quests. Let's talk to everyone again. Well, if it isn't the Fatebinder, it isn't. No, it is. Just kidding. Like again, the bitter creep looks you up and down, his face unamused. Have you so little to do besides standing around the disfavored camp? Very well. This is new. Kamikaze Ironclad. Iron Marshal, I'm going to talk later. Okay, I'm going to take a very quick break again. Quick, less than 5 minutes break. When I'm back, we are going to continue. And thank you for your patience with the ads as usual, and enjoy the clips. So stay tuned. Be back in a minute. Whoops. Okay, it worked, but I'm not sure if I did a good thing or not. Where could the clue be?
These pews are strangely in order. You figured someone would have vandalized them a bit. You would have.
Pew, 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 pew.
Scanning the wall,
Sorry,
you can make
I
out
had
some
to
of
do
the
that.
old
Side for you. For you! For you!
Woman, child's man.
Don't hurt my family. Look, just take...
You ain't supposed to be here. This... I remember when a person didn't have to worry about thieves rummaging through their home.
I can never hit these. Well, I killed it. Oh, lay. Lay.
Why does the Bermuda Triangle have such a grudge against all those boats and planes?
Oh, the Triangle got a bad rap for that. Scientists say those accidents were caused by sudden explosive outbursts of methane gas.
Speaking of which...
Max, don't.
What, Sam? I was going to point out that many phenomena long believed to have paranormal causes have actually turned out to be far more mundane in origin. Only one phenomenon's tremendous power continues to baffle scientists and defy rational explanation.
What's that?
It protects me from taking too little damage. Maybe. You know, I never quite looked at it that way. You might be right. But you're probably wrong. QP comes in behind the soldiers with nothing but jocks and sunglasses. That was amazing. Hey, PQC. I'm back. I am back. What Kotor or Nox or Revenants or Might and Magic? Nox is gonna get it this time for sure. I don't know. Probably not. You know what is going to be interesting? You know, let's think about the worst case scenario for games like Nox or Revenants, which are, you know, unarguably the weaker games in this list. So let's assume KOTOR gets selected, Might and Magic gets selected, Dragon Age Arena gets selected, Gothic gets selected, Icewind Dale, Mass Effect, Deus Ex 2, Kingmaker, Fallout 3, they all get selected, right? Then we go to like some 4 weaker games like Nox, Revenants, Dungeon Siege, and Mesobaranzan. Now that's not necessarily these 4 games. I don't mean to point these games out, but some of the unpopular games. It will be very interesting when the top 4 consists of 4 unpopular games. Hey Sangnif. Key Sangnif. How are you, Sangnif? Good to see you. I am really looking forward to a poll with 4 unpopular games. Because it's going to happen due to priority, seniority, and priority. It's going to happen at some point. Alright, let's continue. How are you, Sangnif? How was your Saturday?
Right.
Don't just cuddle the impact, push back with your shield. Take the momentum. Iron Marshal Arrhenius, field commander of the disfavored, pounds her fist in the air as she calls out the warriors on the training field. I set eyes on your opponent's waistline. If you spend more than a glance at checking his footwork, you lost. You mean Dragon Age 2, Dragon Age 2, Dragon Age 2, and Dragon Age 2? No, I don't mean that at all. I don't think Dragon Age 2 is a weak contestant. Especially, if nothing else, for its story and the remaining of the series. The disfavored officer turns to you, adjusting her pale golden surcoat as she clears her throat. Need to stay on top of the troops or their skills will rust. It's for their own good, even if they don't believe it. You're just annoying parrots? Well, don't do that. It's not cool, it's not nice. Dragon Age 2 almost won. Yeah, almost did. It was mentioned you are short on warriors and need help. What's the situation? I hear brigades amassing along Placid, Echo Call, and Littletooth crossings. The Wandering Guard may be able to hold one breach, but they cannot hold against a concerted 3-prong attack. I have no right to give you orders, but her words falter, a short cough breaking her flow. But we all die to Kairos' edict should we fail, so I'm not about to let my pride blind me to the value of good help. This is the second major attack on the river, correct? What happened last time? We'll probably vote the A2 next time if it comes up. You just didn't want another 100-hour game back to back, really. Dragon Age 2 isn't that long. Like, Dragon Age 2... Actually, is it? I was thinking more like 40-50 hours. She shakes her head, letting out a long, pained sigh. We found bodies washing up in the river for days. It's not often the Tearsmen put up such a good fight. It certainly made us reevaluate the number we'll need to take this valley. The A2 is longish. Oh, really? It's good to play some short games. Kingdom Come was 90 hours. Pillars was 90 hours. Maybe it's good that we got a short game then. Really? Are you sure our scouts didn't give you all sorts of details about the enemy and you just chose to disregard our warnings? We can pass out blame after the war. Only the Oathbreakers matter now. Quite right. Getting our emotions into the mix won't hasten this campaign. What's the value of taking the crossing? You can't just march from here to the citadel with the Wandering Guard manning the riverbanks. Fording troops and supplies through even the narrowest points of the river makes us vulnerable to attack, especially since our armor wasn't built for swimming. She points north toward the mountain spiral looming on the horizon. If we can take the river, we have a clear march to the citadel, and the Ascension Hall will be ours in no time. Do this favored need my help? Trying to pour salt on my pride, we left Fort Resolution with 100 on 100, and there have been no reinforcements or reserves. I keep throwing warriors back into battle before they are properly rested. So yes, I need to rely on all our allies, especially since most of our allies are conscripted Thiersmen, worse than useless. If the disfavored didn't take every opportunity to insult the Scarlet Chorus, perhaps you'd find our help more forthcoming. Shut your snout, filthy mongrel. I won't suffer childish japes in my camp. Oh, do I want to do that? Nah, she has a point. This favorite constantly mocked the Scarlet Chorus. You love to coordinate. I play Kingmaker, Wrath and Rogue Trader back to Rogue Trader. So what else? What else would you like me to play? I mean, Kingmaker plus Wrath of the Righteous will probably be enough for me to, you know, retire from streaming due to old age. Kingmaker followed by Wrath of the Righteous is a likely outcome. Kingmaker is long enough for people to get wrapped up in Pathfinder hype, organize, boost Wrath of the Righteous up to the top, and coordinate votes. I don't know. I don't know. It would be unprecedented. Nothing like that has ever happened. And how long is Kingmaker anyway? Like 150 hours max. She has a point. This favorite have history, pedigree, and proper training. All these things these southern conscripts lack. We didn't train up for decades to be peers or equals of these traitor Tearsmen. We lived lives of dedication to Kairos, and the chorus accepts an fickle coward too fearful to die by their convictions. What you're seeing here is disfavored bigotry at its finest. I'm somehow at fault because my country wasn't conquered before I was born. Forget that I chose Kairos, forget that I chose the Scarlet Chorus, forget that I choose to fight off rapists and killers to earn my place in the army, just for the disfavored to call me a worthless turncoat to my face. No one gave me a suit of armor that I could hide behind, no one issued me a sword and a measure of authority. I took everything that I have, and I fight every day to keep it. Fucking northern swine. My frustration was aimed at those in the chorus who accept Kairos lightly. This favorite commander withdraws his health pace, like loyalty were some shifting breeze. Among your mates, Kingmaker was about 220 hours long. They all played turn-based. Wow, man, I don't know. A game for 220 hours? Like it's 6 hours per day. It would be like 12 weeks, 13 weeks, 3 months, more than 3 months. I wonder if I would get burnt out if I played the game for that long. I will assist. Then our plan just might work. The Iron Marshal lifts her gauntlet close to her face, shifting her eyes from you to the metal articulations. We are loath to work with those who do not share our training and our values, but we know that Tunon the Adjudicator selects only the most capable minds for his court, and I trust you will honor us all on the field. Vitral can do it 22 while streaming and doing one-handed pull-ups. Well, I can barely do the streaming part of that. And I can't do two-handed pull-ups, so it's probably not going to work the way you think. Antio will be leading the charge at Echo Call Crossing. Assisting you will be Barrick of the Stone Shields. She points to a heavily armored soldier. standing sentry at the edge of the training field.
Posture check.
Posture check. Thank you, Thor. You can't even do 3-handed pull-ups. Me neither, because I don't have 3 hands. Can you do 2 winged pull-ups? Before you ask, no, the Forge-bound weren't sloshed or on Dappleseed when they fitted his armor. He survived the full force of the Edicts of Storms, and this armor doesn't exactly come off. Tactically, it's quite brilliant, but otherwise, it's somewhat of a curse. Tapping your helmet twice, Arrhenius signals to the hulking presence. Barrick, come meet the Fatebinder. The soldier that steps up to you better resembles an amalgamation of rusted blades and mismatched pieces of armor fused into vaguely human shape. He reeks of sweat, feces, and whatever oil treatment keeps him flexible. Is he basically an armor?
Fatebinder, the Iron Marshal has tasked me with keeping you alive, and I have no intention of disappointing her. That should be enough assurance for anyone.
Is this Kana? Is this Kana's voice actor? Sounds very familiar, right? I wonder if someone can check it. Staying out of trouble? No, an honor.
Barrick, is that you under there? I had no
It's
idea
Kenna.
you were in
Hey.
veterans well. Fatebinder, do you know this walking anchor?
I encountered Barrick in the Stalwart campaign, though he appears much changed. He's an excellent soldier.
You're generous to say so. I'm
Patrick
afraid I left
Seltz.
the better part of myself on the killing fields of Stalwart, but it's still in my pride and honor to serve the Legion.
His voice falters. You can't tell if it's hesitation or regret that stalls him. The Fatebinder will be joining us for the push across the river. I figured an extra hand might help. And more importantly, if my worries come true and the chorus tries to impede the mission, we will have an observer from the court on our side.
We were on less than agreeable terms during the conquest. You misrepresented the Legion to the Scarlet Chorus when some of our greatest victories took place at Stalwart. A shame you went to battle with your eyes closed.
Either Barrick growls or his armor shifts, perhaps both. Conquest decision. When the disfavored blamed the Scarlet Chorus for negligence on the battlefield, you punished the Iron Legion for presenting little evidence to back up their claims. Any choice would have challenged your impartiality in the army's eyes, but you stuck by your convictions. I mean, it's the law. You need to show evidence. I stick by my decision. Your shoulders are on fire. No, you are talking about the Iron Marshal. She's a woman, not a man.
It's just my luck that I'm assigned to one of Tunon's legal clerks. I'm sure you think the rules don't apply to you, but I'm counting on you working with me and my squad to stop these Oathbreakers.
I asked that Barrick accompany you there to arbitrate the cooperation between his company and the Scarlet Chorus. At least his pants aren't. Echo Call Crossing is now unlocked on the world map. Okay. Barrick, you've been without a cohort since the last battle of Stalwart. It's time we gave you a task more worthy than holding wagons and leading training drills. She plants her hands on her hips and speaks in clipped official terms. Ash has assigned you to the Fatebinder service. You are to assume this task is ongoing until we find a more permanent spot for you, which could very well mean the swiftly approaching end of this war. When the Fatebinder dismisses you. Or when the Fatebinder dismisses you. Is that understood? Barrick regards the Iron Marshal in oppressive silence. That's an order, Barrick. She shakes her head and sighs, returning her focus to you. He can be as stubborn as pulling a spire out of the earth, but he's a good soldier. I hope you don't mind the company. I'm honored to have a member of the Iron Legion at my side. You have gained the favor with disfavored, gained loyalty with Barrick. Excellent. I look forward to your success in the field. You got our tank. Focus on the shoulders.
You look as if you have something on your mind. By all means.
Placing his weapon to the side, Barrick salutes you, the joints of his armor groan in protest.
What can I do for you?
I'd like to know more about you. I am the line your enemies cannot cross. All other details are meaningless, but I suspect you have some thirst for details, so ask away. Did you seek the trade of war, or did it find you? Both, I suppose. I knew fighting was in my blood, and the disfavored offered me a chance to use my skills to bring peace. Otherwise, I'd wound up some brigands or an enforcer to a crooked merchant. Barrick taps his scabbard, looking away in thought. You think Ash and his legion bring peace? That's cute. But doesn't hold water from where I'm standing, big guy. I've seen them spill as much blood as any chorus gang. You've clearly been too busy sacking villages and stealing crops to notice how a proper army conducts a war. We sow order, not discord. This is going to be a thing, right? They are going to keep fighting, I will have to arbitrate. You two are worse than Ash or the voices. Stop this at once. Drawing himself up, Barrick glares at you with distaste. Speaking ill of the great general is not wise while I'm in earshot, Fatebinder. Hey, the boss has a point. Trading jabs is fun, but it's not going to get us anywhere. Burst chuckles and shakes her head. Liar, liar, his shoulders are on fire. May I continue my story, or do you plan on interrupting again? Barrick waits until Verse makes a rude, dismissive wave before continuing. The disfavored needed recruits in anticipation of the march south. They offered to care for my mother and my brother as long as I stayed with the Legion, which is a better guarantee than you'll find anywhere else. I was an elite fighter as far as most were concerned, though still green by disfavored standards. Luckily for everyone, my skills improved under the Iron Marshal's rigorous training. Tell me about your name. Barrick is a shortening of my northern surname, which has been passed down through the generations since Graven Ash assembled his army. I go by it because I wear it with pride. The proper form is Barry Conan. Beyond its age and association with the General's Legion, the name Barry Conan has no great titles or associations. I hold no claim to a great house or legacy, save for the disfavored. They are all the kin I need. What's the story with your armor?
It is a symbol of Kairos' will, one that I am not likely to forget. I found this armor. Perhaps it would be better to say that it found me during the Edict of Storms.
I proclaimed the edict. Where were you when it struck? I had taken the battle, knowing full well that the edict was approaching and the people of Stalwart were prepared. In spite of every setback, my sense of duty compelled me to march on the stronghold in the heart of the every realm. You were chosen to pronounce the Edict of Storms that devastated much of the realm of Stalwart. Before delivering the edict, you warned the Stalwart defenders of its imminent arrival. Your desperate effort was intended to secure their surrender, but you managed to spare many lives in the process. He is Finnish. The Barrick Hanagai is Finnish. Our march was a hasty one. A cohort of disfavored soldiers vanished in the second year of the war. Among them, the daughter of Graven Ash. After a long silence, we learned that she was held in the fortress sentinel stand. Go on. As we surrounded the citadel, I heard the opening peals of thunder, as did the scout I was busy trying to kill. Then the winds hissed like an avalanche. Many of us begged Kairos for deliverance. What else were we going to do? The winds knocked the legs of our offensive out from under us. All the decorated soldiers I brought to the battle were swept up and dashed to pieces, their armor and bodies mixing with the dirt of tornado that spun in maddening revolutions. A piece of the citadel wall broke off and nearly crushed my skull. I only remember a few scattered moments from the storm, like the flying bits of bronze and iron cutting my flesh, and severed limbs of fallen soldiers tumbling through the air. Eventually I woke up, thinking myself trapped under rubble. When I rose and felt like I was buckling under my own weight, that's when I realized I was stuck, right and truly stuck, inside this heap of scrap. Looks like pretty solid protection. That would be an understatement. If only it protected me from foolish questions. Barry regards you in such a way that you can tell he's rolling his eyes. A forlorn sigh escapes his helmet. Do you handle your own repairs? I try to keep the surface oiled to slow the spreading rust, and I bend the plates from time to time. But repairs? Maintenance? No. If you have any ideas how to better maintain this situation, I'm open to discussing them. Back to my questions about you. As with all this favorite, I assume you grew up in the Northern Empire. That's right, I grew up in the Battle's Rest. They trained me at Fort Resolution before they marched me out to support the second cohort. I hope to stand my rusting years in threatened shores, unless of course I die in glorious battle, which would be preferable. My mother is good with the soil, my mother with rings. He spends much of his time away on one merchant's errand or another. Still, I'm lucky to say they are both alive. Tell me about the disfavored. We are the Iron Legion, warrior elite of Kairos' fighting force. I could easily lose count of the hours extolling our glories. What is it you'd like to know? Have you fought in any notable battles? I served in Stalwart for the better part of a year. Faced the enemy everywhere from Coral Run to Sentinel Stand. I lost count of the battles. Seems like we fought every other day. A sigh echoes in the cavern of his helm. Some of our best victories took place there, fighting an enemy worthy of our iron. We were not successful enough to please the Overlord, and the final intervention was harsh on us all. Barrack takes in a deep breath, his arms folding as his posture stiffens. I had an unusual view of the Edict of Storms. Kairos' judgment left its mark on me. Yet considering how we fought at Stalwart, with the skill and honor of legends, only the Edict is remembered. A shame. Tell me about Graven Ash. Graven Ash is the general of the disfavored, veteran of centuries of battle, and an Archon without peer. I would follow him to the void and back without question. Barrack swings his arm in salute. How did you come to serve Kairos? Before the uniting of the Northern Empire, Graven Ash served as a warlord in the service of one of the local kings that defied Kairos' rule. Incredible as it may seem, Ash stood against Kairos' rule. Though his army was dismantled by Kairos' overwhelming numbers, Ash's forces performed admirably. It was said that he and his troops claimed 77 lives for each of their own. Kairos took an interest in the military genius that bloodied his army. Graven Ash was summoned to a conclave of Archons, and though he was sent in chains, he left as an Archon, having been granted a position of power in Kairos' great host of war. Thus, the disfavored were born. All of us today trace our line back to those warriors that impressed Kairos with their will and tenacity. The only difference is, now we fight on the winning side. Though the general seldom speaks of it, I know that Ash humbled himself in order to spare his troops on the brunt of Kairos' punishment. His loyalty to the old blood of the North is beyond question. He made the right choice to save his troops. And he would make it again to save any of us. There has never been a more devoted and attentive leader. Barrack makes a proud fist and steps to a salute with the forceful clatter of pots and pans. What else do you know of his past? I follow him into battle. I'm not his personal scribe, and if I did know more of him, it would not be my place to say. Barrack takes a half step back, folding his arms across his chest. You're off to bed. You're welcome for the stream, parrots. Take care, carrots. Take care, carrots. Have a good rest. I will hopefully see you tomorrow. Thanks for being here. And see you soon. Carrot-wise. As an Archon, what magic does he wield? Ash works his magic through us, his soldiers. When we do battle, Ash seems to know the events even before our runners have given word. Most importantly though, he protects us. It's a bit tricky to explain unless you've experienced it. I can think of countless times I've been struck by a spear or hit with an axe, and even run through with an arrow, and in each of those moments the pain and injury just cease to be. None of us know how he does it, or how he can sense that we are in danger and intervene from afar, but I suppose that's why he's an Archon. What he does probably wouldn't make sense to someone like me. How do you feel about Graven Ash? How do I feel about him? Archon Ash is the bravest, warmest, most compassionate general who has ever lived. He's a living icon of leadership and courage. Barrack tilts his head slightly to the side as far as the suit's limited range of motion permits. Ash is a soldier, but he doesn't kill for sport. A leader, but he doesn't issue commands to hear himself talk. He demands discipline and sober conduct of his troops, and I applaud such standards. Back to my questions about the disfavored. What can you tell me of your time in the Legion? I joined the Legion 3 years before the conquest of the Tears began. Though handy with a few weapons, my size made me the perfect addition to a phalanx. I've served with the stone shields ever since.
Act natural, we've done nothing wrong.
Hey, Andenoa. Wheatley? Very cool. How are you today, Andenoa? Good to see you. Proud to say I've stood front row, right corner in over a dozen battles. That has been my place ever since the Iron Marshal gave me the assignment. Bastard City, the Gates of Judgment, the Wandering Pass, Ocken's Ring, a quick tour in Barris in Chains, and then Stalwart. I spent a long time in Stalwart, lost a lot of friends there. What of the other disfavored lieutenants? They are Graven Ash's most trusted officers and warriors from the Iron Guard. Between Ash's arcane powers of command and his cadre of gifted leaders, there is little confusion or chaos in the ranks. What is Iron Guard? The Iron Guard is the disfavored high commands, an inner circle of commanders handpicked by Graven Ash for lifelong service, tactical brilliance, and true dedication to the craft of personal combat. The Iron Guard act as Graven Ash's chief advisors when the Archon is present, and when he is absent, they speak with his direct authority. Even the youngest Iron Guard has years of training and finest iron and the forge bonds made smiths can create, making these elite commanders nearly unrivaled on the field of battle. These senior leaders are expected to lead from the front of the phalanx. It is said that the Iron Guard fear only one thing, dying in their beds instead of in battle. You have 100 characters discovered already? No, that is the characters discovered this season, not by you, but by everyone rolling in these 8 days since the start of the season. You're tired? Sorry to hear that. You should get some rest. Definitely get some rest. I'm doing okay. I'm doing well. I'm tired as well. Also enjoying this game, so I'm doing fine. I cannot complain. And you're welcome for the shout-out. Tell of the one they call Iron Marshal. She takes it upon herself to train and harden our greener recruits. Not only that, she has a keen eye for talent and how to foster it for leadership. She is the youngest member of the Iron Guard. Her family line served the disfavored back before Ash bowed to Kairos. Say what you will of how many seasons she's weathered, her lineage is impressive beyond measure. What of Cairn's disciple Radix? Okay. Cairn is the Archon of Stone, master of earth and soil, destroyer of mountains and cities. Cairn is the reluctant leader of the Earthshaker guilds, though he is less their teacher and more their object of study. The massive Archon is sworn to Graven Ash and provides arcane support to his favorite war effort. Thanks for the hydrate, Thor. How's the shoulder pain doing? Been trying to keep your posture up. It's not my shoulder, it's my neck. I have 2 hernias in the cervical. One is not too bad, the other is kinda bad, so they usually get stiff. And there's pain, which in turn causes headache as well. I have to constantly exercise. That is what I keep doing these moves all the time when I'm streaming. It's relaxes the muscles and relaxes the pain a little bit, but you know it's kind of constant. It's okay right now. The painkillers helped a lot. Thank you, Thor. What of Cairn's disciple Radix? An Earthshaker who swore service to Cairn a few years before the conquest. Since Cairn is gone, the cult now follows Radix. Unlike his Archon, at least he knows how to follow orders. To his credit, Radix seems to appreciate the honor of fighting alongside the disfavored. Cairn was always peeved to be invited in the glory. The mages seem a necessary complication. They are insubordinate and can't lug their own supplies, but I would not want to go to war without their spells of tremor and leaping stones. What of the Scoutmaster Marek? Marek is a devoted leader, and Ash seems to hold his council in high regard. Both set their troops ahead of themselves, which I'm sure is why they work so well together. He is no magician, but he does share a special connection to his warband, and they are entrusted with the more important scouting assignments. They say he can see what the scouts see, hear what they hear. What of the veteran warrior Vermus? He is the finest of us, second only to Ash. Vermus is an evocatus, a soldier who lived to see the end of his term of service. It's rare for anyone to survive that long, much less willingly return. These days, he lends his tactical expertise to Graven Ash, though by all rights he should be enjoying his twilight years in a seat of honor and dignity. Back to my questions about the disfavored. Why didn't the Legion prevent the uprising of Wanderings well? I think that's a question you ought to ask the Scarlet Chorus. They too were charged with ensuring the locals remained vanquished and unarmed. Hey Mason, who have bad shoulder? Not shoulder, it's my neck. Barrick lurches forward as he speaks, iron plates grinding under his motion. The disfavored are Kairos' delight. The duty wasn't theirs to fail. If the chorus had conscripted more aggressively, perhaps I would not have been an uprising. I would say the Wandering Guard are really the only guilty party. It was their rebellion after all. I don't want to insult disfavored when I'm speaking to Barrick. I'd rather appease him and gain some loyalty. If the chorus had conscripted more aggressively, perhaps there would not have been an uprising. So this kind of puts the blame on disfavored. Okay, let's say this. Agreed. We have never relied upon the Scarlet Chorus to win victories, only to recruit in number and secure our holdings. Maybe that's what I need, a chiropractor. I did get physical treatment, physiotherapy. I've never been to a chiropractor though. What more can you tell me of the Legion? The disfavored accept only the finest warriors. We are all volunteers and soldiers by trade, not farmers and fishmongers pressed into service. There is a century of tradition, honor and tactical mastery in our ranks. We don't just let anyone into the Legion. Only Northmen of character and prowess are welcome. What if a capable Tearsman wished to join? We would not recruit even a champion of the Tearsmen. Each soldier in the Legion is tied by blood and fealty to those that stood with Graven Ash during the coming of Kairos. That is part of who we are, and that will never change. So why is the Legion called disfavored? It's a name born in shame, now worn in honor. After Graven Ash stood against Kairos, he was forced to give up much: his allegiance, his pride, and the name of his vaunted army. What was the Legion originally called? The name has been forgotten by all save Ash and Kairos, and it's considered bad form to bring up the topic. Since you didn't know any better, I'll say this much. Disfavored is the only name by which one needs to know us. I have some questions about the Scarlet Chorus. Our allies do not share the disfavored sense of honor and discipline. The chorus will trust any criminal, rapist, or half-wit with a truncheon or blade. What would you like to know about the Scarlet Chorus? What do you know of the Voice of Nerat? The Archon of Secrets? All I know are rumors, hearsay, speculation. But that's as much as anyone knows of the Voices. Some accounts tell that he's actually dead, and the Overlord has trapped the minds of his foes in the same body to torture them all. As likely an explanation as any I've heard. In truth, I know little of the Voices and have reason to suspect almost anything about him could be true. You could tell me his tears turn cheese back into milk, and it would seem more sensible to believe you than not. Do you know anything of his powers? I heard his tears can turn cheese into milk. That's very amusing, Fatebinder. Do you know anything of his powers? I'm no scholar of sorcery, but as I understand it, the Voice of Nerat is a thief of minds. They say he can swipe your thoughts and make them his own. I don't know how it works. When I recruited into the disfavored, the Iron Marshal told me never to take an audience with the Voices if I didn't have a witness on hand. What do you think? Do you think him disloyal? I really shouldn't comment on such matters. Barrick looks ahead blankly, then clears his throat. What do you know of his associate, the Archon Siren? Siren is the Archon of Song, and maybe the youngest of her rank. She can influence human emotion with her voice alone. The Voices may be the conductor of the chorus, but I'd argue Siren is their best weapon. The Voices put her talent to good use. He had her singing a song up and down the coast, and the Tearsmen defected to chorus in droves. What can you tell me of their troops and tactics? Tactics? Those are the first I've heard of them. The chorus is more of an irregular mob than a proper army. Still, it's a well-armed mob, and they even have a few proper warriors and magicians in their pitiful excuse for ranks. What do you know of their warriors? Most chorus rats are untrained peasants handed a knife or a pitchfork. It doesn't take much to qualify you for the front lines. One only needs a breeding card, and even then the chorus could make do. Of course, not everyone in the chorus is an infirm child or sick-willed crone. Some ex-soldiers and madmen join, and the fighting elite of the chorus form a clique known as the Scarlet Furies. Barrack is too dismissive by far, but he's right that most recruits are novices pressed into service. Most will not survive the first few battles. Those who live will have experience to lead, and those who fall can easily be replaced. What sort of magic does the chorus use? The Blood Chanters are the mages who follow the voice of Nerat. Like the chorus itself, their order is not steeped in tradition and antiquity, rather built on knowledge and stolen from the guilds. Their fire magic earns them a place on the battlefield, but they also have chants that stir the minds and the heart. The motherless sods have spells that can bolster a man's courage or tap into his fears. If the chorus is a mob, how is it led and supplied? The voice of Nerat gives orders to his elite commanders, who in turn send instructions out to gang captains, but beneath that hierarchy, it's chaos. Whole gangs will break from the larger force and disperse back into their homelands. The chorus is inefficient beyond words, and yet more bodies keep coming in to replace those lost in the mess. Inefficient? Every weakling lost in the shuffle is one less burden to those in the choir still dancing to the song of battle. Our ways must be harsh, otherwise the stupid and the soft will inherit the chant. The chorus has a lot of mouths to feed, so the conscripts that can't or won't fight are made to gather food and water, else, I'm told, they are fed to the pigs, becoming food and water, in essence. Barrack shrugs. A fine contrast to the honor, efficiency and decency of the disfavored. The Legion demands courage and tenacity, but provides us with good iron, and does not leave its soldiers to forage like vultures. Back to my previous questions about the Scarlet Course. No.
My Lord Binder, you have something which requires my attention?
We reached loyalty 3 already. How do you think the Scarlet Chorus convinced so many Tearsmen to join? It began with Siren. She had a song that got whole villages marching to her will. And once these peasants killed their neighbors or cousins in service of the voices, it either hardened them into warriors or broke their minds for servitude. Lots of criminals and drifters joined the chorus too. It seems like the scum of the Tears just need the promise of glory and sanctioned debauchery to turn on their neighbors. I'm doing very well with currying loyalty. I don't know, I'm just choosing the options. Like, they seem to work for me. It's not pretty, and it shouldn't be. The chorus is a forge, and all the dirt of the Tears goes in, and the finest bits are refined into weapons. There are many that join the Scarlet Chorus because they wish to join the winning side. It's a shame that such patriots were not born to proper northern stock, too weak or too slight to be disfavored. The Scarlet Chorus is their best freedom from fealty to the younger realms. Not everyone has the fortune of gaining Thunon's favor. The Tearsman would only be a weakling in the disfavored shield wall. Yes, the north is our shared link, our consistency. How could I trust a woman or man to hold the shield wall if I don't understand their customs? Carrying, you think of the curry food. Now I'm hungry. Well, I was already hungry. I could use some curry it for me. Does anyone have any curry it for me?
Good. Let's move on to another matter.
What can you tell me of the Tears? Uphill both ways, I'm full of dumb sods. I learned some history in training, and I've been here for a few years, but I'm no expert.
Space!
Tim Carey as well, yes. Good point. What is your assessment of the local forces? There was a time early in the war when I would have feared the younger realms working together. Imagine that. He chuckles. Once I saw the modest scope of their defensive, I knew they would be easily outclassed. They couldn't even rally their best to make a competent stand. Tell me of the Wandering Guard. They used to be the Queen's Royal Army in Vendrian. I guess defeat inclined them to a shorter name. We crashed them back in 429. I'm proud to say I took part in the decisive battle. You know the rest. A year after we thought them conquered, thousands of Vendrian outbreakers murdered the garrison and declared themselves free of the Overlord's rule. Tell me about the Unbroken. The Unbroken Union of Stalwart. May they rot in the decrepitude of their fallen realm. Beric squeezes his gauntlet into a hard fist. Much as it pains me to admit it, in all the realms of the tiers, the Unbroken have been the only foe worthy to meet the disfavored in battle. The Unbroken value tradition just as we do. Stalwart has never lost a war on their own soil, a reputation they take quite seriously. It is fortunate that Stalwart has poor relations with all his neighbors. The rest of the tiers will not come to their aid. So as bravely as they fight, their end is inevitable. What can you tell me of the Bronze Brotherhood? Mercenaries from the Freesties. The chorus needed extra muscle, and you can always mince new rings. Hard to believe the Tiersmen turned on each other for mere loops of metal. The Bronze Brotherhood worshipped the Scourges. Yes, those monsters from the old walls. The mercenaries are grown adults that willingly admire a magical abomination. Read into that what you will. That said, it should surprise no one that the Bronze Brotherhood eventually wanted more than just rings and turned in their contract. Kairos now considers them an enemy, which is for the best. The Overlord needs a better class of combatants.
Go on, Fatebinder.
What do you know of the Younger Realms? Before we marched on the Bastard's Tier, I recall Graven Ash giving us a speech as we stood assembled at the Fort Resolution. He told us that the Younger Realms lacked the sense to make a stand against us. I don't think I need to point out that the average Tiersman is just plainly inferior to the sons and daughters of the North. But for every one of ours they kill, we must drag a score and a half bleeding into the soil with us. It didn't help that they are afraid of magic and relied on their battlefield prowess to stage a defense. What do you know of the Beastmen? They drilled us on Beastman combat before the invasion, but it did little to prepare us. The local savages are lacking in brains, hygiene, and the ability to arm themselves, yet the prime hunters of their species are formidable. Aside from being rapacious killers, the Beastmen make good holders and laborers, once you kill the half that won't follow orders. You seem like a more than capable fighter. I trained with the spear and shield in my youth, but gave it up the day I earned disfavored iron. I can still throw him with some accuracy, but it's a challenge these days. He knocks twice on his helmet. Why, were you interested in the sparring session? I heard rumor that Ash has an unbeatable sword fighting technique. Yeah, sure, swords. Let's go with that. You flatter the Legion's reputation, but the Archon does make sure we are competent swordsmen. Observe. Beric takes up a sword and offers several practice jabs, testing it. So I probably shouldn't be doing this, right? I should probably have kept these for when I have higher skill, because they give me flat 5, whereas raising those 5 points is easier when my skill is lower. So maybe I should have done it when I hit, I don't know, 40 or something. But then again, I will never fight with a sword and shields, or a single sword, or a single weapon rather. Besides, I don't want to go into min-maxing anyway, so let's just do it as part of the dialogue. It's fine. Beric takes up a sword and offers several practice jabs, testing its weight and balance. Before you know what to expect, the gleaming iron whips through the air fast enough for a sharp breeze to disturb the air. Beric does this several more times, never showing any sign of exhaustion. What is it you have on your mind? You wouldn't worry too much about it. No, I don't worry at all. What do you think of our circumstances? Wait, how did I go into this? What do you think of our circumstances? The edict left little room for confusion. A representative of the Overlord must breach Ascension Hall before Kairos. They have swords, and must assume that is the price of failure. Cure to end all carry. We should assist the disfavored in their siege preparations, as only the Legion should take the well-fortified citadel. I wouldn't wager a wooden ring on the Scarlet Chorus impressing anyone but the vultures. Vultures. What are your thoughts on me and my deeds? Any reservations I have aside, your military record speaks for itself. You are two nons Fatebinder, and my opinions on the matter don't come into it one way or another. What do you think of our travel companions? I am more accustomed to traveling in the company of soldiers, so I am out of practice judging the worth of civilians and miscreants. If you had anyone particular in mind, I will give them some thought. Worse. I try not to. She is a force of chaos, an agent of the voice of Nerat. Taking her into our confidence can only lead to ruin. And yet she is a capable fighter. For the time being, I am confident that you can trust her to serve your interests and rely on her skills on the battlefield. She may even offer some useful perspective on the war. Farewell. Let's go back to... let's go back to Wars.
At your service, Fatebinder. What do you need? What did you have in mind?
What do you think of our present circumstances? Well, there's an edict hanging over our heads. As far as I'm concerned, the incompetence of the disfavored got us into this mess, and it will take the fury of the Scarlet Chorus to get out of it. In other words, nothing ever changes. What do you think of our travel companions? Anyone in particular? Barrick. He is, well, I'll give him some due credit. He's more complicated than he looks. He's still an intolerant and unapologetic bastard, but that's more his business than mine.
Go ahead, Fatebinder.
Alright, that is all the dialogue.
I got it.
This merchant might have activated. What can I do for you? I'd like to see your wares. Iron Walk. Hero's insignia. What is this? Immune to the frightened and terrified. It's an accessory. Ooh, very expensive, but very good. Very good. Nothing I can buy. Gore thrusts. This favored iron sword has more DPS, more range, more armor penetration. Earthshaker stuff. Compared to this, how does this look? Let's go with this. Not that I will use it. Fused iron gauntlets. We cannot remove these armor, right? Quickness, resolve, battle worn torque, vitality. Let's give it to Barrick. Really, cloth hat is better than this? The ceremonial Fatebinder tune on helmets? Faster recovery. No. Wait, I don't get it. How does the ceremonial Fatebinder of Tunenhelm have less accuracy? Because the ceremonial Fatebinder of Tunenhelm says it has +2 accuracy, while Cloth Hat has +1. But when you look at the comparison, the Tunenhelm seems to have 1 less accuracy. How does that work? I don't understand that. Am I misunderstanding this? Does it show this item compared to the Tunenhelm? I have been misunderstanding that. Okay, I thought it said this item, the name of which I'm showing here, Ceremonial Fatebinder of Tunenhelm, has the stats below compared to what you are looking at. I have looked at them all wrong. I have looked at them all wrong. I have been removing the good stuff. Can I double click? Yes. I probably sold better weapons. What? Oh, this is a two-handed weapon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Less range. Less armor penetration. I'd like to remove the bronze axe. Well, we will find better stuff soon. Okay, let's sell these. I have 4 gold, I believe this is... What is this? Copper ring, bronze ring, iron ring, camping supply. Oh, this is not... This is not... I thought this was like a gold ring or something. It was a camping supply. Never mind. So I have... I can buy this. But no. So... Is a bronze ring 100 copper rings? I guess it's 100 copper rings, right? They simplify the bits and take one step further. It shows the end result as well. Okay, that's good to know. The currency isn't really explained well. 100, okay, good to know. So the training here... We could get that training. Like parry for barrack. $10 each. I don't understand what this means. Ranks trainable at this level 5. So I can train 5 times. When I level up, I will be able to train more. But is it ranks trainable by this guy only or total? Let's try to learn. Yes, it is. It's total. Each time you level up, you increase the number of times you can train in total. Ah, okay, so I shouldn't be worried about using these right now. I won't be losing the opportunity. It will stack, right? All right, perfect, perfect. That is good to know. Good to know. Otherwise, it would be too much min-maxing. If I see lore or subterfuge or something like that, I will get that training. Otherwise, I'm going to keep the points. There's a cap at some point. You want to say 3 levels. So cap is 15. Well, we still have time. Scarlet Chorus Camp. Okay, we are going to go to Scarlet Chorus Camp next. Your path is blocked by a small group of Wandering Guard. You can go no farther until you deal with them.
That's far enough, Fatebinder.
Ebb. Ebb, okay, this is a specific character with loyalty and fear. Possible companion? That's far enough, Fatebinder. A woman's voice booms from atop a nearby outcropping. Flashes of aquamarine body paint peek out from under her loose-fitting traveler's garb, and her outfit is festooned in braids and knots of a sailor line. The blue body pigment, bladed staff, and complex braided attire are the traditional trappings of the School of Tides. According to Fatebinder Ruggles, the majority of the school fled before the coming of Kairos. The remainder were last seen during the first campaign of Vengeance Well. The School of Tides traditionally studies the magic of water and grave light, the art of directing the moon's arcane light into baleful, searing energy. Flanked on either side by warriors dressed in Wandering Guard regalia, the woman leans on an elaborate bladed staff pulsing with arcane energy. A swath of blue fabric rests draped over her arm. The blue flag is a symbol of diplomacy and trace recognized across most of the known world. And it is a custom that Tearsmen hold dear. To harm another person under the auspices of a blue flag is a grave offense. In both the Tears and in Kairos' empire, the customary punishment is death. Okay, so we are here to talk, not get excited.
In accordance with ancient customs north and south, I offer and request a delay of blade. There are matters we must discuss without fear of reprisal.
In accordance with ancient customs of North and South, I abide by this truce.
As is our custom, we are ready to kill to defend our lands, but we kill only in fair battle. We don't slay our prisoners. We know this isn't Kairos' way, but we must have hope. A few of my kin have gone missing, and though they may have perished, I have to inquire on the off chance they still live. If Captain Tarkus Deimos still lives, we would negotiate for his release.
Tarkus Deimos is with the chorus now.
Then if we see him again, it will have to be as enemies.
She looks to the warriors to either side of her, shaking her head.
If I may make one more inquiry, what of Palox Tyrell? Did he survive?
Though you rarely have the luxury of matching names to the countless Tearsmen you've encountered, you are reasonably certain she is asking about the Wandering Guard warrior that took Drastus hostage at Edgering Ruins. He did not survive the encounter. Palox Tyrell is dead.
Everyone!
Hey, Mode raids. Mode, I'm so sorry you raided right now. I'm about to end, like in a few minutes. Oh no. Thank you so much though, it is awfully kind of you. Awfully kind of you to raid. And I will hopefully take you over to some other great
Your
streamer.
sound card works perfectly.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Welcome, Mode. Welcome, Raiders. It's a pleasure to have you all here. I just wish I could host you more than, just 10 minutes at most. So my apologies, but it's very nice to see you all. How did your stream go? Let's give you a shout out. Hey, you go. You just came back. Why does Mode have a beard? That, people change in time. People change in time. That happens. That happens. It went well, thank you. As usual, lots of fun, yes.
So when I run in, I just take everything in the face. It's a bit rough.
No comments. No comment. And yeah, as Maud said, it is always great fun over there. Especially if you are, especially with this, you should check your clips, Maud. You should check your clips. Not going to say more than that. You should regularly remove that kind of stuff. Yeah, as Maud said, it's especially if you're a fan of Path of Exile or just entertaining streamers in general, you should definitely pay a visit the Maud's channel. It's always great fun there, energetic, and some good old fun for sure. Great community. She is a great friend of the channel for a long time now, being with us for a very long time. And yeah, always a good time over there. Pay her visits and a follow for sure. And Maud, thank you so much again for the raids, and welcome Raiders. Thanks so much for coming with the raids and staying after the raids. I am Mitral. You might know me from Maud's chats, and if not, if you are new here, I do play a lot of RPGs over here and a lot of point and click adventures. Today we just started a new game, Tyranny, which is a tactical CRPG made by Obsidian Entertainment after Pillars of Eternity. It is a tactical isometric CRPG. This is day one. I have been streaming for a while, and I have been having some kind of a bad headache, so I won't be able to go late today. Otherwise, I would definitely go late because of the raids and host you a little bit more. But I'm almost at the end of what I think I will do today. After this dialogue, we are going to be reaching an important new map, and at that map I'm going to be ending. But I hope to find you some other streamer for sure. Hope to take you there, so make sure you stay tuned. And yeah, I'm glad you had a good time with your stream modes. What did you do? What did you accomplish? How is solo self-found going? Are you finding it difficult, challenging? The man just finished a 10-hour stream yesterday. He even speaks of going long today. No, not going long today. I cannot do it. Yesterday was too much. Too much for sure. I will continue for a little bit. Palox Tyrell is dead. What a beast. No, a very tired old beast. She nods slowly, saying nothing for a long
My
moment.
apologies, Fatebinder. I had a terrible feeling this errand was in
You're
vain
very
from the
welcome, Maud.
start.
You're just leveling up a new power siphon Deadeye with all the uniques you found with your Viper Strike. Made it to red maps with it, now it's time to turn up the power. Unlimited power! I'm glad you're having a good time with the SSF. I never tried solo self-found, but I always found the idea very tough. Without trades, I don't know the game enough to, make my build around what I find. And I probably won't be able to find something specific if I plan a build. So how solo self-found works is you have to, at least at first, you have to adapt your character according to what you find. Move skills around and use proper skills and support sets. I wouldn't be able to do that, so I never tried solo self-found. So kudos to you for doing that, for sure.
I had no expectations that our friends could be saved, as I'm sure the time for swapping prisoners is long gone. But at least I know of what became of them. That'll have to be enough.
Wow, deeply. Sorry you did not find you were seeking.
Then all that remains is for me to thank you for hearing me out. In accordance with our ancient customs north and south, let us part with peaceful accord.
She bows curtly, never letting her eyes leave yours, before turning to leave. A moment later, the bodyguards turn to follow. Received a missive from Tunon. Okay, that's interesting. Deal of Kairos. Mithril, word has reached this court that you have issued the Overlord's edicts to the Archons of War and Secrets. Know that we understand fully the weight of this burden and appreciate the loyalty you show in this declaration. Provided you survive the span, your service will be duly recognized. As you navigate the idiosyncrasies and the mutual antipathy of our Overlord's War Masters, remember that Kairos watches all with interest. Those who distinguish themselves, whether Fatebinder or Archon, have the opportunity to rise in the Overlord's esteem. Even now, the Northern Courts whisper that the more successful of the two Archons will be granted rule over the whole of the peninsula. Similarly, your fortunes rest upon the decisions you make. We can reply. What? Do we send an email? How does this work? Who delivered the missive, and how are we sending the answer? Choose wisely. Request clarification. Express dissatisfaction. Thank him for the advice. I will thank him for the advice. Archon Tunon. Allow me to express my deep appreciation for this opportunity. Few in the Empire have the honor of treating with the Archons, and fewer still of reading the empowered words of the Overlord. I endeavor always to emulate your exemplary foresight and judgment. I remain in all things your faithful servant, Fatebinder Mithril. So this is the kind of character we are. Not to be confused with a bootlicker and order follower, but actually someone who wants to look like that while, digging their graves hidden, unbeknownst to them. At least that's what I will attempt. I will keep up the appearances. That is what I am trying to appease everyone. I want everyone to think that I'm on their side. But we'll see how it goes. 24-hour response time. That is a slow email. This missive is in transit, 1 day remaining.
Sorry, I can't.
Skycap, another Skycap. Marshberry, immune to engagements, move speed, quickness, dodge. That is pretty cool. Let's give this to you. Oh. Quickness, dodge, move speeds. Yeah, you keep that. Okay. Let's look around. The grasslands of the Tears stretch far throughout the lands. Much of it remains uninhabitable and unclaimed by any faction. Did you hear the story of the man who was so fed up with his slow internet, he sent a USB stick via carrier pigeon and it beat up the internet by like 20 hours? I don't know what to say about that. I find that very hard to believe. Subterfuge +4. Ooh, okay. Finding secrets, even finding secrets gives us subterfuge. Waken's Chow. I mean, if it beat up the internet by 20 hours, then it has to at least be 20 hours away by carrier pigeon flying speed. Which I find very difficult to believe. 25 athletics, 88% healing, 5 vitality. Let's give it to Barrick. In South Africa, a carrier pigeon carrying 4 GB memory stick proved to be faster than the ADSL service from the country's biggest web firm, Telkom. Winston the pigeon took 1 hour and 8 minutes to carry the data across the 60-mile course, and it took another hour to upload the data. During the same time, ADSL had sent 4% of the data. So, okay, so that is not how I thought it was. The math wasn't how I thought it worked. That makes more sense now that I understand what you mean. Oh, Barrick leveled up. Okay. Magic defense. I think Barrick needs magic defense. Although Resolve also gives magic defense. This pigeon talk reminds me a lot about Monty Python. I never watched it. I really should. It really sounds like my kind of humor. I really should watch it, but I never watched it. What is the... Is it the pigeon speeds question in the bridge scene mount? I think I know of that scene. An African pigeon. You know, this time it was sure an African pigeon. Yeah. Yeah, you are talking about that scene. The average velocity of African swallow. Not pigeon, swallow. Yes, okay. I don't know the details, but I heard of that scene. Edict of Execution gives +1 resolve. I guess I could maybe... Yeah, you know what? I need to focus on defenses with Barrick. So let's put a point in resolve. There's a reference to it in Fallout 2. I think we found that reference, and I didn't know what it was, and someone explains me that scene. That is where I know the scene from. Yes, exactly. The Bridge of Death. Yes. There is a protector of the bridge at the head of it in the classic purple robes, and he asks you some questions. One of the questions is that, and when you say which species of swallow, he just explodes. It's a funny scene. Okay, Punisher Sentinel. Obviously Sentinel, but it does have a point in Punisher. Issues a mocking invitation challenging enemies to attack Barrick. Nice, a taunt, an actual taunt. Speak with the 5th Eye at Scarlet Course Camp. That's what I'm going to do. Barrick. Ironstorm. Let's set these up. Put the Iron Storm at 7. Iron Tolling. Put it at 5. No. Do it like this. Frozen Grasp. Thrusts. Okay, these are fine. Striking Iron. This is a single target attack. Where did the taunt go? Oh. It is this one. Okay, never mind. I wasn't paying attention. Blood-soaked stone. Betrayal and worse. Let's make it 3. Thrust 1, flare blows 2. You also have the Holy Hand Grenade in Fallout 2, another Monty Python reference. I don't think we came across that one when we played it on stream.
I got it.
What is this? 8 days to Kairos' Day of Swords. So we are actually in
Can't do that.
In a timed quest. We actually
Can't
have
do
8
that.
days. Holy Hand Grenades and Worms, yeah. That's where I know it from. Not from Fallout. I don't remember it in Fallout. Okay, I'm not going to explore this map. We are going to end here for today. And again, apologies Maud for ending so quickly after your ride. I would have loved to host you all a little bit more. But I'm exceptionally tired today. And I will find someone to take us though. Let's go to someone we haven't been to for a
Your
little
sound
while.
card works perfectly.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We can go and say hi to... When did we last raid? Okay. We are going to raid Successfully Lost. Another lovely streamer and a friend of the channel. She's playing Thief Gold. She plays a lot of cool games. She switches games a lot. She also plays Fallout New Vegas and Day of the Tentacle on other days. So let's go there and say hi and enjoy her stream a little bit. And again, thank you so much for everything today. You know, thank you so much for the raids, Nebuka and Modes, and thank you so much for all the follows, all the new people who have come in. Hopefully you have enjoyed Tyranny. And we will continue this game tomorrow. I will be playing this tomorrow, and then the other stream after tomorrow will be on Tuesday with Half-Life Episode 1 and Wednesday with Half-Life Episode 2. I'm really excited for them and excited to be finishing the Half-Life series this week also. But yeah, there is a new poll going on. Since Tyranny is a short game, I have gone ahead and started the new poll for the game that we are going to play after Tyranny. And right now, My Time Magic 7 is winning. If you want to change that or solidify that, make sure you join Discord and cast your votes. Other than that, I hope I see you soon again. Until that time that we meet again, take care of yourselves and be well. And goodbye for now.